In the carriage, Shen Miao asked, what did the emperor say to you? Some trivial matters of court, Xie Jingxing said. Shen Miao knew that if it were truly trivial matters then Emperor Yongle would not have specifically called Xie Jingxing over to talk. She need not require thinking to know that it must be related to her. Emperor Yongli's attitude was clearly seen that he did not like Shen Miao and did not like that Xie Jingxing valued Shen Miao greatly. Perhaps it was because of Shen Miao's identity that was too sensitive, or perhaps Emperor Yongle had a better choice. Seeing Shen Miao not speaking, Xie Jingxing turned his head over and pinched her face, but today you made me take a second look. One seemed to have not seen such a ferocious appearance like this for a long time. Ferocious, Shen Miao retorted. Otherwise what? Xie Jingxing sighed and seemed to be recalling, at the beginning in Mingqi, when one saw you in Wolong Temple, I had thought that the young lady of the Shen family is truly ferocious and one did not know which family's young master would have the bad luck in the future and marry this tigress back. Shen Miao looked at him calmly, do you want to quarrel? Xie Jingxing's lips were raised and he said, this is then right. This is then someone from my Xie family. Shen Miao was being teased by him like this and all the dissatisfaction of Xie Jingxing concealing Emperor Yongli's works were all dispersed like clouds. It is fine that you do not tell me what the conversation between the emperor and you was but who is consort Jing. The emperor seemed to be favor her a lot, it just that, she pondered on the words to use, from my perspective it is nothing special. Xie Jingxing almost laughed out. Previous consort Jing said that Shen Miao did not look anything special and now she used the exact phase back. She was spiteful. He said, consort Jing is the eldest daughter of General Liu. General Liu, just take it as he is the equivalent to the position of your Shen family in Mingqi. Shen Miao's eyes rose. So it is a family with military power. No wonder Emperor Yongle was particularly tolerant of her. Great Liang is different from Mingqi. There are very few military commanders in Mingqi, thus the Shen and Xie family could hold half of the country. Great Liang's military and civil positions are equal and there is no deliberate biases. Thus there are many military commanders and it is difficult to centralize it. General Liu is one of those that have a number of soldiers under him and because of this, he is somewhat arrogant. When Xie Jingxing spoke till there was a hit of coldness that flashed in his eyes. Seeing what kind of attitude consort Jing have in the inner palace, one would know what kind of attitude the Liu family have in Longyi. Shen Miao said, what the women in the inner palace represent, was not often just a female as they still had the backing of the family clan's reputation and power. When the family clan was powerful then the more fearless one was. It was most likely not possible to just base on favor. Just like her in the previous lifetime, if there was not the Shen family behind her, one feared that Fu Shuyi would not even give her a look. Fu Chen, who was born from Mei Furen, was able to threaten the crown prince, other than because Mei Furen has exceptional means, it was because of that brilliant and intelligent brother that earned his own merits. Thinking of Mei Furen, Shen Miao was suddenly stunned. In the previous life, Mei Furen appeared years after Fu Shuyi ascended to the throne and when she headed to Qin country. This lifetime one did not know if Fu Shuyi was able to ascend but Shen Miao had already reached Great Liang, so will Mei Furen still appear? Xie Jingxing did not notice Shen Miao's distraction and praised, not bad. Consort Jing is arrogant, the Liu family is impudent and Imperial older brother have the intention to suppress but one have to slowly carry out the scheme. Can't there be checks and balances? Shen Miao asked. Xie Jingxing shook his head, the Liu family is the late emperor's people. Imperial older brother has already cleaned up the rest of the people that the late emperor left behind, other than the two families, the military Liu family and the civil Yi family. The Liu and Yi family's roots were deep and complicated as they have many followers so if one pulled the roots up, one feared that it would only hurt the Imperial family. Imperial older brother cannot be impatient and they knew of this and thus dared to behave without fear. Shen Miao frowned. Xie Jingxing and Emperor Yongle were brothers and the late emperor was their birth father. Why did Xie Jingxing call him late emperor and not imperial father? Moreover, like what Xie Jingxing said, the Liu and Yi families were the late emperor's people and even though there would be different officials during different monarch rule, Emperor Yongle was the rightfully succeeded the imperial position and these old officials of two dynasties should do their best to work for him. Why does it seem that the Liu and Yi families have rebellious intentions and Emperor Yongle had the heart to suppress their ambitions? Could it be that the late emperor was not willing to see Emperor Yongle governing the country? Or was it the Liu and Yi families had disloyal hearts after the late emperor passed on? Shen Miao sensed that she had discovered some secret matters. Suddenly she felt it was somewhat ridiculous. In Mingqi, the Shen and Xie families did one's duty and was sincere but the imperial family was mistrustful that even if there were no daughters of the Shen and Xie families in the palace, the imperial family still tried to suppress them. In Great Liang, the entire thing was reversed. The treacherous officials were arrogant but the imperial family could only accept a compromise and slowly scheme. Which family does the empress belong to? Shen Miao asked. The K family, Xie Jingxing said, the K family is a family of historians. Shen Miao was startled, historians have little power and have no real power. For the emperor to be willing to marry a young lady of a historian's family and establish as an empress, it is enough to show that the emperor loves the empress. Xie Jingxing did not speak. But, she then said, since the empress is in one's heart then why would one let consort Jing be disrespectful to the empress? For consort Jing to dare to be disrespectful to the empress, it would be obviously been influenced by the emperor. If Emperor Yongle loved the empress, because of the favor towards the empress, no matter how arrogant consort Jing is, she would not dare to be disrespectful. But consort Jing dared to be this rude and argue with the empress, she obviously knew that Emperor Yongle would not blame her for it. Since one was not marrying her for power then why did one unable to do the simplest of protecting her? Xie Jingxing smiled blandly, Imperial older brother is different from me. He then patted her head again, Imperial Sao is different from you too. Shen Miao waved his hands away, so the fourth young lady of the Liu family admires you. Xie Jingxing was stunned and smiled immediately, why are you still jealous? But there is still one strange thing. Shen Miao said to herself, if the Liu family wanted to dominate the courts or have their ambitions revealed, they had already sent a daughter into the palace so the goal is accomplished. So why would they send over another young lady? Moreover, Shen Miao looked at him, even if it is given, why is she sent to you? You are only Prince Rui of first rank and not the emperor. It cannot be that the Liu family daughters want to control your imperial family brothers in the palm of their hands. She looked up and paused. Xie Jingxing was looking at her deeply and she was unable to understand the meaning of that gaze. Before she could ask, Xie Jingxing hand pulled her in front and hugged her waist with both hands before burying his head onto Shen Miao's shoulder to half hug her. He said lowly, and a grumbling laughter was heard by her ears, if one goes on like this, I would not have any secrets in front of you. Secrets? Shen Miao's heart moved. Did she said something right? You still have secrets from me? She deliberately asked. Don't you also have secrets from me? Xie Jingxing said. She paused. Xie Jingxing loosened his hands and stared at her eyes with the corners of his lips hooked up but his eyes were firmly locked onto her and made her somewhat breathless. He said, how about exchanging my secrets for your secrets? Shen Miao's heart violently trembled but she reacted very quickly and turned her head over, I then do not want to know your secrets. Xie Jingxing gave in, oh, before laughing, anyways you have the ability to investigate it correct. Shen Miao turned her head back and did not speak while looking at him. Xie Jingxing said lazily, you have the ability to investigate my secrets. For your secrets, do you think I would know or not? In a sudden moment, Shen Miao was in a somewhat confused state. The secret she had was the secret of her past life, but she had no courage to tell it to anyone, that even to Shen Chu, Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan, she remained silent over it and dare not reveal a single trace of it. Not to mention when one spoke of such strange matter, would one consider her as crazy? One feared that no one would believe her when she said it and was even more afraid that others would look at her differently. Too stupid, too weak, killed her own children and family. Would they blame her? Shen Miao dare not try. Then if Xie Jingxing knew that she had married before and also became Fu Shuyi's wife and even put an effort for Fu Shuyi's empire, how would he view her? Shen Miao had thought that she would not care about how others would look at her, but at this moment she suddenly felt fearful. She did not want Xie Jingxing to look at her like how he would to an enemy. Her strange expressions were all seen by Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing's eyes were deepened, but he sighed and held her in his embrace. I do not like to force. If you do not want others to know, I will not ask. He said. But don't let me wait for too long. Upon returning to the residence of Prince Rui of first rank, Xie Jingxing quickly went out again. He would always have many things and Shen Miao did not ask about it. Currently she was not even clear about the situation in Great Liang. The explanation that Xie Jingxing gave her about the Lu and Yi families made her understand that Great Liang and Mingqi was not that different. Even though it looked on the surface that the country was rich and the citizen was at peace, but one feared that there were many undercurrents that were moving under the peace. It seemed that because Great Liang was even bigger, there were more people who had more ambitions. After all, from Emperor Yongli's and Xie Jingxing's attitude towards their father, it was very strange. It seemed that there were many origins to this too. Shen Miao thought of Mingqi when she first met Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing seemed to be searching for something all around. It was also the same in the general residence and just nice encountered her setting up a fire in the ancestral hall. In the secret chambers of Prince Yu, Xie Jingxing and Gao Yang seemed to have gotten something. But what exactly was that thing? Shen Miao had thought that it was a kind of map on military defense, but thinking about it, the map of military defense would most likely not be placed in the secret chambers of Prince Yu of first rank. As to what exactly it is, at the moment it was not known. Thinking about it, she thought about another thing. Pei Lang had followed Xie Jingxing's entourage all the way to Great Liang. The main reason to let him come to Great Liang was to avoid Fu Shuyi's pursuit. She also brought Lu Ying along and settled her down, but Pei Lang looked honest, but he had a proud heart, and initially it was because of Lu Ying. He then worked for her, but after being suspected by Fu Shuyi, he protected her with the cost of his life and made Shen Miao unable to request Pei Lang to do anything for her in the future. At the end, Shen Miao stood up and walked out of the room as she had decided to talk to Pei Lang. Pei Lang's room was arranged at the very last room of the east side of the residence of Prince Rui. The environment was not bad and the residence of Prince Rui of first rank was originally very big, so it was not a difficult thing to allocate a courtyard out, and Pei Lang was well treated. It was just that one did not know it was done on purpose or deliberate. From where Shen Miao was staying, it was the furthest distance in the entire residence of Prince Rui. When Shen Miao arrived at Pei Lang's courtyard, Pei Lang was sitting in the middle of the courtyard playing chess. There were two green-clad maids that was standing by his side and they had appearances like the flowers and moon. Both of them kept on drinking tea with Pei Lang and their gaze was on Pei Lang. Even though there was restraint, there were some inexplicable meaning behind. When this scene fell into Shen Miao's eyes, she felt it was very weird. Her steps stopped as she looked from afar as she remembered some matters in the past lifetime. In the last lifetime, Pei Lang's talent and learning was unbounded, and thus when Fu Shuyi finally ascended to the throne, he promoted him to be the national advisor. Pei Lang was good-looking, and when he wore the black robes, he had an appearance of being aloof from world affairs and indeed had some air like those immortals. The officials in court knew that he was deeply trusted by Fu Shuyi and would not dare to be his enemy. Pei Lang was considered well-known throughout Mingqi. However, he was very young and good-looking. Fu Shuyi had schemed and tried to bestow some high-ranking official's daughter to be his wife, but it was rejected tactfully by Pei Lang. This kind of genius most likely had his own temperament. Fu Shuyi thought that Pei Lang did not like others to arrange for him and thus let him be. When Shen Miao had not yet went to the Qin country as a hostage, she had a good relationship with Pei Lang and had also asked if he had any young lady in his heart. At that time, how did Pei Lang responded? Shen Miao had a dazed expression. Pei Lang said, Your ladyship, this official's aspiration is not in this. The words aspiration is not in this seemed to be a way that defeats one's purpose, but in fact showed clearly Pei Lang's attitude. Pei Lang was very sound that when helping Fu Shuyi make a decision, he would be able to rule out any possibility of emotions and ensure that the result would not be unexpected. Speaking of it, till Shen Miao died in the last lifetime, Pei Lang had always been single and one had never heard of any young lady that he was interested in. At this moment Pei Lang was standing together with two females, but Shen Miao felt somewhat awkward. Even in Guangwentang, Pei Lang had attracted a lot of female students by the virtue of his one style. He was at the right age now, which made others think more. As Shen Miao thought about it, the maid who was fanning Pei Lang to chase away the butterflies and flying insects saw Shen Miao. She was first startled before quickly greeted, This servant greets Wang Fei. The other green-clad maid also rushed over to greet. Pei Lang looked up and saw Shen Miao. Shen Miao smiled gently and walked over before telling the two green-clad maids, You all can withdraw. The maids looked at Pei Lang perplexedly. Pei Lang waved his hands and the two maids then withdraw. Shen Miao looked at the elegant and supple back view of both of them and a rare mischievousness appeared in her heart towards Pei Lang. She asked, It is rare to see teacher Pei being this romantic, to have red perfume sleeves as companion. The two maids looked at Pei Lang's gaze but were somewhat unable to conceal their admiration. Pei Lang shook his head and smiled bitterly but did not rebut. One had to bow one's head when staying under others' roof. These two maids was sent to him by the residence of Prince Rui, and if one had encountered such servants, Pei Lang would have thought of ways to chase them away and not leave them by his side. However, this was not Mingqi. The other parties were not his servants and one did not know if it was Xie Jingxing's idea, thus no matter how much he disliked it, Pei Lang could only endure. Looking at Shen Miao, who did not seem to be affected by it at all, Pei Lang's heart could not help but be slightly sour. Teacher Pei followed me to Great Liang because one had no other choice. Shen Miao said, Now it has become a situation where it is not ideal or worse off. What future plans does one have? She paused for a while. In the beginning with Lu Ying's matter, it is me who forced teacher to do such things and teacher had no other ways and now implicated teacher to leave one's hometown. One is really conscience-stricken about it, and if teacher want to leave, it is possible. Upon hearing those words, Pei Lang looked at Shen Miao somewhat surprised. All the time when Shen Miao faced him, there would be a sense of righteousness, and from the beginning when she used Lu Ying to threaten Pei Lang was faintly aware from Shen Miao's subtle expressions and emotions that it was hostile, but it was not on purpose. Pei Lang was also puzzled over the matter and investigated it carefully, but at the end came out with nothing. At this moment, when Shen Miao faced him, that hostility had disappeared. It was as if it was put down, but the peace and calm made Pei Lang feel somewhat lost. It was as if something special has been placed down by Shen Miao and disappeared like the clouds. Shen Miao looked at Pei Lang, but there's some regret in her heart. She had always defined Pei Lang as someone that owed a lot to her, but that day when Xie Jingxing said that Pei Lang was locked in Fu Shuyi's underground prison and was tortured so much but did not confess that she was the mastermind, many matters and thoughts were different. Shen Miao knew of the means that Fu Shuyi used to punish those who betrayed, and under such a circumstances he did not offer her name. Shen Miao could not even say how touched she was. 192 to 197. Now thinking about it, the reason why she hated Pei Lang and had many grievances towards Pei Lang was because Pei Lang had always stood on Fu Shuyi's side from the beginning till end. When Fu Shuyi dealt with their Shen family, Pei Lang chose to watch with folded arms. When the crown prince was abolished, he did not say a single word for Fu Ming, and when Wan Yu was to be in a marriage alliance, he did not try to stop it. But in this world, some people would help you for due to friendship and some would not help you due to one's duty. The relationship between Pei Lang and her did not reach the level that one must help. As for this lifetime, Pei Lang was no longer Fu Shuyi's people and was even turned into enemies with Fu Shuyi, and there was no reasons to seek shelter with him. Thus even if one was not willing with those matter, there was no need to carry on with it. At the end, one could only rely on oneself. Be it pure hate or resentment, there was no advantage at all. Pei Lang suppressed the disappointment in his heart and asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Shen Miao was startled. "Me." Pei Lang's eyes became clear again, as if he had returned to that unparalleled national advisor. He said, "The position of the residence of Prince Rui of first rank is not as indestructible as it seemed to be. One think that in the imperial family of Great Liang, there are the existence of some variables." He looked at Shen Miao. "Even if the imperial family of Great Liang have nothing to do with me and the residents of Prince Rui have the ability to protect themselves, your road might not be always smooth." Shen Miao slightly frowned. "Even it is so, teacher mentioned all this. I can give you a hand," Pei Lang said. Shen Miao replied, "Why? Even though I am not considered a talent of the world, one can do one's best. Currently Lu Ying and me are relying on you to stand in Great Liang, and only when you live well and stable, we can also be better. Even if it is planning for myself, I have to help you. I want to remain in the residence of Prince Rui of first rank." He paused. "If I could participate in Great Liang's court matters, or I could come out with plans on your matters, it would be even better." After being silent for a while, Shen Miao then said, "Teacher Pei, you have thought about it. You do not owe me anything, so there is no need to place one's life with me. No need to depend on me, and with your abilities, you can live well. You do not need to speak of those excuses, you are not one who chase after fame or gains." Pei Lang smiled bitterly in his heart. Shen Miao seemed to know him well, even better than himself. Even he himself did not know about when he had such an inexplicable obsession, but he stubbornly did not want to draw a line to the relationship with her. He said, "This is my choice." Shen Miao took a deep breath. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Jing Jie walking in from outside and did not know where did she had gotten an beautifully invitation in her hands. "Furen, the bright summer banquet's invitation is sent over and it said that Rui Wang Fei of first rank is invited." This servant accepted the invitation. "May Furen take a look?" Shen Miao just arrived to Great Liang and someone came to send an invitation. This was her first time appearing in the gathering of the noblewomen in Longyi, and the other party obviously had ulterior motives. She asked, "Who sent that invitation?" "It was sent from the boudoir of Longyi General, Lu Furen." Shen Miao paused in her actions. The civil Yi family and the military Lu family. These two aristocratic families of Great Liang seemed to have a very delicate relationship with the imperial family. It was indeed that the oncoming person was coming with ill intentions. On the same night when Xie Jingxing returned, Shen Miao told Xie Jingxing about the matter of the invitation. Xie Jingxing told Shen Miao if she did not want to go, it was all right to reject it. Even though the Lu and Yi families were arrogant, they currently dared not tear away all pretenses with the residence of Prince Rui. In other words, Shen Miao had the power to reject. It was just that even it was so, Shen Miao did not want to refuse. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy would lead one to be victorious in every batter. Currently she had no knowledge of the different factions in Great Liang, and one could take advantage of this opportunity to understand it better. Not mentioning the Yi family, just one kind of thoughts the Lu family had towards her can be seen in this time. Naturally Xie Jingxing would not stop Shen Miao's decision. After the husband and wife discussed about it, Shen Miao instructed others to reply to the invitation that she would be there punctually. 2 days later, it was the day of the bright summer banquet. Shen Miao woke up very early, and when she was eating breakfast, Xie Jingxing was already not in the residence. It seemed that after returning to Great Liang, he was very busy every day and would leave early in the day and only return late at night. Shen Miao felt that this imperial city did not seem to be as calm as it seemed on the surface. Jing Jie combed Shen Miao hair for her. After she came to the residence of Prince Rui of first rank, due to convenience, she still used her own personal maids. Speaking of which, there were very few female servants in the entire prince residence. Other than the cook and a few momo, it was an entire scenery of males. Hearing from Tang Shu, after Xie Jingxing was conferred a prince of first rank 2 years ago when he returned to Great Liang, he would catch a few spies that were dressed as maids. Most likely there were more matters with females, and it was easy to let some unscrupulous people to exploit. Afterwards, there was no longer any more females in the entire prince residence. However, it was because of this reason, the prince residence was like a copper wall. After so long, the people outside hated it, but they were also helpless as they are unable to find any ways around. Gu Yu said, "It is Furen's first time participating a banquet in Longyi, thus one must dress up beautifully. When others see Furen as such, they would not say more, and Furen will also give Ar Mingqi some face." Xie Jingxing was considered as prestigious in Longyi. When Jing Jie and Gu Yu went out to buy things, they heard outsiders talking about it, that it was Shen Miao's past life blessing to be able to marry to Prince Rui of first rank in this lifetime. Jing Jie and Gu Yu listened to it till their heart felt not convinced. What was not good about their family's young lady? Even in Ding capital in Mingqi, she was one of the higher ranking young lady. Not mentioning intelligence, she has a kind character and that temperament, she would not even give in to a princess, so what was all these climbing up? But one mouth would not be able to beat everyone else. It was better to use facts to slap another's face. Shen Miao thought that this time Shen Miao should surprise everyone so that those people would no longer speak of all these stuff. What is there for to mind this? Shen Miao laughed. They only said it to make their hearts feel comfortable, but it will not affect us. Furen, Gu Yu did not say wrongly. Jing Jie was helping Shen Miao chose the hairpins in the jewelry chest as she said, one must not be lower than her in this opinion. Just as she was speaking, she saw Tang Shu knocking the door from outside. Shen Miao signaled her to come in and saw that a young lady was following behind Tang Shu. She seemed to look even younger than Shen Miao and was slightly chubbier, most likely because of her young age, but she had a very pleasing appearance and a pair of smiling eyes. Her lips were stretched wide and her complexion was fair and tender. In a moment, Shen Miao thought of Su Ming Lang, but it was a young girl. Today Furen is going to bright summer banquet. Tang Shu smiled. Young master had instructed to find someone familiar to give pointers to Furen, thus this old servant has transferred young lady Ba Jiao over. Furen can bring Ba Jiao along as a maid, and if one encounters unfamiliar people, young lady Ba Jiao would explain it to you. Shen Miao smiled. Tang Shu, thank you. Tang Shu waved his hands and said continuously that he dare not accept before speaking with smiles. One had thought that Furin would not accept the invitation but did not expect that Furin would accept it. Furin is really courageous that this old servant admires. When ordinary people reached an unfamiliar location, there would always be some timidity in one's heart. Not to mention a young lady of an official family, even if one was more courageous, after one's arrival in a totally unfamiliar environment to go to a place where everyone was a stranger and knowing that it was a place of ill intention, this would require a lot of courage. It is only to drink some tea and chat. Shen Miao said lightly, where would courage be used at? Tang Shu nodded his head, exactly. Exactly. His gaze towards Shen Miao was much more with satisfaction and he withdrew after giving out a few more instructions. Shen Miao looked at this Ba Zhao. Ba Zhao stood properly and smiled as she looked at her. This kind of look was a bit silly but made one's heart felt exceptionally adorable. Today's Shen Miao trip to the bright summer banquet would be difficult if there was no one guiding and if there was someone at the side explaining, one could save a lot of effort. Shen Miao smiled gently at Xie Jingxing's thoughtful consideration when she thought of something suddenly. Shen Miao looked at Ba Zhao and asked, isn't there no female maids in the prince residence? You. Other than the female cook and a few momo, there were only male servants and guards in the prince residence and there were no maids at all. Thus Jing Jie, Gu Yu and the few that Shen Miao brought over became the few fragrances in the prince residence. Ba Zhao smiled, this servant is not a maid in the prince residence. This servant is Mo Yu Army's people that was specially transferred over to accompany Furin. Mo Yu Army. Shen Miao was startled. She had heard Xie Jingxing vaguely mentioned a few words. When in Mingqi, this army would help Xie Jingxing on many matters and seemed to be Xie Jingxing's privately raised army that was extremely powerful. However, for Xie Jingxing to dare to take action that open-boardedly, it seemed that Emperor Yongle knew about the matter. She asked, do you know martial arts? This servant knows how to kill people. Ba Zhao answered with smiles. Jing Jie and Gu Yu both sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard it as they could not believe that this smiling female who looked like Su Minglang would actually have a good hand in killing people. Shen Miao was however satisfied. She thought that Xie Jingxing was indeed evil to send Ba Zhao to her for the bright summer banquet. But this also meant that at least on the area of martial arts, she would not be at a disadvantage. Shen Miao said, since it is so, then you will come together with me. Jing Jie will remain in the residence and sort out the warehouse with Bai Lu, Shuangzhong and the few people. Gu Yu, you and Ba Zhao will set off with me. Jing Jie had almost finished tidying up but was only told that she would not be going so her heart felt somewhat grievance and was not happy with Ba Zhao but she feared that Ba Zhao would be angry and kill her in anger so she unwillingly instructed Ba Zhao to take great care of Shen Miao before leaving. When everything was ready, Shen Miao then got onto the horse carriage and headed towards the location where the bright summer banquet was held, the Lu residences. This time Shen Miao did not bring Mo Qing along and the guards that she brought along were all people from the residence of Prince Rui. Naturally she had her considerations as Mo Qing was after all a person from Mingqi but bringing the people from the residence of Prince Rui would make other feel some restraint and would not take action easily and only shoot with their mouths. Moreover Shen Miao was most fearless with sparring others with words. The difference between Ding capital and Longyi was that Great Liang's land was towards the east and would be nearer to the sun. Thus even during winter, it would not be as cold as Ding capital, much less summer. Currently it was the 5th month and if one was in Ding capital, it would still be spring but in Great Liang, it was already the beginning of summer and there was a slight heat. As the horse carriage journeyed, Shen Miao and Gu Yu parted the curtains with a gap and looked out. Seeing the busy streets of Longyi and liveliness made one's heart feel moved. No wonder those citizens of those defeated countries would open their gates to welcome. If one would bring good days to people of under heavens, the commoners would find that the name of the country was a small matter. Emperor Yongle was one who had the talent to rule the world. After almost an hour of journey, the horse carriage finally stopped. Ba Zhao lifted the curtains and said, Furin, one have arrived at the Lu residences. Gu Yu and Ba Zhao supported Shen Miao down the horse carriage and saw that there were a number of carriages that were parked at the entrance of Lu residence but there was not a single person at the gate who was welcoming. Gu Yu was stunned. Why is there no one from this family not out to welcome? Could it be that one had come to the wrong place? Even though it was said that it was the wrong place but it did not look wrong as the doors of the Lu residences were not closed as if it was open for her. Shen Miao swept a glance at the door and had an inkling in her heart. She asked Gu Yu, what time was it indicated in the invitation of the bright summer banquet? Gu Yu quickly took out the invitation from her sleeves and opened it up. It is Sishi 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Currently it is not even Sishi yet. One thinks that only our invitation is as such. Shen Miao said lightly. Gu Yu said, Furin, what is the meaning of it? There are horse carriages in front of the doors so obviously guests had arrived but even if one came in advance, there would not be that many. There are no one at the gates to welcoming but the doors were open for us, so it meant that they knew we will definitely come. If I did not guess incorrectly, the other's invitation would have indicated the time as Chenxi 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. but our invitation is at Sishi. This is deliberately letting us come late. After finishing, her heart smiled. It seemed that no matter if one was in Mingqi or Great Liang, these noble women would always use those tricks. Ba Zhao was in smiles but Gu Yu suddenly understood and said with indignation, what kind of benefits does she have to make us of young lady? This is just being too much. Benefits. Shen Miao's voice turned slightly cold. There are a lot of benefits. Entering without anyone welcoming, it is rude and they would say the Shen family of Mingqi is arrogant. Not entering means disrespectful as it is unreasonable to accept the invitation yet leave halfway. The reasons are all with them and when one was caught, one would have to lower one's head from the beginning. The more it head down, the more one would be laughed at. Confronting and quarreling with others was an art. From the beginning, one's mistakes could not be caught by others else one's head would be lower than others. She and Mei Furin had been fighting for so many years but she understood this point. Ba Zhao asked, does Furin still want to enter? Enter. Shen Miao picked up her skirt and was about to head inside. But Furin, Gu Yu asked, one's mistake will be mentioned upon going in and it is also wrong if one did not enter. Since entering and retreating are both wrong, why would one still enter? Then one will need to let others commit bigger mistakes than you. Shen Miao smiled gently, like that, no one would notice of your mistakes. In the Lu residence, at this moment the atmosphere in the hall was very harmonious. As the well-known military commander in Longyi, the Lu family's status is extremely high, thus the residence was large and it was renovated luxuriously. Today's bright summer banquet was personally handled by Lu Furin, thus the compliments kept flowing in without stopping. Lu Furin was in her early 40s and her prime was past. Most likely she was a beauty when she was younger but after maturing, she was so thin that she lost some dignity appearance. Despite this, she still wore gorgeously, as if this would be able to add a little brilliance onto her. It was just that when a female, with age, still wore inappropriately bright clothes, not only it would not let her look better, it would expose one's shortcoming of age. Lu Furin is truly fortunate. A round-faced Furin said with a smile, her ladyship consort Jing gained his majesty's favor in the palace and her ladyship consort Jing is still this filial to you. This bright summer banquet his majesty specially sent over gifts, which is enough to see the weight of her ladyship consort Jing in his majesty's heart. Lu Fern was pleased in her heart but still had a modest expression on her face. It is all the Emperor's generosity and pity to Consort Jing that made our entire family enjoy the light. What kind of words Fern is saying? Another short-statured Fern smiled. Consort Jing gained favored and the second young lady of the residence had married to a provincial military governor and one heard that recently she was even pregnant with twins. One have to also let us be blessed with a little of such fortune. Lu Fern shook her head and said with an expression of a headache, is there not third son and fourth daughter? These two truly make my head ache. The round-faced Fern spoke with exaggeration. Fern, a headache is needed for these. Third gentleman is a talented person that has martial arts skills that is outstanding at such a young age. One did not know which family's young lady would have the fortune to marry him. As for fourth young lady, needless to say, she is a fairy-like character. She is inept with the four scholarly arts, so what matter need one worry with? Fern has praised. Lu Fern shook her head and smiled bitterly. Forget about third son since it is understandable for men to gain more experience for a few years but fourth daughter's marriage cannot be dragged on. I am really having a headache about it. Mother, you are still talking about my bad points in front of other Ferns. A delicate female voice rang out. Everyone turned around and saw that a young female appeared in the main hall. This young female was about 16 and 17, wearing a light purple butterfly patterned in cloud and bird embroidered robe. From a closer look, it was butterfly-shaped pears. This female lady had a delicate and beautiful appearance and most likely with the pampering, there was a natural romantic deposition of a wealthy young lady. With the surrounding pearls and jewelry, she was a sensational radiance, as if she was a butterfly fairy in spring. She was indeed very eye-catching. This was the fourth young lady of the Lu family, the fourth younger sister of Consort Jing, Lu Wan-er. Lu Fern stroked her head dotingly and said, how would I dare to sideline our young lady Wan-er? Lu Wan-er snorted and did not speak anymore. There were still other young ladies of official family in the hall but when Lu Wan-er stood in the hall, comparing to her, they all looked awkward. Lu Wan-er had an arrogant expression and looked around. Is that Shen family's young lady of Mingqi coming or not? The volume of her voice was not low at all and all the Ferns and young ladies in the hall heard it and in a moment all started whispering. Lu Wan-er referred Shen Miao as Shen family's young lady of Mingqi and refused to call her Rui Wangfei. This itself had said many things clearly. Thinking of that, it would be as such as everyone had said at the beginning that the fourth young lady of the Lu family would be marrying into the residence of Prince Rui of first rank to be the prince consort of first rank. Lu Wan-er was satisfied with Prince Rui too but who knew that halfway Shen Miao would appear. The people of the Lu family were not happy and Lu Wan-er was even more irreconcilable. The purpose of today's bright summer banquet was not as it seemed. However most of these Fern were here to see the buzz and perhaps want to flatter Lu Wan-er. That Shen family's young lady was currently glamorous but did not have any roots or foundation in Longyi so who would know how far she could drift. Prince Rui of first rank is at his prime age so how would he place that much time and feeling on just one female? All in all, that young lady of the Shen family did not seem to have a good ending. Lu Fern smiled, perhaps one had experienced a delaying matter on the road. Really such great airs, Lu Wan-er said unhappily, other Ferns and young ladies are all punctual but only she alone is late. Is the rules and regulation in Mingqi all dead? Just as she was speaking, one saw a round-faced young lady suddenly appearing outside. Everyone did not know when did she entered. That young lady smiled, may one ask if this is the bright summer banquet? Lu Fern was startled and smiled, it is, are you Rui Wangfei? This servant is not, that smiling young lady said, Wangfei is here. As she was speaking, she turned back and supported a young lady to walk over. One did not know if it was because that round face made or was it that everyone had imagined Rui Wangfei was not adequately worthy enough. In short, when that young lady walked in, everyone was stunned. She wore a lotus green phoenix robe with butterflies surrounding hundreds of flowers with a translucent purple white magnolia gauze. One could not say that it was gorgeous but it was definitely not simple. The young ladies of Longyi's official families loved to eat and dress well but when they saw her overall complimenting clothes, they felt that it was very tasteful. There was only an inlaid phoenix-shaped gemstone on one's head and despite the single hairpin, it made one look even nobler. This young lady had eyebrows like a new moon with clear apricot-shaped eyes, a small and straight nose with a rosy lips that slightly smiled. She looked like a very gentle person but that slightly lifted chin and straightened back as she walked over made one felt a little tremble as she took every step. Involuntarily, one could not help but look up with a gaze, as if she was an unattainable nobility. Speaking strangely of it, today this Rui Wangfei of first rank and the fourth Lu young lady were wearing purple robles. The purple that fourth Lu young lady was wearing was light in color and Rui Wangfei's purple was darker. Young ladies who wear light purple would look lively and gentle, whereas wearing darker purple would look mature and stiff. However Shen Miao's entire appearance of purple seemed to be tailor-made for hers. There was a luxurious style to it that could suppress the entire field. In contrast, fourth Lu young lady looked like an actress who was singing in a theater, somewhat unable to be seen in public. Lu Wan-er was one who paid great attention to this on normal days and was accustomed to being the center of the limelight, thus she did not expect that others would snatch her limelight today. In particular this was the person who robbed her position of Rui Wangfei, Shen Miao. Lu Fern's eyes flashed and she smiled. Wangfei of first rank finally arrived. The Ferns have been waiting for you. Shen Miao smiled gently and said not too fast or slow. One did not think that Ferns would be so early. The invitation indicated Cishi, 9 to 11 a.m. I mentioned it to His Highness about it and His Highness even mentioned to leave early and avoid the crowd. One had not thought that one would still be late and it is my fault. One have to blame His Highness for not reminding me to leave even earlier. One should leave, at Chenshit 7 to 9 a.m. Lu Fern's heart jumped as she did not expect that Shen Miao would speak of it so unobtrusively. Sure enough when the words were spoken, the Ferns around looked at her differently. Shen Miao was after all an outsider and those Ferns would be in favor of the Lu family as compared to Shen Miao but it was a joke to others' eyes when one used this kind of ridiculous child play. Lu Fern was also somewhat regretful as she originally wanted initial show of strength but there was no need to play tricks on the invitation but Lu Wan-er was unable to keep it in and she had insisted on it to be done like that. Now when Shen Miao's words enter others' ears, these Ferns' invitation did not indicate Cishi, 9 to 11 a.m. so they understood. One would always feel somewhat happy when watching the Lu family. If Shen Miao informed Prince Rui of this matter when she returned, with Prince Rui such an intelligent person, how would he not understand when he heard it? If he was dissatisfied with the Lu family on this matter then Lu Fern felt that this was a bad move. However Lu Wan-er was unable to see Shen Miao doing well and sized Shen Miao up. Why did Rui Wangfei not inform others and just enter? If one did not know, then others would say that we have slighted another. It was indeed rude to enter the residence without having another to report. Shen Miao looked at Lu Wan-er and laughed. This is exactly what I wanted to say. If there is not enough manpower in one's distinguished residence, there is no need to be that constrained. Such a big residence but without any guards on duty is indeed somewhat dangerous. She smiled warmly. I will instruct the guards of the prince residence of first rank to guard one's distinguished residence so that there would not be strange people entering it. Else it would not be good. When Lu Wan-er and Lu Fern heard it, they almost wanted to vomit blood. What was going on? One initially wanted to say that Shen Miao was rude as naturally the entrance of Lu residence was deliberately not guarded. However, from Shen Miao's words, it had become that it was their Lu residence that was so poor that they were unable to afford servants. By letting the guards of the prince residence of first rank guard their main doors, what would the commoners think when they pass by? Shen Miao said kindly, Furen do not need to thank me. In the future if there is any need, it is all right to let His Highness send some manpower over to the residence. Send some manpower over? Who know if those people who were sent over were spies? The residents of Prince Rui dared to gift but they dared not accept. The surrounding Furen also understood clearly that this Rui Wangfei of first rank was not a soft persimmon that could be easily grasped. Originally the Lu family's arrangement was to destroy Shen Miao's prestige so that Shen Miao would make a mistake. After she make a mistake, after saying some ambiguous things, it would be enough to make this Rui Wangfei's heart feel a little bottomless. Who knew that one would not only fall behind but also checkmate the Lu family? Lu Furen barely forced a smile out. Mei Wangfei of first rank, please sit down. However, she had arranged Shen Miao an unobtrusive position. Shen Miao declined to comment. Her presence today was not to fight for anything and also not to quarrel. It was only to show one's attitude and also take the opportunity to see some things clearly. Ba Jiao secretly bent down to speak to Shen Miao. That round-faced Furen is the Furen of emissary Shu Furen and is on good relationship with the Lu family. The short-statured Furen is Furen of the Minister of Revenue, Wei Furen, and are in-laws with the Yi family and likewise have a good relationship with the Lu family. At the utmost left side, the yellow-clad Furen, her husband is the current dynasty's left minister. You are also familiar with her youngest son, which is young Master Ji. Ji Yushu's mother. Shen Miao looked towards the Ji Furen. Ji Furen had a dignified appearance and seemed to have a very different temperament with Ji Yushu. Shen Miao was pondering about it. These Furens were wealthy and respectable people. No wonder one said that the Fu family's power in Longyi was not small. Consort Jing was so arrogant that she did not take the Empress into consideration, and it was because there was a big tree behind her back and shade over her head. Even these aristocratic families had to give them face, thus it was clear that the Lu family has a very wide-spreading relationships. If Emperor Yongle and Xie Jingxing want to completely suppress the Lu family, it was indeed not an easy task. The interest of the Lu family would involve many other officials' families, and if the Lu family fell, there would be many aristocratic families that would also fall. Even if it was for one's survival, these aristocratic families would not watch as the Lu family went down. Just as she was thinking, someone walked over to her side and sat down. Ba Jiao immediately stood up straight and no longer explained matters to Shen Miao. Shen Miao turned around and that delicately beautiful and proud fourth Lu young lady had sat by her side. Lu Wan'er said, Rui Wangfei of first rank, may one take the liberty to ask you a question? Shen Miao said, please speak. How long have you known Prince Rui of first rank? Lu Wan'er asked. Shen Miao was laughing in her heart as she roughly knew what this Lu Wan'er was here for. Speaking of which, Xie Jingxing was in Mingqi during his youth and other than Emperor Yongle and Xie Jingxing knew of it, the rest of the people should not be aware of it. Great Liang people only knew that Xie Jingxing had followed his master and traveled round the land and their whereabouts were very mysterious. Then her knowing Xie Jingxing should be from when she returned to Ding capital from Shaochun city from the tribute banquet. Calculating from that, it was less than a year. So she said, less than a year. Hearing this, Lu Wan'er laughed and her smile was somewhat prideful and a little contemptuous. Lu Wan'er said, so it is less than a year. As such one thinks that Rui Wangfei would not know much of Prince Rui of first rank. Shen Miao smiled. It seemed that fourth young lady know His Highness very well. You mustn't mind. Lu Wan'er said, I know your Shen family's position in Mingqi but my Lu family in Longyi is in a better position than your Shen family in Ding capital. Prince Rui of first rank is a very good person that in Great Liang, almost every single young lady dreams of marrying into the residence of Prince Rui. However those ordinary families are not worthy of him. Lu Wan'er looked at Shen Miao. Rui Wangfei, Prince Rui is a very ambitious person. From when he returned to Longyi, he had accomplished a number of big issues in court. This kind of person would not be constrained by romance and relationship. What can you help him with? Naturally now it would still be sweet but in the future when you are no longer of use to him in the future, he would be able to give up and abandon you. Shen Miao was surprised in her heart. Originally she had thought that Lu Wan'er was a naive and ignorant arrogant lady but after hearing her words, she felt that this Lu Wan'er was able to see clearly the situation and even able to pinpoint the advantages of the relationship out. So, Shen Miao asked. His Majesty has the intention to let me be Prince Rui of first ranks Pingqi but Prince Rui cannot have two Rui Wangfei. Lu Wan'er said as if she was bestowing, so you be the concubine and I will be the wife. So you be the concubine and I will be the wife. Shen Miao looked inquiringly at Lu Wan'er. With Lu Wan'er's graceful tone of voice, one did not know where did it came from. Initially when she heard Lu Wan'er's words just now, she felt that it was not false that each of the Lu family was intelligent. However this words made Shen Miao feel that she was unable to know what was Lu Wan'er bottom line as one did not know if Lu Wan'er was really a fool or not to discuss about imperial matters. If young lady Lu has the heart, one can talk to His Highness about it. Shen Miao smiled gently, it is useless to say these to me. I naturally know of it. Lu Wan'er looked at her in slight disdain, I am here to tell you this today, only because that one hope that you have some self-knowledge and take the initiative to speak to His Highness of your willingness to be the concubine. Shen Miao almost laughed out. She raised her lips slightly and said, this is someone I will not do. What did you say? Lu Wan'er's eyes widened, seemingly did not expect that Shen Miao would actually refuse. The volume of their conversation was somewhat loud that the surrounding ferns gaze all directed towards them. Shen Miao did not hide away from them and smiled, with regards to the matter of being a concubine, I will not do it. Matters of brining in concubines for one's husband to spread out the branches is something I will not do. At the beginning when Prince Rui of first rank came to my Shen residence to propose marriage, he had already said that there would not be any other female in the inner courtyard of the prince residence. If it wasn't that, I would not marry so far away to Longyi. The surrounding fern was stunned when they heard it. On matters of relationship, it was not fair between males and females. In the inner courtyard of males, there would be 3 wives and 4 concubines and no matter if it was Great Liang or Mingqi, it was not that there was no couples without anyone else but it was very rare. Ordinary males would not be able to withstand the temptation, much less the wealthy families, official families and the imperial family. Prince Rui of first rank had a handsome and romantic appearance, with a powerful position that he gained at a very young age thus the world that he faced would be filled with flowers. How could a person like him would only have one woman in his entire life? This lady from the Shen family of Mingqi indeed had a really big face and did not know how high the sky was and how thick the earth was. Lu Wan'er was so angry that her face was ashen as she said word by word, Rui Wangfei of first rank, this is jealousy. A female jealously meant that one has a dereliction of virtue. Shen Miao smiled, most likely it is. I have always been jealous easily. If Prince Rui of first rank had not proposed this condition, I most likely would not been tempted. Lu Wan'er was so angry that she could not say anything. Shen Miao's attitude was like a thorn that made others unable to take action. The surrounding ferns were also flabbergasted. Initially when Shen Miao came to Longyi, she did not live with her tail between her legs or lowered her head to be insignificant but instead was so arrogant that she even offended the Lu family that Emperor Yongle had to restrain from. One did not know where had she gotten the courage from, or was she so stupid to such a point. Naturally, Shen Miao was not afraid. Even if Emperor Yongle was not satisfied with her and wanted to bestow another marriage to Xie Jingxing, he would not bestow Lu Wan'er to Xie Jingxing. Even though Lu Wan'er said that she would provide a boost to Xie Jingxing's career when she marries Xie Jingxing, not to mention that Xie Jingxing do not rely on females' ability to climb up, even Emperor Yongle would not dare to let Xie Jingxing marry the Lu family easily. With regards to consort Jing, most likely one was helpless on it. However, if Lu Wan'er also entered the doors of the residence of Prince Rui, then both brothers of Great Liang's imperial family would have relations with the Lu family. It was not a good thing for an outside family to have such power. Fu Shuyi could use Shen Miao and tie the Shen family together because the Shen family was loyal by nature, but the Lu family already had bigger ambitions. Be it emotions or reasons, Lu Wan'er would not be Emperor Yongli's choice. Even if this current moment of Shen Miao strongly rejecting Lu Wan'er's suggestion was passed to Emperor Yongli's ears, it would still be along the lines of Emperor Yongli's mind. When Lu Fern and Lu Wan'er were both frozen in place, one heard a light chuckle from the opposite side. Wang Fei of first rank is indeed one who is disposition. Prince Rui of first rank is young yet valued relationship and righteousness. He is indeed a rare male. Shen Miao looked towards the speaker. That person sat beside Ji Yushu's mother and was a slightly thin Fern. Wearing a tea-green colored robe and had a darker complexion with straight eyes, but because of one's mature age, it seemed to make her distance from others. Her eyes were somewhat long that seemed to be studying meticulously when looking at others, as if they could see through others. It made others feel uncomfortable, and at first glance, one could tell it was a shrewd and intelligent person. Ba Zhao took the chance of pouring tea for Shen Miao to softly speak by her ears. That is Yi Fern of the Prime Minister residence. With only this sentence, Shen Miao understood. Civil Yi family and military Lu family. It was assumed that this Yi Fern was a person of the Yi family of the Prime Minister residence, who was the two famous aristocratic family of Long Yi. Unlike the Lu family, which was somewhat arrogant, this Fern of the Yi family was much more restrained but could also let Shen Miao feel that she was even more difficult to deal with. Yi Fern looked at Shen Miao and suddenly smiled. The relationship between Prince Rui and wife is very affectionate. It seemed that during the imperial hunt, Wang Fei would also be following along. Shen Miao said with a smile, this is still to be discussed with His Highness. She was unable to talk freely or recklessly. One feared that the entire room of people today in this bright summer banquet had ill intentions, thus she dared not take anything lightly. It is Wang Fei's first time here, thus one did not know of the beauty of the imperial hunt. It is an interesting event that Wang Fei most likely could also join in the fun. Yi Fern continued. However, Lu Fern and Lu Wan'er did not speak as they were blocked by Shen Miao today and was very unhappy in their heart. Now that Yi Fern was speaking, they did not have any intention to help. Shen Miao looked at that Yi Fern. She seemed to be forcing her to comply to attend this hunt. Ji Fern, who was sitting beside Yi Fern, spoke with a smile. Everyone must not force Rui Wang Fei already. Rui Wang Fei is young of age and like what Yi Fern said, it is her first time and one feared that there would be some shyness. Those who go to the hunt were all old acquaintances, so naturally one have to think about it. She had taken the initiative to resolve the problem for Shen Miao. Shen Miao looked surprised over, but Ji Fern smiled and nodded at her. Ji Fern's husband was the current dynasty left minister and the official position was not low, thus the surrounding Fern would not refute her words. Yi Fern heard it and it was not good to continue to be aggressive and thus looked at Shen Miao, making Shen Miao frown slightly. This bright summer banquet then went by blandly. Lu Wan'er most likely was too angry by Shen Miao and immediately left. Lu Fern, who remained there, treated Shen Miao blandly. Since the host of this bright summer banquet was Lu Fern, the other Ferns followed Lu Fern's footsteps and intentionally treated Shen Miao coldly. However, when Shen Miao was young, she was always been treated coldly and thus did not place it in her heart. As she drank the tea, she listened to Ba Zhao explaining the relationships of all the Ferns and remembered it to heart. Not only these cold treatment did not affect her, he allowed her to fully remember these people relationships. When leaving, naturally no one sent her off. Just as she was to board the horse carriage, unexpectedly someone stopped her. Upon turning one's head back, it was Ji Fern. Ji Yushu's mother had a dignified and amiable temperament, but her appearance was similar to Ji Yushu. She smiled as she saw Shen Miao. Yu'er had said to me that when he was in Mingqi's Ding capital, one had received Rui Wang Fei's care, so today I thank Wang Fei on behalf of Yu'er. Shen Miao blushed in her heart and continued to say that she dared not. After all, it was her that made use of Ji Yushu's Fengxian pawn shop on a lot of matters. Ji Fern saw that there was no one around and approached her closer to speak softly. Today Wang Fei had also seen the Lu family's fourth young lady. Single-heartedly wants to marry to the Prince Rui residence, but Wang Fei do not need to place her words to heart. If it was possible, then fourth young lady would already been Rui Wang Fei. It is only effort on one's lips. As for the imperial hunt that Yi Fern mentioned today, it is better for Wang Fei to mention it to the prince. Wang Fei mustn't be scheme into this deep water. Seeing that there were other Ferns that were coming out of the Lu residence, Ji Fern said, it is inconvenient for me to speak about the rest. If Wang Fei is free, do come over to the residence to sit. Most likely you are not familiar in Long Yi and I can talk to you about it. After that she said her goodbyes to Shen Miao and hastily left. On the road back, Shen Miao kept thinking about today's matter. She did not put Lu Wan'er's words to heart, but one did not know why. She felt very bothered with that Yi Fern. She asked Ba Zhao, in the banquet today, it seemed that one did not see Yi Fern's daughter. How many young ladies are there in the Yi family? Why did they not bring any out? Ba Zhao was startled before she shook her head. There are no young ladies in the Yi family. Why is there no young ladies? Shen Miao frowned. This is a matter that everyone knew in Long Yi. Ba Zhao said, the Prime Minister residence's Prime Minister Yi and Yi Fern were married young. Shortly after marriage, they had a daughter, but unfortunately she died young. Yi Fern was overly grieved and the relationship with the Prime Minister Yi got weakened. Prime Minister Yi later brought in a concubine and the concubine gave birth to a son, which is the current young Master Yi of the Prime Minister residence. Shen Miao frowned. There are no more other descendants in the Prime Minister residence. Ba Zhao shook her head. After Prime Minister Yi had young Master Yi, there was an assassination and he hurt his root and thus it was impossible for him to have any descendants. Shen Miao was flabbergasted. For such a high-ranking aristocratic family like the Yi family, how would there only be one son? She asked, there cannot be only one Shu son in the Yi family. That is not so. When the concubine gave birth to young Master Yi, she passed away as she was physically weak. But there are others who said that the Yi family killed the concubine. After young Master Yi's birth, he was raised under Yi Fern's name and have a position of a D son. But, Ba Zhao paused, even with a D son position, this young Master Yi was not valued by Yi Fern. Why is this so? Shen Miao was curious. Even though it was not one's flesh and blood, but under the situation that there was no other children and that he was raised under her name, Yi Fern should treat this D son better so that it would be better for the future. Young Master Yi was born with a congenital disease and his feet were unhealthy. This kind of people would not be able to enter officialdom, thus there were people who said that this generation of the Yi family would fall onto one's insignificance younger brother-in-law. Shen Miao then understood clearly in her heart. So he was a crippled, no wonder Yi Fern did not value him. Thinking about this, her heart brightened. Civil Yi family and military Lu family. The Lu family already sent consort Jing into the palace, but the Yi family did not. It was not because the Yi family did not have ambitions, but because the Yi family did not have any daughters. One feared that if one sent one's relative daughter in, it would not be easy to control. Now the current circumstances, Shen Miao could almost guess Emperor Yongli's plans. The Yi family was unable to be equal to the Lu family due to the descendant matter, and if they were to ally with the Lu family, once the ambitions in court were successful, it would only be the Lu family that would gain advantages. People would always have inferiority. Why was it that both of them were aristocratic families, but at the end you alone get everyone while one slowly diminish? It is better for me to overturn the water. Emperor Yongle most probably want to provoke an internal struggle between the Lu and Yi family and subdue the Yi family before dealing with the military power of the Lu family. It would be much easier like this. It was just that the Yi and Lu family had good relations for so many years and their interests were intertwined. The Yi family had the Lu family's weaknesses, and how could the Lu family not have the Yi family's weaknesses? It was not an easy thing to drive a wedge between them. As her mind was thinking about these matters, Shen Miao did not realize that the horse carriage had returned to the residence of Prince Rui of first rank. It was only until Ba Jiao called out, "Master," and someone knocking on her head and said, "What are you thinking that made you so entranced?" It was only then when Shen Miao saw Xie Jingxing. He had returned early today and was still wearing the dark red official uniform with an imposing look. Shen Miao got spirited and pulled his sleeves and headed to the study in a rush, saying, "Just in time. I have things to ask you." Xie Jingxing was stunned first before being helpless and let her pull him forward. It was Ba Jiao and Gu Yu, who were at the side, who were stunned silly. Ba Jiao said in all smiles, "Fern is indeed proactive." Gu Yu said, "That is ought to be." Tang Shu appeared from behind and said, "Look what look. Still don't work." Ba Jiao and Gu Yu stuck their tongues out and quickly left. Tang Shu looked at the closed doors and shook his head before sighing, "The red has not fallen, so how can it be proactive?" When in the room, Shen Miao then told Xie Jingxing of what had happened today. Xie Jingxing said, "The Imperial Hunt." Shen Miao nodded her head. It seemed somewhat unusual. The Imperial Hunt is on the second day of the 6th month of every year, and it was the established standard by the late emperor. Xie Jingxing said lazily, "However, Imperial older brother and I would only be wandering outside and would not go deep in." "Why?" Shen Miao asked. "Dangerous." Xie Jingxing lowered his voice. Shen Miao was startled. When Xie Jingxing saw her expression, he laughed and raised his eyebrows, scared already. "What is there for me to be scared?" Shen Miao looked at him. "Do you mean that there will be someone that will take action against the emperor and you? In the Imperial Hunt, the Imperial guards are all inside, so who would have such a courage? You have seen Mo Yu army before." Xie Jingxing suddenly changed the topic. "Those are my people and has nothing to do with Great Liang's army. Imperial older brother also knows about it. Do you know why the Mo Yu army was raised? Because the Imperial army is not trustable." Shen Miao quickly asked, but she somewhat could not believe in her heart. Xie Jingxing snapped his fingers. Shen Miao did not say anything. The world had said that Emperor Yongle was Great Liang's wise monarch and the younger generation of Great Liang were of high esteem. It seemed that the commoners were as such, but the officials and soldiers were not as loyal as rumored. There was no fighting and scheme in the Imperial family of Great Liang, but there was external aggressions. The Imperial army of the Imperial family was passed down from generation to generation. That was to say that the late emperor had passed down the people, but they refused to comply with the current emperor Yongle. Thinking about the cool tone of voice Xie Jingxing used on the late emperor previously, Shen Miao was curious in her heart. She hesitated for a moment before looking at Xie Jingxing to ask, "Speaking of which, at the beginning when you drifted to the Ding capital of Mingqi, what was exactly the circumstances and ongoings?" Hearing that, Xie Jingxing's gaze slightly changed. Shen Miao sat beside him and she could feel the coldness of his emotions at that moment. After a while, Xie Jingxing smiled and reached out to stroke Shen Miao's head. "How come there are so many questions? Want to know my secret again? If you want to know, then come and exchange yours." He smiled warmly. "One's body can also do." Shen Miao rolled her eyes. Xie Jingxing again said, "But you seemed not to be angry with Lu Honor's words at all." He was slightly dissatisfied. "Someone coveted over your husband and you were not furious at all. Shen Jiao Jiao, you really have no conscience." Shen Miao said, "Anyways, you will also not agree to it, isn't it so? The Lu family is ambitious and you most likely do not have a heart so big as to raise a poisonous snake at one side." Xie Jingxing laughed out loud and stared at her mouth. "Aren't I raising a poisonous snake at one side? It is also a beautiful snake." This person could not be serious for more than 3 sentences. Shen Miao could not be bothered to talk to him and just said, "The Yi family. What do you think of the Yi family?" Xie Jingxing pondered. The Yi family people are smarter than the Lu family and knows how to endure silently. Perhaps it is because of the matter of descendants. They are not as arrogant as the Lu family. Imperial older brother and I plan to start from the Yi family and incite disharmony between the Yi and Lu families. Shen Miao pulled back her hand. She did not know why, but when she faced Yi Fern today, she had an indescribable feeling. She seemingly felt that the Yi family was not as easy to deal with as it looked on surface, but this thought came unfathomably, that she did not know how it happened. However, Xie Jingxing saw her strange look and asked, "You seem to have something to say." Shen Miao shook her head. It was most likely she was too paranoid, thus she asked, "Will you be attending this Imperial Hunt? Ji Fern told me not to be schemed by others and I felt very strange." Xie Jingxing's expression turned slightly cold. "This time even if one is unwilling to go, you have to follow." "Why is it so?" "Today it is the 60th year sacrificial ceremony stipulated by the late emperor. In the Imperial Hunt, Imperial older brother must hunt a lion in the hunting grounds as it represents that the common year would be smooth and he is a wise monarch." "Lion," Shen Miao said, "that is a wild beast. In a general hunting ground, naturally safety was the most important. After all, the people who were hunting were all high-ranking officials and aristocrats and it was not good for one's life to be harmed. There would not be lions but wild hare or foxes, else a life would be lost in a moment of carelessness. Beasts are not to be feared." Xie Jingxing lips were raised but his smile was somewhat cold. Beasts would not release arrows secretly and is much safer than people. Only the Imperial army can be brought in and that was the rule set by the late emperor. However, it is difficult to say if the people of the Imperial army is loyal or not. Xie Jingxing raised an eyebrow, "So you have to know that this is a match that the late emperor left for his brothers. To let everyone under heaven's watch, Imperial older brother and I do not have any choice even though one knew clearly about it." He then looked at the sorrowful Shen Miao and pinched her face, "But you can rest assured that nothing will happen to you. Even though the females of the Imperial family follow by name, there is no need to enter the hunting grounds." Shen Miao asked, "Do you have assurance to manage?" There was a bad premonition in her heart and seemed to have seen through Xie Jingxing's joking expression that he was not relaxed at all. Xie Jingxing stared at her and shook his head, "No." Shen Miao's heart was lifted up tightly. Xie Jingxing smiled, "Swindle you only." Shen Miao glared angrily at him. Xie Jingxing stretched out lazily and said, "After the hunt is over then one will speak to you about matters of the palace so that you will not thinking of it all the day." He said in a smile yet not a smile, you are now my Xie family people, so one have to carry some things. Shen Miao's heart moved. Did it mean that Xie Jingxing planned to tell her about his secret? Xie Jingxing's identity, how he drifted to the Ding capital of Mingqi, with Emperor Longli's and Xie Jingxing's attitude towards the late emperor, she had felt that there was something in it. One could feel the heaviness of the matter vaguely as Xie Jingxing's frivolous mention of the past was not a common experience. Even though she would be pleased to know about this secrets, but why did she feel so uneasy about this imperial hunt? It was like something bad would be happening. Her heart was beating very fast and despite all the efforts to calm it, it was still restless. She kept silent but her fist was secretly clenched. In the Imperial Palace of Great Liang, Empress Xiande was listening to the palace-made recording of the events of today's bright summer banquet, and when she heard Shen Miao's with regards to the matter of being a concubine, I will not do it. Matters of brining and concubines for one's husband to spread out the branches is something I will not do. At the beginning when Prince Rui of first rank came to my Shen residence to propose marriage, he had already said that there would not be any other female in the inner courtyard of the prince residence. If it wasn't that, I would not marry so far away to Longyi. Empress Xiande could not help but laughed out. She was naturally gentle and dignified and was calm normally, but when she laughed, there was actually some charm of a young female. What made the empress so happy? Emperor Yongli's voice was heard from outside. His expression was a little cold, and when he saw Empress Xiande's appearance when he stepped in, there was a peculiar look that flashed in his eyes. Empress Xiande was smiling somewhat unrestrained. Kai Lian, repeat Wang Fei's words to his majesty. The palace made by the name of Kai Lian quickly lowered her head and mimicked Shen Miao words again. After hearing, Emperor Yongle brushed his sleeves and said furiously, babbling nonsense. Completely lack of regulations. Extremely impudent. Kai Lian jumped in shock and her entire body was somewhat trembling. The anger of the emperor was not something that a small palace maid like her could bear. Empress Xiande looked blaming at Emperor Yongle and said to Kai Lian, withdraw first. Kai Lian was relieved and quickly withdraw. Empress Xiande then smiled. Jingxing's wife has a temper that is made in heavens like him. Both of them are so straightforward, they are really temperamental people. It's all right that Xie Yuan is being willful, you are also following him to be willful. Emperor Yongle looked at Empress Xiande with dissatisfaction. The empress seemed to like Shen Miao very much. It had been a long time since someone this interesting appeared in Longyi. Empress Xiande smiled and watched Emperor Yongle sat by her side. Her tone of voice was soft but her voice was unable to hide the praise. Look like a smart person, but it is rare that one could maintain a sincere heart. One cannot see where the smarts is and also cannot see the sincerity. Emperor Yongle said coldly, it is however only a female that can dig for thoughts. If it was truly the case, with Jingxing astute nature, how could he not see it and still extremely like her? Emperor Yongle disapproved. Xie Yuan is young and cannot tell the difference between right and wrong, thus his heart and mind is confused by that woman. Empress Xiande sighed. She knew of Emperor Yongli's stubborn personality and did not want to compete with him. In any ways, Ben Gong viewed Jingxing's wife as a good person. If she was really good then she would not boast shamelessly and speak of jealously. Emperor Yongle was very dissatisfied. Could it be that the empress thinks that not spreading out the branches for the husband and bringing in concubines is the right behavior? Empress Xiande smiled faintly. That is naturally excellent. It is just that only very few female could do it. It is Rui Wang Fei's fortune that she could do it. Empress. Hearing that, Emperor Yongli's brows wrinkled and the gaze that he used to look at Empress Xiande was very strict. Chen Qi words are of indiscretion. Even though Empress Xiande said as such, there was not much apprehension in her expression as she said, be it persuading or not, it is better for your majesty to worry less about the residence of Prince Rui. Jingxing is one that has a mind of his own. By interfering, it would only attract his malice. Jen has one's viewpoint, Emperor Yongle said seriously. After a moment of silence, Empress Xiande said, is your majesty prepared for the imperial hunt next month? Only prepared a life. One was unable to see any expression on Emperor Yongli's face. Jen has already arranged everything. Can Chen Qi go along? Empress Xiande asked. Chen Qi wants to follow by your majesty's side. Jen will bring consort Jing along. Emperor Yongle said, if something happened to Jen, there is still you overseeing the inner palace. Empress Xiande hung her head down and did not speak. After a moment she lifted up her head and smiled gently. Chen Qi understands. The person Jen cannot feel reassured is Xie Yuan. Jen felt conscience-stricken to him when he was young and was hidden in Mingqi. But now even the stratagems are fixed. Jen could not finish the promised. In the future, be it if he hates Jen or understands Jen's painstaking effort, what Jen could do is only this much. Emperor Yongle looked outside as he said in disappointment and frustration, it is unfortunate that Imperial Mother was unable to see him before her death. If Imperial Mother knows in the underworld and sees that Jingxing is this outstanding, she would be delighted. Empress Xiande consoled. Empress, Emperor Yongle suddenly said. Empress Xiande looked at him and heard Emperor Yongle speaking, it is exhausting for you for all these years. It is Chen Qi's blessing to be able to share your majesty's trouble. Empress Xiande smiled. Her expression was calm, seemingly no matter how great the suffering was would not repel her grace and elegance at all. She said, Chen Qi has accompanied your majesty for decades and your majesty treats Chen Qi very well. Chen Qi is already content. Emperor Yongle looked at Empress Xiande and seemed to want to say something. His lips moved but nothing was said. He only looked somewhat complicated at Empress Xiande before moving his gaze away and onto the bronze crane in the main hall that was spitting out green smoke. Empress Xiande also looked at her sleeve quietly, as if those words that were just spoken were very commonly said. It was just that those eyes were a bit wet. The weather on the second day of the 6th month was wonderful. It was still raining intermittently the previous day but the sun was shining brightly the next day. Although there were muds in the mountain, the weather lately had been like that. Luo Tan stretched out lazily. There were a lot of ice that were placed in the room so even though the summer days were long and hot, the room was still dry and refreshing. The maid in the room smiled as she asked, young lady want to go where to look today? Luo Tan looked at the small toys that were piled up to a small mountain, I don't know. We'll just go and ask Dr. Gao. Gentleman Gao has gone out today and will only return tomorrow night. The maid said, he has let this servant inform young lady that if young lady wants to go out, this servant will follow along and some guards will also be called along, and buy whatever you fancy. Is there some matter? Luo Tan said, is there patient for him to travel too? The maid smiled and did not answer. Luo Tan waved her hands, since this is the case, then I will shop around casually. She had arrived in Longyi for more than a month and for these days, she was always with Gao Yang. Gao Yang said that medical practitioners were borderless and when he was young, he had experiences of traveling and had lived in Longyi for a period of time. This residence in Longyi was his and even though Luo Tan felt that these words were somewhat strange, she was not suspicious after everyone in the residence said as such. That messenger that sent the letter to Shen Miao was sent back by Gao Yang, saying that Shen Miao had agreed to bring Luo Tan along and would take good care of Luo Tan. One did not know how Gao Yang lied but afterwards the Shen family indeed did not come back. The side of the Shen family was concealed and Luo Tan was thinking about it in her heart. After a few more days of playing in Longyi, she would then look for Shen Miao and confess to everything. If now she were to say, she feared that Shen Miao and Prince Rui will send her back. She had not play or eat enough, so how could she leave now? Luo Tan walked out of the doors, and when she walked to the courtyard, she heard some noises far away from the other side of the wall and asked the maid beside her, "What is outside that is so bustling?" The maid smiled. "It is the Imperial Hunt today and it is the 60th year festival. His Majesty is also going to the hunting grounds to hunt and is currently followed by the Imperial Army, thus the commoners on the streets are cheering." Luo Tan liked bustling scenes and thus she said, "Then let's also go and take a look. Can it be that one will be able to see His Majesty's heavenly appearance?" That maid's expression changed slightly and she shook her head. The streets are very crowded with people and moreover His Majesty is in the canopy and could not be seen. Luo Tan was somewhat enthusiastic and that maid smiled. "This servant will first prepare some snacks to eat during the journey. After a moment, this servant will accompany young lady to wherever one wants to go." "You go then," Luo Tan said. After waiting for that maid to leave, Luo Tan sneaked out from the back doors and murmured, "It is not too much to watch from afar." Her figure quickly disappeared from the courtyard. After Shen Miao washed and groomed, she saw Xie Jingxing change his clothes. Because of the hunt today, he had worn a riding attire that was suitable for hunting. Narrow sleeves, high-necked collar, waistband strap, green boots with dark flower embroideries, making him look very neat and refreshing, but because the riding gear was very fitting, he looked like an elegant noble gentleman. Upon seeing Shen Miao, Xie Jingxing frowned. These clothes. It was after all in a hunting ground and in a hot summer day, so Jing Jie feared that Shen Miao would faint with the heat and specifically round a light breezy clothes. Beneath the robes was a pair of silk trousers that was wide and breezy, but the robes on top was a thin layer of yarn, with only a tube top on her chest. The light purple seemed to look like a cloud. Shen Miao looked dignified on normal days and this dressing made her a little charming that one was unable to describe it. Shen Miao looked at herself. Not good. Xie Jingxing said, "It is cool in the mountain. It is better to wear a coat." Shen Miao, where would there be cool breeze in the 6th month? Moreover Long Yi was always warm. Xie Jingxing then added, "Your body and complexion belongs to the Xie family and cannot be sunburned." Shen Miao, I understand. Jing Jie, go bring a coat over. Xie Jingxing then let the matter rest. When outside, Mo Qing and some of the guards of the residence of Prince Rui were ready and Ba Jiao was also present. Jing Jie and Gu Yu did not have to follow today and Xie Jingxing transferred a guard, Wei Xiong, from Mo Yu army to disguise with Ba Jiao as personal maids to protect Shen Miao's safety. The more elaborate Xie Jingxing planned, the more uneasy Shen Miao's heart felt. Today because of the 60th year festival of the Imperial Hunt, she had to come and even if there was no such thing, Shen Miao would not stay behind in the residence of Prince Rui. It was not because of anything but because her right eyelid had been jumping non-stop, as if indicating that something would be happening. Her worried and troubled appearance fell into Xie Jingxing's eyes and Xie Jingxing thought about it before walking with Shen Miao towards the door. Why so depressed? Shen Miao said, "Seem to always feel uneasy. Your husband has a great life." His lips raised up. "Fern, no, not need to worry." Shen Miao rolled her eyes but saw that there was no horse carriage at the doors and asked, "The horse carriage is not brought over yet?" Xie Jingxing smiled and pulled Shen Miao to the doors. Mo Qing came forward with a horse and with a flip, Xie Jingxing was up on the horse when he suddenly pulled Shen Miao's hand. Shen Miao could not prevent him from pulling her up in place in Xie Jingxing's embrace. "The horse carriage is too slow." He lowered his head to look at Shen Miao and said, "Not too fast or slow. You know archery but do you know horse riding?" Shen Miao was about to speak when Xie Jingxing interrupted her words. "It is all right if one doesn't know. This husband will teach you." Finishing, he used the horse whip and the horse neighed loudly before galloping away. The bodyguards that was behind seemed to have followed along. Shen Miao's back was leaning against Xie Jingxing and in his embrace but her heart could not help but be shocked. That horse was a good, precious and valuable horse that ran very fast. Xie Jingxing's horse riding skills were very good that he could maneuver all the twists and turns. The crowds in the market exclaimed in shock but he just laughed out arrogantly. Shen Miao recalled about the first time seeing Xie Jingxing in this lifetime. It was in front of Guang Wentang when that purple-clad handsome youth sat high on top of the horse, lazily and arrogantly sizing up the crowd. His breathing was just by her ears and seemed to almost stuck next to her cheeks. His low-pitched but pleasant laughter was heard overhead and Shen Miao's heart was also infected by it. In fact she also yearned to have such freedom like this. She would stand on top of the 9 palaces and looked at the eagles that were flying far high and yearned to live freely with one horse was under one's feet. However her entire life was trapped in the depths of the palace, guarding the man that did not love her and fight to live for her children. It seemed that she had not had such a pleasant time in public for a long time. Shen Miao smiled. "In Long Yi, you are also as rude as you were in Ding capital." "To go to the furthest but not exceeding," Xie Jingxing answered. He then looked down again at her and lifted her chin before chuckling lowly, "You are not as unrestrained in Ding capital than in Long Yi." Shen Miao was startled while Xie Jingxing continued smiling. "I like this kind of Shen Jiao Jiao more." "Me too," Shen Miao said with a smile. Xie Jingxing's movements paused and even the horse's movements slowed down. He said, "You also like this me?" "No," Shen Miao said, "I also like this kind of me." The laughter of the two persons drifted along the summer breeze and among the guards behind them, Wei Xiong whispered to Ba Jiao's ears, "Isn't it said that Fern has a cold personality and it is all our master's wishful thinking? It looks like the relationship is not bad." "Fern's personality is not cold at all," Ba Jiao said with all smiles. "Fern is a good person." When the morning sun spread across the earth, Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing finally arrived at the hunting grounds. The external part of the hunting grounds was a forest while the internal part of the grounds was Waluan Peak. Waluan Peak was a unique peak in Long Yi as there were dense forest and sharp cliffs. It was a rare picturesque view but there were many beasts. The roads were difficult to go on because of the presence of beasts. It was the late emperor regulation to use this hunting ground as the Imperial Hunt. Moreover when the late emperor was alive, according to the rules that were set by the founding emperor, on the Imperial Hunt of the 60th year, the current emperor would personally enter the hunting grounds to hunt a lion without rest and use the lion as a sacrifice. During previous Imperial hunts, the previous emperors would meet with dangers but because of Imperial army that was following, there were no issues. However this year was not like the past and with the Imperial army, it seemed to be even more dangerous than without the Imperial army. The appearances of Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing was undoubtedly very eye-catching. Everyone saw that they did not take the horse carriage and were all stunned when both of them shared a ride. Emperor Yongle and Consort Jing had arrived first and Consort Jing exclaimed in shocked, "As part of the Imperial family, how could one be this rude?" Emperor Yongle looked at Xie Jingxing with a frown, seemingly unhappy with his approach of doing things. Xie Jingxing supported Shen Miao down the horse and walked over to Emperor Yongle in front of everyone. Emperor Yongle was also wearing a bright yellow ridding gear. Emperor Yongle was not too old and had a handsome appearance. It was just that his temperament was golden when wearing the ridding gear. Both brothers seemed to have robbed all the limelight from the male guests. Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao greeted Emperor Yongle but none of them bothered with Consort Jing. When Consort Jing saw it, she bit her lips but suddenly smiled as she looked at Shen Miao. Today Rui Wangfei came to the hunting grounds with Prince Rui and both husband and wife were deeply affectionate that even a ride was shared. It is indeed envious. Finishing, she changed the topic. As such, one thinks that when Prince Rui of first rank enters the inner fields of the hunting ground, Wang Fei will also follow incorrect. Before Shen Miao could reply, Emperor Yongle frowned and said coldly, she does not need to enter. Consort Jing was startled as she did not expect that Emperor Yongle would suddenly speak. She was thinking that if Shen Miao entered the inner fields with Prince Rui, since there were so many ferocious beasts in the inner fields that even with Prince Rui protecting and even if Shen Miao was not injured, she would have a scared expression and it was a happy thing for her. That day during the bright summer banquet, those unforgiving words that Shen Miao had spoken to the Lu family had reached Consort Jing's ears. Consort Jing was determined to give Shen Miao a bitter time but did not expect that Emperor Yongle would help Shen Miao. Even though Consort Jing was arrogant, she did not dare to go against Emperor Yongle. However, Shen Miao understood in her heart that Emperor Yongle was not speaking out on her behalf. It was only because today both brothers will be entering the inner fields and it was very dangerous. Perhaps Emperor Yongle and Xie Jingxing had already arranged everything and an additional person entering would only be an additional variable. Most likely Emperor Yongle feared that her entering would influence their plans. Xie Jingxing smiled and glanced at Consort Jing. Even though he did not say anything but Consort Jing felt that the warning from the gaze. One did not know why but other than Emperor Yongle, the person she feared the most was this young prince of first rank that she even feared Prince Rui more than her own father. Seeing Consort Jing no longer speaking, Xie Jingxing grasped Shen Miao's shoulders. Since the emperor have no other matters, I will bring Zhao Zhao around. She just come to Longyi and is not very familiar with the people here. Finishing his words, he did not care about what expression Emperor Yongle had and just left with Shen Miao. After walking a few steps, one saw Ji Yushu running over in excitement from afar. He ran all the way and stopped in front of them, third older brother. Cao Zi. Shen Miao looked at Ji Yushu's bright smile and was unable to connect this manager of Feng Xian pawn shop that was opened in Mingqi for so many years with the young master of Great Liang's left minister's family. She asked a question that she kept thinking about, why do you always call him third older brother? Oh, Ji Yushu was stunned and looked at Xie Jingxing, you did not mention to Cao Zi. Seeing Xie Jingxing not speaking, Ji Yushu scratched his head and smiled at Shen Miao. In fact, one could call third older Biao brother. I am cousins with third older Biao brother and according to the ranking of brothers in the clan generation, he is number 3. Third older brother's imperial mother is my Yimu. We are maternal cousins. After Shen Miao heard Ji Yushu speaking, she then understood. So Ji Yushu's mother and Xie Jingxing's imperial mother were full-blooded sisters. Ji Yushu was also considered as the imperial family and was maternal cousins as Xie Jingxing. No wonder even though Xie Jingxing said that Ji Yushu was not good, he still take great care of him. Ji Yushu laughed twice and waved his hands. One heard that my mother had seen Cao Zi and my mother also said that Cao Zi was very good, dignified, wise and as a daughter of a noble house. If it was not third older brother that took action early, she would blame me for not marrying back such a beauty like Cao Zi when I was in Mingqi. Xie Jingxing said calmly, Ji Yushu, do you want to go to the tower prison? I am only joking. Ji Yushu jumped up and ran like his buttocks were on fire. One heard that Gao Yang is also here. I will go look for him. Cao Zi, play around slowly. He then disappeared for afar. Shen Miao was in between laughter and tears as she turned to ask Xie Jingxing, Gao Yang is also here. Why did one not see him? He is an official, most likely would come later. He then said, Gao Yang is the Chancellor of Health Affairs. Shen Miao smiled, I know. You do have the ability to inquire Gao Yang's identity. Xie Jingxing said with a laugh but it was not a laugh. Shen Miao heart jumped and did not have anything suddenly. She knew of Gao Yang's identity because of her experiences in her past lifetime and Mingqi's tribute as the person who came was not Xie Jingxing but Gao Yang. Thus from the beginning, Shen Miao's attitude to Gao Yang was that she had long knew that Gao Yang was Xie Jingxing's people. Fortunately Xie Jingxing was not entangled on this issue and only said, when the hunt begins, you will follow me to the fields of the hunt to catch some hares. When C sheet 9 to 11 am arrives, I will follow Imperial older brother to the infield and the guards will be left for you. You are free to stroll around the field. After pausing, he then said, Yin Yu is also here today, I will let Ji Yushu mention it to her. If I did not return later, go back to the city with Yin Yu and she will send you to the prince residence. You will not come back later. Shen Miao looked at him with suspicion. Actually when Xie Jingxing take action, he would be very confident about it. When in Mingqi, when he had the identity of the heir of the residence of the Marquis of Linen, even under the Fu family's monitoring, he could still easily complete his plans and that was enough to show that he was not one who acted in a rush. But why this time Shen Miao felt that it was not good and followed Xie Jingxing here, now there were doubts in his words. Rest assured, Imperial older brother and I have made preparations. He smiled warmly, the 2 months has not arrived yet so how could I bear to be dead? Shen Miao pushed him. Under the public eyes, she did not want to accompany Xie Jingxing to be shameless. Upon turning her head around, she felt a gaze on herself and looked towards that direction but saw Yi Furen, who was at the bright summer banquet, looking at her. Yi Furen wore light clothes and that easy to walk in and stood far away. Their gaze met and she did not evade it and smiled gently. It was just that the gaze made Shen Miao feel uncomfortable on instinct. She asked, the Yi family is also going to hunt today. Yi Mao is the prime minister so naturally he has to follow. But the officials would only be in the outer fields and not enter the inner fields. Xie Jingxing followed Shen Miao's gaze and discovered that she was staring at Yi Furen and asked curiously, you seem to be very concerned with Yi Furen. What happened? One did not know why. Shen Miao frowned, the Yi family people always did not give me a good feeling. It is best that you guard against them. Imperial older brother is currently interested in pulling the Yi family over so every action of the Yi family is monitored and nothing is wrong. Xie Jingxing thought and saw Shen Miao's cautious look before comforting her. They are outside the area and would not influence the situation. There is no need to worry. When Shen Miao looked at Yi Furen again, Yi Furen had already turned around to talk to other Furens. Shen then suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and let it be. When the time was up, the hunt would begin. The officials that came today were not of low status and these officials will accompany in the hunt while the female family would watch the activities. Those who were more courageous would go into the outer fields and those who had a quieter temperament would stay outside the hunting area to wait. Coincidentally, Lu Wan'er also came today. Most likely Lu Wan'er had spent a lot of effort in dressing as her riding attire was very beautiful that it made her look peerlessly delicate. If Shen Miao was not there, she would be the most eye-catching person in the entire occasion. Consort Jing and Lu Wan'er were sisters after all and with the Lu family's protection and doting, she had all the temperament of rich young lady. It was just that Shen Miao was there so her fabulous riding outfit was a little bland. Even though it was pretty, but standing together with Prince Rui, there was a sense of incomparable. It was no wonder at all as it was Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao that have a strange sense of harmony. Forget about Prince Rui, since he was Emperor Yongle younger blooded brother and a true royalty, thus he was filled with elegance. But Shen Miao was only a common official family's daughter in Mingqi and moreover it was a family of military lineage but had this kind of magnanimous and nobility that made one felt dignified. Both of their atmosphere were seamless that let alone a person like Lu Wan'er, even if it was an immortal, it would be incomparable. Lu Wan'er was however unaware of it and walked to Shen Miao under everyone's somewhat strange gaze. Even though she was facing Shen Miao to speak, her eyes were glued onto Xie Jingxing. Her voice was delicate and sweet and the tone of voice she was using seemed to have become honey. Wang Fei of first rank, one did not expect that one could meet you here today. On the day of the bright summer banquet, one felt familiarity at first sight with Wang Fei of first rank and thought that when one is free, one would definitely meet up with you. One did not think that one can encounter it now. It is really fated. Lu Wan'er talked to Shen Miao courteously and obediently, without half of a shadow of the bossy and domineering manner of the bright summer banquet. Shen Miao's heart was laughing and she wondered what was in the brains of this Lu Wan'er's. Could it be that she believed that Xie Jingxing would believe whatever she said? Moreover, there were other residences for and present and Shen Miao would not hide anything and tell Xie Jingxing the truth. Lu Wan'er did not display any familiarity at first sight but hatred to the bones. As Lu Wan'er spoke, she did not wait for Shen Miao to reply and looked at Xie Jingxing. Her unconcealed affection was all over her gaze as she said sweetly, Prince Rui of first rank also looked very prestigious today. Early before, one had seen during an encounter in older sister's palace. At that time, Prince Rui of first rank praised Wan'er Qin's skills as outstanding. Now Wan'er practices Qin even more and has improved a lot. One did not know when your highness Prince of first rank would be free to give pointers to Wan'er. Shen Miao paused and involuntarily looked towards Xie Jingxing. Lu Wan'er would not like in front of Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing actually heard Lu Wan'er's playing Qin and praised Lu Wan'er Qin's skills as outstanding. Seeing Shen Miao's suspicious gaze, Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up and laughed. Oh, not happy. Shen Miao looked away. Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders and when he looked towards Lu Wan'er, his expression was changed. His handsome brows were still lazy as he spoke but there was no smile on his face. At the beginning when one spoke to Imperial older brother, one encountered Consort Qing and Consort Jing said that fourth Lu young lady was playing Qin in Jinghua Palace and wanted Imperial older brother to go over to listen. This prince listened to it that day but said that it was as comparable to crows. Fourth Lu young lady, you cannot even differentiate between compliment and sarcasm. It seems that it is really necessary to get a teacher to give pointers to one's brain. Shen Miao almost burst out laughing as she did not realize Lu Wan'er was slow-witted to this level. Xie Jingxing did not give other face at all when he speaks so how would he care if there were other people around or not? Lu Wan'er's face immediately became red. In fact in Jinghua Palace, after she finished playing the Qin, her entire heart was concentrated on Prince Rui and it was jumping so loudly as she was indulging on Prince Rui's appearance. How would she be able to hear in what Prince Rui said? She was not here clearly and thought that Prince Rui was praising her and now that Prince Rui made it clear, she now looked like a joke thus Lu Wan'er was stunned on the spot. Xie Jingxing swept her an angry look and said, and this prince is a brother of the emperor, in the future Lu fourth young lady better not mention about one going to the palace of a consort. Those who do not know would think that Lu fourth young lady is deliberately provoking something. This prince is unable to afford to have such an offense. Finishing, he then pulled Shen Miao away and threw Lu Wan'er alone by herself at the original spot. Shen Miao felt that Lu Wan'er was silly enough to be pitiful and asked Xie Jingxing, the Lu family is so powerful so how did they raise all their young ladies like this? Be it Consort Jing or Lu Wan'er, they could be able to fight with the previous Shen Miao. It was just that Shen Miao was deliberately raised by the second and third household of the Shen family to have such a character but these Lu Wan'er and Consort Jing is Lu Fern's biological daughters. Xie Jingxing said, one's whole heart is in court battling, naturally discipline of one's children are neglected. Moreover the Lu family has always indulged daughters and cultivate sons. Shen Miao then understood it clearly. With the Lu family's business, even if the daughters in the family were married casually, they would not worry about food or clothes in this lifetime and even being arrogant was alright as their strong maiden family was behind them. As they were speaking, Xie Jingxing had already pulled Shen Miao to the edge of the hunting ground. There were a few officials and a few females who had picked their horses. When Xie Jingxing walked nearer, Tai Yi led two horses over. One of the horse was a tall black handsome one while the other was a slightly short red pony. Xie Jingxing supported Shen Miao up the red horse, while he rode the black horse. Emperor Yongli's end began to move and the Imperial army were also prepared to head in with Emperor Yongla. The drummers began to rhythmically beat the drums, as if one was playing some ancient tune. As the drum beats became faster and faster, it became more urgent till at the end an arrow was shot and flew straight to a golden fruit that was hung at the far end and the drummers stopped drumming suddenly. The hunt has started. Xie Jingxing brought Shen Miao to the outer fields and Mo Qing and a few of them followed. Upon entering the hunting grounds, one can bring along a few guards. However there were not much danger in the outer fields and under the broad daylight, nothing would happen so bringing them along were just in case. When will you be entering the inner fields? Shen Miao asked Xie Jingxing as she rode the horse. She had not been riding a horse for a long time but this horse was docile and she could control it easily. Imperial older brother will send a signal to me on Sishi, 9 to 11 a.m. and then I will leave. Xie Jingxing sat up straight. Now one can still accompany you around. Do you want to hunt a fox? Shen Miao, fox. Xie Jingxing reached out and grabbed her reins. Follow me. Xie Jingxing had good hunting skills. Shen Miao had no doubts that if he was not Great Liang's Prince Rui and just an ordinary mountain folk, with this set of hunting skills, he would be able to make a fortune. About the matter of shooting with great precision, Shen Miao had always felt it was just Shen Chu bragging but now she had finally seen it. Xie Jingxing's aim was very good that he would hit all his targets. It was only a short time and their horses' back were already full of prey. Even though they were all small animals, but it was very rare. What else you want to hunt? Xie Jingxing smiled proudly, I will help you to hunt. Just as Shen Miao was about to speak, she saw Kong Yong rushing over from the other side and said out of breath, Master. It is not good. The Emperor has entered the inner fields. Just now Tai Yi and me did a search and were unable to see the Emperor. There were horse tracks at the bottom of Waluan Peak. Inner fields. Xie Jingxing frowned, did not give any signal and went in alone. His gaze flashed and he barked lowly, darn it. Darn it. Xie Jingxing suddenly turned around and instructed Mo Qing and the few, escort Fern out of the outer fields. Tai Yi, follow me. Shen Miao said, you are going to the inner fields now. The uneasy feeling in her heart got heavier that Shen Miao almost had the urge to pull Xie Jingxing back and prevent him from leaving. Xie Jingxing looked at her deeply and there was a seriousness in his eyes for the first time. There are changes to the plan. Shen Miao clenched her hands to fists and looked at him. I will wait for your return. Xie Jingxing did not speak anymore and turned the horse head before whipping it as Tai Yi followed behind. As the two of them gradually got further away, their figure disappeared from the dust clouds that the horses made. Shen Miao tightly held the reins as she sat on the horse's back. At such a time, she no longer had any mood to wander around in the outer fields by herself. Mo Qing said, Fern, let's return. Shen Miao nodded her head and Mo Qing, with a group of guards, escorted Shen Miao out. Despite this, Shen Miao's heart was still thumping loudly non-stop and she kept on trying to calm herself down. She started to think carefully about every small details of the matter. There seemed to be serious danger towards today's matter. Emperor Yongli's position in Great Liang's court was not as stable as one imagined. In it, the Lu family's army were more critical and there seemed to be rebellious intention, and the most important thing was that the Lu family was the late emperor's power. Could it be that there was something between Emperor Yongle and the late emperor? It seemed as if some emperor was unwilling to pass the throne to the son. Could it be that Emperor Yongli's position was not passed down in official methods and some means were used so the late emperor was resentful and would still lay a big net even after dying for so many years, in order to pull him down the horse one day? Xie Jingxing and Emperor Yongle should have made some arrangements for this, but one did not know why Emperor Yongle went into the inner fields and headed to Wafeng Peak. There were only two possibilities. First, someone in the Imperial army forced Emperor Yongle and thus Emperor Yongle was forced to enter the inner fields early. Second was that this was Emperor Yongli's own intention and it was a sudden decision and did not discuss it with Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao felt that it should be the second one because there were still some officials and other people walking in the outer fields. Even if there were people with evil intentions hiding in the Imperial army, they would not choose to take action here and would definitely let Emperor Yongle enter the inner fields and take action without anyone around. But why did Emperor Yongle enter in advance, and what decision made Xie Jingxing so nervous that a grim look, that Shen Miao had never seen on Xie Jingxing, appeared on his face? She walked groggily with the horse and an eagle flying past gave a long shriek. Her heart suddenly went alive and an incredulous thought entered her mind. However, that thought was quickly rejected by him as she shook her head and secretly pressed her heart. After leaving the outer field, at first glance, she saw Ji Furen. Ji Furen did not enter the hunting grounds with Ji Darren and was waiting outside. Since Shen Miao did not have any acquaintance in Longyi, she went up to greet Ji Furen. Why did Wang Fei of first rank come out so early? Ji Furen smiled. One thought that one will play longer inside. There are a lot of foxes in the outer fields and if one is lucky, one will be able to see black foxes. The scarf made from their fur are warm and beautiful. Shen Miao smiled gently. I only follow them for the fun and bustle and do not know how to hunt. She then looked at Ji Furen and said, Furen, no need to call me Wang Fei. Since we are relatives, it is all right to call me Zhao Niang. As such, I can thicken my skin to call Furen Yi Mu. Ji Furen was startled, then her smile got much warmly. So Jingxing had told you about it. In this case then I would not do all those headache things and just call Zhao Niang. Shen Miao smiled. Luo Shuiyan did not have sisters and only brothers, so she only had Juju and no Yi Mu, thus it was refreshing to now have an additional Yi Mu. But seeing Ji Furen dignified self, she seemed to be one who knew the situation and her words were straightforward. Shen Miao thought about it and find that it should be as such, else how would one be able to raise Ji Yushu with such a personality? Ji Furen pulled Shen Miao's hand and led it another way while speaking. Today Jingxing and Xingji entered the hunting grounds, so you and I will wait outside. When the sun sets, they would return and at that time both of you can come to the Ji residence for a meal. Speaking of which, after Jingxing's return this time, he had not gone to our residence for a meal. Shen Miao smiled and complied and instantly thought about Xie Jingxing and started to be somewhat worried before asking, Yi Mu, the fight in the inner fields, is it dangerous or not? One fear that it is not easy to hunt a lion. Ji Furen signed. This was the regulation that was established during the founding of the country. After so many years, it was originally abolished, but at the end the late emperor. She suddenly stopped and looked at Shen Miao with a smile. You need not worry. The Imperial army is brought along and even though the beasts are ferocious, those guards are not vegetarians. Moreover, both fathers have martial arts skills and are not idlers with no strength to kill a chicken. It is more than enough power to protect themselves. When Shen Miao heard it, she also smiled along, but in her heart, it seemed that Ji Furen was not aware of matter. If she knew, she would not reveal such a relaxed expression. That Imperial army was not as safe that they looked on the surface. Ji Furen was not one who could discuss matters with, and at this time Shen Miao was somewhat regretful as she should bring Pei Lang along. At least now she could discuss matters. She did not know anyone in Longyi and knew nothing about Xie Jingxing's arrangements, thus it was not good to make other arrangements. The outer fields was far from the edge of the grove, thus there was would-be breeze. Because those who came were nobles, there were a lot of ice that were transported over. Currently it was refreshing and a few young ladies and ferns were sitting there as they drank tea and eat snacks. When they saw their family returning and bringing some hunted prey, they felt happy and went up to show off. It was really an interesting way of entertainment. Shen Miao's heart gradually sank. She looked at the faraway Wafeng Peak. It was so far away that one could not see it. Everyone here was happy chatting, but who knew if it was a scene of fighting and killing? Was the fight with just a lion or was it with a golden dragon of 9 heavens? Just as she was thinking, someone walked over. Shen Miao looked up and saw that it was that sharp and silent Yi Furen. Yi Furen walked to Ji Furen's side and sat down before smiling to Ji Furen. Why did you not enter? How would I know how to hunt? One is only merely watching. Ji Furen also smiled along. Even though the Ji family and Yi family did not have much interaction, on surface, one had to do what needs to be done. After Yi Mao Kai's official rank was not much different from Left Minister Ji and was a little higher. Ji Furen said. Yi Furen also did not enter. I will not enter. Yi Furen waved her hands. My body of bones will not be able to withstand the horse movements at all. Her gaze landed on Shen Miao. Why did Wang Fei of first rank not enter? Just now one had seen the prince of first rank accompanying Wang Fei to enter. Why not play a while more? Shen Miao's heart thumped. Yi Furen's words seemed to be probing something. Could it be that she knew of the matters in the inner fields? The Lu and Yi families were special and it was worth noting. She said, the sun is too big and one feel dizzy in the outer field, thus one returned first. Afterwards she then put on a slight disappointment look. Moreover, I don't like to see scenes of killing. Ji Furen smiled. Rui Wang Fei is soft-hearted, but this is of no wonder. Even ordinary females would not be willing to see rabbits being killed. Seeming afraid that Yi Furen would continue to interrogate Shen Miao, Ji Furen changed the topic on purpose and asked Yi Furen, speaking of which, some days back, one heard that young Master Yi's illness erupted again. Is he better? Young Master Yi. Naturally this was referring to the son of the Yi family that the concubine birthed to and was raised under Yi Furen's name as a D son. When Yi Furen heard it, she said, still all right. It is an old illness that would be painful when it rains and there has not been any way out of it. Her tone of voice was of indifference. Shen Miao later learned from Ba Zhao that this young Master Yi was the D son of the Yi family on surface and the servants all treated him respectfully, but behind his back they all felt that he did not have any future. Yi Furen only treated him all right on the surface and did not really care about him. Shen Miao felt that this young Master Yi, that she had not met, was a bit pitiful. Ji Furen then talked to Yi Furen some other matters. Most likely it was deliberate, to move Yi Furen's attention to somewhere else. Afterwards, Yi Furen seemed to be impatient and got up to leave. Shen Miao and Ji Furen then sat down again to wait. The sun gradually set and there was no signs of Emperor Yongle and Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao instructed Mo Qing, go and inquire if there are any information of them. Ji Furen smiled. One must not be worried. There have been times that because of the patience required for hunting, time would often pass quickly. The routes in Wafeng Peak are too steep and it would not be easy to move around in the dark, thus one would wait to the next day to return. Even though the words were as such, the slightest anxiety in her eyes was caught by Shen Miao. Shen Miao did not know if she was too sensitive or if she did not know about some things of Xie Jingxing. She might be able to really be assured, but this time she had a bad feeling about it and knew that Xie Jingxing was not as calm as he looked on the surface when he left, so her heart was tightly hanged up. The sun set behind the mountain and the skies gradually became dark. The emperor had yet to return, and other than a few young ladies and some female members who returned, the officials were still around the hunting grounds. When Shen Miao asked Ji Furen if this was the first time like this, Ji Furen said, "It is not the case, but usually there would only be a few." Some officials had already set up camp and used long cloth to build a tent. Even though the night was not as exposed as the summer days, one feared catching a cold. The Ji family had also built such a tent. Shen Miao was still walking outside but saw that Lu Wan'er was standing not far away and talking to a middle-aged male. She seemed to be pleading whiningly, but that male was unmoved, and afterwards Lu Wan'er was pulled up the horse carriage by others and escorted away by a group of guards. Most likely Lu Wan'er wanted to remain here, but that male did not allow it. Just as Shen Miao was about to leave, that male seemed to have felt Shen Miao's gaze and turned his head sharply and revealed a fierce face. His stature was like a bear and bloodthirst filled his aura as if he was very violent. He looked at Shen Miao with a sinister gaze. Bao Zhao said, "This is the master of the Lu family, General Lu Chunjiang." Shen Miao understood. This was Lu Wan'er's father and the military commander of the Lu family. Immediately her heart felt strange. Both were military commanders, but Shen was heroic, but one did not look that violent like this person, who seemed to be unable to conceal the murderous intent in his heart. It was just like one was a naturally killing god. Shen Miao previously still felt strange that Lu Furen, Lu Wan'er and even consort Jing did not seem to be smart at all, so how did the Lu family maintain such a strong famous reputation? Now seeing Lu Chunjiang, she understood. With such a killing god, no wonder Emperor Yongle was unable to take action against the Lu family easily. For Lu Chunjiang to remain here, one did not know if he was waiting for a result in the Wafeng Peak or not. Shen Miao was pondering about it and her gaze moved away from Lu Chunjiang and she left. The Lu family remained here and Yi Furen also remained here. Yi Mao Kai had returned and was talking to Yu Furen. The Lu and Yi families were all present, and if something happened to Emperor Yongle, would the Lu and Yi families take the opportunity to make a rebellious move? Looking around, some high-ranking officers had already reached the tents and were talking to their Furens. They all treated this hunt as an interesting game and only wait for Emperor Yongle and Xie Jingxing to hunt a lion back to use as a sacrifice in the ceremony. Shen Miao stopped and looked towards the skies. The stars were quiet as the summer breeze blew onto her face. It was indeed refreshing. But in such a night, was it truly as calm as it was on the surface? Ji Furen called her, "Zhao Niang, it is cold outside, come into the tent first." Shen Miao smiled and went in. Master Ji was not in the tent as the high-ranking officials were in groups of 3s and 5s, sitting together and drinking. It was a rare leisure time, so how would one let this opportunity go? Ji Furen poured a hot cup of tea for Shen Miao. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen to them. It is however you, if you catch a cold because of this and Jingxing blame it to me. I cannot afford to bear it." Shen Miao laughed. He would not dare. After speaking, she thought about something and hesitated for a bit before finally asking. It seemed that His Highness and the late Emperor's relationship is not good. Hearing it, Ji Furen was suddenly stunned. She smiled. Why suddenly ask about the late Emperor? Even though Ji Furen was concealing her very best, Shen Miao could feel the hate that flashed in Ji Furen. Shen Miao had always been curious what kind of role the late Emperor played in the courts of Long Yi and in Xie Jingxing's and Emperor Yongli's lives. Since Ji Furen was sisters with the late Empress, she would definitely have some knowledge of the late Emperor. Could one be able to know some information relating to the late Emperor from Ji Furen? Shen Miao did not conceal and said simply, "One heard His Highness mentioning it, but it was not said clearly, thus one's heart is somewhat curious." Ji Furen looked at her in amazement and immediately said, "One did not expect that he even tell this to you." She then smiled. "In the end, this is Jingxing's family matters and it would not be good if I tell you about it. In another day, you can ask Jingxing frankly about it and you will be able to know everything." This was indicating that she was unwilling to speak about it. But it was preciously Ji Furen's attitude that Shen Miao could confirm her conjecture. The late Emperor indeed was somewhat opposed to the two brothers. Seeing Ji Furen's attitude, one thought that he also did not treat the late Empress's maiden family well. As she was thinking in her heart about these matters, Ji Furen also fell into her deep thoughts and only reacted after a long time and said to Shen Miao, "Don't mention about these without any rhyme or reason. Zhao Niang, take a nap first. If they come back tomorrow morning and you waited till then one's body would be harmed." How could Shen Miao sleep at such a time? She only had thoughts in her mind. "I will sit here for a while since I cannot sleep anyways." Seeing her stubbornness, Ji Furen did not persuade more. After talking a while, Ji Furen herself became tired. She was not as young as Shen Miao and could not stay up late, thus she nodded off in the tent. Shen Miao covered her with her coat and sat in the tent. Who knew that one sitting would last the entire night? As the morning light slowly peeked out, the birds and beasts were heard from the distant forest. Master Ji was drinking with his colleagues yesterday and now had already woken up from the alcohol and headed towards the tent when he coincidentally saw Shen Miao coming out of it. Unknowingly Shen Miao smiled at him and said, "Yi Mu is not awake yet and is currently sleeping. May Yi Fu keep the noise down." Master Ji nodded his head and said to her, "You should go and eat something first." Shen Miao complied and walked out. Outside, there were some ferns that were awake and there were signs of fatigue on their expression. They were all people would be respected like gold and as noble as jade, thus it was difficult for them to stay in a tent. Those especially delicate ones would have gone back to their residence and those who stays was only here to flatter Emperor Yongle or to experience a rare leisurely time. Wei Shang brought over a bowl of porridge to Shen Miao. As Emperor Yongle was out, there were a few chefs from the palace that came and specially cooked for these female family members of the officials. As Shen Miao drank the porridge, she asked Ba Zhao, "Is there any information on His Highness?" Ba Zhao shook her head. Shen Miao looked away at the distance. The sun has already emerged from the mountain and in another shichen, the skies would be completely bright. Even if Xie Jingxing spent the night in the mountain, they should also return at this time. There was no precedent for hunting for 2 days in the mountains. Even though they were not just only hunting. "Do you have any signal from Mo Yun army?" Shen Miao asked. "With regards to this matter, your master did not arrange with you that once the matter is successful, there would be any signals for indication." Ba Zhao and Wei Shang were startled and both of them looked at one another before shaking their heads together. Wei Shang said, "Master did not inform us, 2 servants, of this arrangement." Shen Miao was helpless and could only say, "One did not know what is the situation now." She then looked out to the distance with a stretch and saw Yi Mao Kai and her head ached. Just as she was thinking, a familiar figure walked over from the other end. Shen Miao was startled and did not care about drinking the porridge anymore. She passed the bowl to Ba Zhao and quickly chased after the person. Ji Yushu asked, "What does Sao Sao mean?" Shen Miao frowned. "Aren't you together with Xie Jingxing?" Ji Yushu was very surprised. "No, I am at the outer fields as only the Imperial family can enter the inner fields. Even though I am half a Imperial family, but one is still not qualified at all." Shen Miao was shocked as she had thought that Ji Shuyu was here to help support Xie Jingxing. Now that Ji Yushu did not go, could it be that only Xie Jingxing and Emperor Yongle was fighting alone? She said, "Tell me honestly, what does Xie Jingxing want to do this time?" Ji Yushu rubbed his nose with grievance. "Sao Sao, you really asked the wrong person this time. Third older brother would not bring me along when he handled big matters, and the more dangerous a matter is, the more he would not let me touch it. When in Mingqi, I only manage Fengqi on pawnshop matters and he would not allow me to intervene with other matters. In the hunting grounds yesterday, it was Gao Yang that was with him. Third older brother would only bring Gao Yang for any matters that even if I want to follow, third older brother would not allow. Gao Yang. Shen Miao asked. Gao Yang is also an official, so how can he go? Gao Yang can go as third older brother's subordinate. Ji Yushu said. His has a quick brain and has medical knowledge, so if there is any matters, he would be able to help. Shen Miao's heart tightened. Gao Yang has medical skills, so Xie Jingxing would bring him along with him, so could it be that the situation had become so dangerous? She then looked at Ji Yushu and she understood in her heart. Even though Xie Jingxing's mouth was bad, he was one who shielded his shortcomings. Ji Yushu was also his younger Biao brother, just like treating Su Mingfeng. The best way of protecting Ji Yushu is not to involve him, and perhaps it is also to protect the entire Ji family. Ji Yushu looked at Shen Miao's expression, and this time he became smarter and asked, Sao Sao, has something happened to third older brother? Shen Miao said, no, I am just anxious that he have yet to return after so long. That cannot be. Ji Yushu was resolute and decisive when he spoke. Sao Sao is not someone who does not know propriety. You are really too strange just now. Yesterday when I went to look for Gao Yang was also very mysterious. Every time when they have something going on, they would be like that. It was still alright in Mingqi, but upon returning to Longyi, they are drawing the line clearer with me. Is it that he want to do something? Shen Miao looked at Ji Yushu's angry expression and signed with sorrow. Xie Jingxing was already used to push the people around him away to take on everything himself, just like when in Mingqi, dealing with the Marquis of Linen, Princess Rongxin and Su Mingfeng. Now it was Ji Yushu's turn, but there were some things that was truly a blessing if one did not know of it. She said, apologies, I have no way of answering you because I too do not know what he wants to do. Only the imperial family people can enter the inner fields of the hunting ground. Could it be that there are dangers inside? Ji Yushu said, third older brother and the emperor are always so mysterious. Sao Sao, you really don't know. Don't know what? Before Shen Miao could answer, a female voice was heard from behind and it was Ji Furen who walked over. One did not know how much she had heard, but she looked at Ji Yushu before looking at Shen Miao again and her expression became strange. She asked, what happened to Xingji and Jingxing? What is the meaning of what you just said? Ji Furen originally wanted to call Shen Miao over to return to the capital with her, but who knew that she happened to see Shen Miao pulling Ji Yushu over. Ba Zhao and Wei Xiong were busy monitoring Lu Chunjung and Yi Mao Kai, and thus were not vigilant of Ji Furen, and thus Ji Furen had heard the conversation between Shen Miao and Ji Yushu. Ji Yushu said, Mother, it is nothing. I am only joking with Sao Sao. Don't fool your mother. Ji Furen looked at Ji Yushu and said angrily, at the beginning one let you go and look for Jingxing and Mingqi. You went and did not return, and one did not know what you did in Mingqi. I do not care what you do since you are the young master of the Ji family. I ask you, what exactly do you know and why do you say those words? Are Jingxing and Xingji in danger? Ji Yushu was at a loss for words with his mother and looked at Shen Miao for help. Shen Miao quickly said, Yi Mu, you have misunderstood. I am only joking with Ji Yushu. It is just that his highness has not returned yet till now, thus one's heart is a little anxious and asked Yushu about it. Yushu does not know anything about it and it was me that has thought too much. Yi Mu mustn't blame him. Ji Furen looked at Shen Miao again and her gaze was a little strict. Zhao Niang, this matter is not trivial. Just as she was speaking, Ba Zhao suddenly ran over and did not care about Ji Furen's presence. Furen, they have returned. The emperor has descended from the mountain. Ji Yushu was like he had gained an amnesty and quickly said to Ji Furen, you see. I said that nothing happened to third older brother. Mother, don't think too much. Let's go. Let go and take a look at the lion that third older brother and the emperor hunted. When Shen Miao heard that Emperor Yongle and entourage had returned, she sighed with relief and smiled towards Ji Furen. Let us go over. Ji Furen wanted to say more, but after glancing at Shen Miao's calm expression, she swallowed back down and let Shen Miao pull her over. One then saw that a group of imperial army walked out of the outer fields and was headed by Emperor Yongle. But the strangest thing was that Emperor Yongle did not ride the horse but walked out personally. Those with sharp eyesight would be able to see that there were a bit of blood at the sword on Emperor Yongle's waist. But this was an imperial hunt, and even though it was said that the emperor would personally hunt, it was a beast, thus how would one let the monarch head towards danger? It would be the guards that would aim with arrows with the emperor instructions. The meaning of it was that Emperor Yongle personally shot it. Emperor Yongle's expression was the same and one could not see if he was happy or angry. Consort Jing had been waiting in the luxurious tent for a long time and immediately greeted delicately and sweetly, Your Majesty finally came out. Chen Qi had been waiting here an entire night that one eyes are red already. Emperor Yongle only looked at her blandly and did not speak. Shen Miao saw it clearly that Yi Mao Kai's expression was as usual, but Lu Chunjung's expression was somewhat hazy. The imperial army behind pulled out something from behind the horses and threw it down in front with a thud, causing the females around to exclaim in shock. That thing was none other than a corpse of a lion that was filled with blood on its head and countless of arrows were shot into its upper abdomen. It looked like it was a fierce battle. Immediately there were officials that were flattering and came out to congratulate, Your Majesty is wise and divine. It is the blessing of our great Liang. Everyone followed suit and went along the words and knelt down to sing praises. Shen Miao also got down to her knees and Emperor Yongle gestured for everyone to get up. But Shen Miao did not see Xie Jingxing's figure at all. After everyone got up, Lu Chunjung suddenly spoke, Your Majesty, why do one only see His Majesty only and not see His Highness the Prince of first rank? Everyone then seemed to remember that Prince Rui of first rank was not present. Emperor Yongle stared at Lu Chunjung and his gaze was as cold as ice. Prince Rui of first rank is injured and has returned to the city for treatment. Everyone was in an uproar. In an instant, Shen Miao's heart tightened. If Xie Jingxing had hided a little, most likely he would force himself to look like nothing had happened and Emperor Yongle would not have said that Prince Rui is injured in front of the Lu and Yi families. At this moment, Emperor Yongle did not conceal anything, so did it mean that the matter was already so serious that it could not be hidden? Ji Furen stood by Shen Miao's side and immediately held Shen Miao's hands tightly. Most likely she was afraid that Shen Miao would be anxious and in turn comfort her. There would inevitably be friction in the hunting grounds and most likely it is only a minor injury. With so many guards protecting, it should be nothing. However, her face became more worried. Shen Miao did not want Ji Furen to also be thrown into disarray and immediately agreed with her, but her heart did not think so. For Emperor Yongle to let Xie Jingxing return to the city first and not expose Xie Jingxing to these officials, it meant that the injuries that Xie Jingxing sustained was definitely not as simple as some minor injuries. She glanced around and did not see Xie Jingxing, Tai Yi or Gao Yang, and her heart became even more anxious. Emperor Yongle did not seem to want to talk much even though he had hunted a lion, he did not have a happy expression on. Everyone guessed that it was due to Prince Rui's injuries and also know that Emperor Yongle was not happy as everyone knew that Prince Rui and Emperor Yongle had a strong relationship. No matter if Prince Rui's injuries was serious or not, two of them went into the inner fields but the injured one was Prince Rui, thus Emperor Yongle's heart would not be happy. Thus no one dared to go up to talk to Emperor Yongle, even consort Jing quietly restrained her arrogance and carefully served at the side. Since the lion was hunted, there was no need for everyone to stay at the hunting grounds. Emperor Yongle wanted to return to the palace and the officials and their family also wanted to return to their residences. When everyone was being cautious, Lu Zhongzan asked Emperor Yongle about matters on the 60th sacrificial ceremony as though nothing had happened. Emperor Yongle usually gives some face to Lu Zhongzan on normal days but today left with a cold scoff and a swipe of his sleeves. That dissatisfied attitude were obvious to the officials and they whispered, but not only did Lu Zhongzan not get angry, he seemed to be somewhat happy, making that fierce and sinister face look even more terrible. Shen Miao also hurried back to the residence of Prince Rui as she was worried about Xie Jingxing's injuries. Ji Furan and Ji Yushu also wanted to go but Shen Miao shook her head. This matter has not been clarified and one feared that it is not that simple. If Yi Mu and Yushu go over now, it would be easily exploited by others. I will return first to take a look and Yi Mu and Yushu can come over once His Highness is better. After pausing, she then said, at such a time, the more one cannot be thrown into confusion. Even though Ji Yushu and Ji Furan did not know about the ins and outs of this matter, they were after all people who has exchanged blows with the imperial power, thus they could slowly understand Shen Miao's words. Ji Darren was deeply convinced of Shen Miao's words and Ji Yushu and Ji Furan no longer clamored to follow. The few people then parted ways. Shen Miao immediately rushed back to the residence of Prince Ding with Mo Qing and entourage without stopping. Ba Zhang and Wei Shang comforted Shen Miao, Furan rest assured. Master's martial arts skills is not weak thus normal people would not be able to harm him. Perhaps this is Master's plan to confuse the enemies. Shen Miao shook her head, my heart does not feel good. It was indeed not good as it felt like something was blocking her heart and this feeling made her feel uneasy. She could not wait to appear in the residence of Prince Rui and see what was wrong with Xie Jingxing. Ba Zhao and Wei Shang looked at one another and did not say anything more. Upon reaching the residence of Prince Rui, Shen Miao directly headed to the doors upon alighting from the horse carriage. The guards at the doors quickly opened up the doors and Shen Miao stepped in but realized that the residence was surprisingly quiet. If it was as usual, Tang Shu would have come over to welcome long ago to greet or bring over some sweet soup. But there was no one today. Shen Miao's heart became anxious and headed to the courtyard without a second word. She coincidentally saw Tang Shu walking to and fro in front of the room doors with a look of concern. Shen Miao's heart thumped. Tang Shu just happened to saw her. Shen Miao immediately went up and did not say anything else to him and asked, how is he? His Highness's injury is very serious. Gentleman Gao is currently giving him medical treatment. Tang Shu sighed with a face full of worry. I have not seen His Highness like this for a long time. Shen Miao thought about it before pushing the door to walk in. Upon entering the room, she first smelled a strong scent of blood. Tai Yi, who was always by Xie Jingxing's side, was also present, wringing a cloth quietly and one would be shocked upon seeing the basin of fresh blood. Gao Yang's brows were tightly locked and she was slightly startled upon seeing Shen Miao entering before saying, you know about it. Shen Miao quickly walked to the head of the bed. Xie Jingxing's eyes were tightly closed and his face was like paper that even his lips were pale white. The top half of his clothes were pulled apart and there was a layer of arrow wounds at his abdomen but the deepest one was a knife wound and was different from the one Shen Miao saw. This knife wound was fresh and because it was on top of his old wounds, it seemed that with the old wounds and new injuries, it became deeper. The thing that made Shen Miao sweat was that the blood surrounding the wound was purple. She pointed to Xie Jingxing's wound and her tone of voice was somewhat unstable. This. Soaked in poison. Gao Yang directly and efficiently cut her words off. It was as if Shen Miao was struck by lightning. After a while, she stabilized her mind. Can you detoxify it? Gao Yang shook his head. This is not made by one poison but a mixture of several poisons. If I am to detoxify it, one would need to distinguish what kind of poison it is. This would require time but his injuries could not wait for that long. If he cannot wait for that long then you think of ways for him to wait. In short, his life is in your hands, there cannot be any mistakes. Shen Miao shouted out sternly. Gao Yang was stunned on the spot. He knew that Shen Miao was not as kind and warm as she seemed but it was his first time seeing Shen Miao being this fierce and harsh. She seemed to be a superior instructing an official. Even Tai Yi was stunned. He had always felt that even though young madam was smart in schemes, her attitude was rather soft and would always have a gentle smile on her face and was lacking some viciousness. If she were to stay by Xie Jingxing's side, she would inevitably be a drag in the future. Now upon seeing Shen Miao's appearance, he made him think about the late empress. Shen Miao took a deep breath and calmed her emotions before asking Gao Yang, currently, how many days can he withstand and how many days do you need to cure his poison? He can at most withstand 7 days and I would need at least half a month to work on the detoxification. For the first time, Gao Yang had an expression of helplessness. The imperative thing is that he cannot even withstand 7 days as his old injuries have flared up. Shen Miao looked at Xie Jingxing. When he laid on the bed, he looked very quiet, just like an honorable noble gentleman but his arrogance seemed to be his skin that he lived with which hid numbers knives. The last time when Shen Miao saw Xie Jingxing's body, he had seen that there were many old wounds on his body. She suddenly thought about something and said to Gao Yang, wait first. She then went out of the room and walked to another room. Jing Jie and Gu Yu was waiting outside. At that day, both of them did not go to the hunting ground and waited for Shen Miao in the residence but a heavily injured Xie Jingxing came. They were very flustered and feared that Shen Miao would be too worried and wanted to console her but they saw Shen Miao headed directly to the dressing table and took out a small box from under the dressing table and opened it up. There was a round thing in the box and also a medicine bottle. Shen Miao grabbed the medicine bottle and hurried back to the room where Gao Yang was and passed that medicine bottle to Gao Yang. There are 3 Gui Yuan pills here. Can this help him? That small box contained the trousseau that Luo Tan and Feng and Ning gave when she was married off. Luo Tan gave a compass but Feng and Ning gave her 3 Gui Yuan pills. Gui Yuan pill was something that could help one to prolong their lives and could give an additional breath to those that were dying. This was a good thing that the medical physician of previous dynasty of Mingqi left behind and it was a rare thing that Feng and Ning gave 3 of it. Shen Miao suddenly remembered it and did not know if this thing was useful to Xie Jingxing. Gao Yang was joyous. Where did you get this from? He took the bottle over and picked one pill out to take a look and smell it. It is correct. This is Gui Yuan pill. With this, he most likely can hold out for around 10 days. Shen Miao sighed in relief and heard Gao Yang saying, but I might not be able to create an antidote in 10 days. No matter if you can create it or not, you have to try. If it does not work then we will talk then. Now you are a doctor and should not worry about not being able to do it. Tai Yi and Tang Shu, who followed in, looked at Shen Miao strangely. One did not expect that at this time, she, a female, would be as calm as this. Actually Shen Miao was not as calm as she looked on the surface. It was just that at this time, it would be useless if one was flustered. She need to keep her mind awake and think about what to do next. Gao Yang nodded his head. I will give him acupuncture now and coordinate with the Gui Yuan pill to stabilize him temporarily. You all go out first. Shen Miao looked at Xie Jingxing and her heart seemed to be tightly held as she walked out. After she was out, she said to Tang Shu, you all withdraw first. I want to be alone for a while. Tang Shu wanted to speak but stopped. At the end he still said, in any cause, Furin must take care of one's health. These old servants would do our best to cooperate with Furin. Shen Miao complied. After Tai Yi and Tang Shu left, she sent off Jing Jie and the few. Shen Miao stood outside the room and looked at the courtyard and now became extremely tired. After a long time, she went to sit down on steps at the courtyard. The weather during the 6th month was blistering hot, especially so in Great Liang as it would be warmer earlier, but the ground was cooling and the wind was whistling. Shen Miao actually felt cooler. She was thinking if Xie Jingxing meet with an unexpected death, what should she do? It seemed that it was rational for her to think about her life in the future and what needs to be done. However, at this moment, she could not persuade herself to think about the future rationally as if all these were things that she did not want to think about. When did Xie Jingxing's position in her heart become this important? It was so important that once she thought of losing this person in the future, one felt that the remaining time would be bland. If one had not experienced the taste of sweet honey, one would be able to tolerate it, but when one loses it after a taste, everything would become unacceptable. Someone's footsteps were heard and one did not know when did Pei Lang walk into the courtyard and sat down upon seeing her sitting at the steps. After hesitating for a moment, he then said, "Don't worry, he is Great Liang's prince of first rank. It is not easy for something to happen to him." Rough in his mouth and sourness in his heart. Speaking of which, he had never seen Shen Miao like this. In front of Pei Lang, Shen Miao would always have ready plans to meet for any situation and be all imposing, absolutely pressing him down. When Pei Lang was locked in the underground prison in the residence of Prince Ding, he did thought before if Shen Miao would be conscience-stricken by the matter and worry of his life and death. He finally saw how Shen Miao looked like when she was worried of others. When Shen Miao was worried about someone's life and death, there was no aggressiveness and sharpness and there was no difference between her and a normal weak female. He had always felt that he was sitting very close to Shen Miao but the distance between them was like far and distant. Pei Lang said, "Return to the room, the wind is strong." "No need." Shen Miao looked out. "Your health is not fully recovered. Don't worry about me and return to rest first." Pei Lang was silent for a while. "I will accompany you." Shen Miao was disinclined to persuade him. At this moment her mind was not on Pei Lang and her heart was thinking all about Xie Jingxing's injuries. Gao Yang was busy the entire night. Shen Miao also sat for the entire night. Speaking of which, during the night when she was waiting for Xie Jingxing's news, Ji Furin napped but Shen Miao did not sleep at all. She had not closed her eyes for 2 days but she was mentally attentive. Shen Miao was silent. Her gaze was slightly cloudy and Pei Lang felt something. When the rooster called 3 times, Gao Yang opened the doors and walked out and saw Shen Miao and Pei Lang sitting at the steps in front of the doors. He could not help but be slightly startled before saying, "You both had sat for the entire night." Shen Miao messaged her already numbed need and asked Gao Yang, "How is he?" "Stable for the time being. The effectiveness of the Gui Yuan pills are good. Next I will be studying the ways of making the antidote for the poison. No one should bother me." He then looked at Shen Miao again. "For these days, would trouble you to take care of him?" Tang Shu, who just arrived and heard it, could not help but ask, "If you are unable to get it out in 10 days. Gao Yang did not speak and the atmosphere became heavy in an instant. "Go ahead." In a blanket of silence, Shen Miao spoke. Her voice was very calm, as if the person who was laying on the bed with his life hanged by a thread was not her husband. Gao Yang looked at her seriously. "I also wish it would be successful. If it isn't I would not be happy in this lifetime." He turned around and left. Tang Shu looked at Shen Miao and then looked at Pei Lang again. "Furin. Gentlemen Pei, both of you have been vigil the entire night and not eat anything. Now that Master's condition has stabilized, it is better to eat something first and take a rest, else when Master's injury recovers, both of you will be sick." Shen Miao nodded her head. "Bring it to the room. I will rest a while in this room so that it is more convenient to take care. In addition, send people to pass a message to Ji Furin, saying that His Highness' condition is temporarily stabilized but have yet woken, thus one need not come over at the meantime." Tang Shu nodded his head. Pei Lang looked at Shen Miao and saw that Shen Miao had already walked into the room and sat on the chair in front of the bed and his gaze timed before he turned around and left. Gu Yu quickly brought a bowl of porridge over and Shen Miao let her leave and close the doors. There was only Shen Miao, the unconscious Xie Jingxing and Tai Yi. As she ate, she asked Tai Yi, "What exactly is going on? Can you tell me now?" Tai Yi was hesitant. Shen Miao's hand stopped and she stared sternly at him. "That day you followed him and entered the inner field so no one knew more clearly than you on what had happened. Even if you only recognize him as your only master, you cannot conceal it from me." Tai Yu quickly said, "Furin, it is not so. It is just that this subordinate is not clear about Master's plan this time. Master had discussed it with the Emperor and Moyun army was not even used. However, there seemed to be changes in the middle of it as the Emperor was at death's door in the inner fields and there was someone who hid in the Imperial army. Master blocked that attack for the Emperor and there was poison smeared on the sword. Someone wants the Emperor's life." Shen Miao in that very moment had seemed to be connected all the pearls with a string and a vague guess of an answer appeared in her head. This hunt seemed to be Emperor Yongle and perhaps the Lu family's gamble. Emperor Yongle wanted to use his life to bring down the entire Lu family and the Lu family wanted to make use of this opportunity to deal with Emperor Yongle and did not expect that Emperor Yongle had the determination to die. However, Emperor Yongle's plan of burning both the jade and stone was not informed to Xie Jingxing, or could be said that Emperor Yongle knew that Xie Jingxing would not agree to it. Thus Xie Jingxing could only change the plans and save Emperor Yongle's fate and thus suffer such a serious injury. Shen Miao silently looked at the youth who was lying on the bed. He was always so proud and stubborn and was good at knowing everything like the back of his palm to scheme that he would lift things up highly and place it down gently, smiling casually at everything. Because he was used to showcase his strengths, it had made everyone forgot that in some situations, he was only an ordinary person and would grow old, sick and die. Once he was injured, he would be in jeopardy and it was possible for him to completely disappear from this world. Shen Miao's heart burst in pain as she recalled the sentence of "wait for my return" that Xie Jingxing said to her before entering the inner fields. Looking at this situation in front, she felt that it was extremely piercing to her eyes. The effectiveness of the Gui Yuan pills was not long-lasting. So what could be done if Gao Yang was unable to develop an antidote? Shen Miao frowned as she looked at Xie Jingxing and her nails gradually dug into her palm. Matters in front and at the back have to be taken care of. If nothing could be done on matters in front then the main culprit have to experience 10 times more pain. In Weiyang Palace, Emperor Yongle fiercely threw the memorandums in his hands onto the ground. Empress Xian sighed and bent down to pick the memorandums up. Hai Lu family is really courageous enough and his heart is ambitions. The monarch's expression was as deep as water. At such a time one even trust around in front of Jen. Jen could not wait to skin and drink his blood. The Lu family replied of their formidable power and even took the risk. If Jingxing did not protect with his life, Empress Xian did not continue speaking. Hearing this, a flash of pain appeared in Emperor Yongli's eyes. Jen would rather it is Jen that die. Jingxing is a child with a strong sense of righteousness and loyalty and your majesty knew that he would not agree to it. Thus at the beginning one did not tell him at all. Even if your majesty had arranged everything, for Jingxing's perspective, he would not be happy and it would be a shackle for him. Your Majesty did not consider his feelings at all. Empress Xianda's words had thorns in them and did not give Emperor Yongle any face at all. Emperor Yongle was already not happy and was somewhat enraged upon hearing those words. Your Majesty need not be angry. At the moment, Jingxing has not yet wake up and this matter is imperative. Blame and anger are all secondary. Empress Xianda saw him as such and reminded him. Emperor Yongle closed his eyes. Jen understand. Jen only have this one younger brother. Gao Yong is taking care of Jingxing's injury and the residence of Prince Rui has yet to send any information over, but Your Majesty, at this moment the more important point is that the Lu family has started taking action. Jen understands. Emperor Yongli's lips hooked up slightly. At this moment his appearance became 7th to 8th tenth similar to Xie Jingxing. It was obvious a smile, but it made one feel the coldness and danger from him. He said, he wants to deal with Jen, but Jen did not die, so it is Jen's turn to deal with him. Everyone has military power and the Lu family has lived long enough. This time, if anything minor happens to Xie Yuan, Jen want all the 9 generations of the Lu family to be buried with him. He paused before speaking again. If Xie Yuan recovers, they too have no way to escape. Empress Xianda paused slightly before looking at the skies outside. It was just shining brightly outside the Imperial Palace in the 6th month, but at this moment, it was overcast. The skies after all had to change. In the Gao residence, Gao Yong just returned and immediately a fierce imposing voice. Gao Yong, you are clearly a person of Great Liang's Long Yi but lied to me that you are a person of Mingqi's Ding capital. You are not whatever imperial physician but Great Liang's Chancellor of Health Affairs. You are a liar. Luo Tan stood at the doorway in anger and her expression was somewhat gaunt and there were dark traces under her eyes. She looked at Gao Yong with an expression that Gao Yong must give an explanation on the matter. Gao Yong returned back to refine the medication. The medicine room was in his residence and there were also numerous herbs in his residence. The Gao residence and the residence of Prince Rui was not far away, thus he returned to his residence to refine the medication but did not expect to be interrogated by Luo Tan upon his return. The maid by Luo Tan's side looked at Gao Yong with apologies. On the morning of the Imperial hunt, she had directed Luo Tan away according to Gao Yang's instructions, but one did not expect that Luo Tan slipped off herself and saw Gao Yong walking with the officials for prayers to heavens. Luo Tan was foolish on small matters normally, but on bigger matters, she would be especially alert. She turned her head around and asked the maid about it. When the maid saw that it was useless to conceal, she could only pour everything out. For Luo Tan's perspective, this was somewhat unacceptable. Gao Yong was just a doctor, so it did not matter if he was in Great Liang or Mingqi, but he was clearly Great Liang's Chancellor of Health Affairs but became an imperial physician in Mingqi. There was no difference as being an enemy spy in Luo Tan's eyes. Moreover, the Luo family was of military lineage, and when Luo Tan was young, she and Luo Qian would often listen to the shows the theater troops put up, and most of the stories were about loyal and righteous men who fell by hidden attacks from spies. Luo Tan originally had a good impression of Gao Yong. Even though he had some minor shortcomings, he treated and took good care of her normally, but now the person who took care of her became the bad person. Luo Tan's heart could not accept it at all. It was truly an example of when it rains, it pours. Gao Yong at this moment was busy with Xie Jingxing's matter, and this coincides with Luo Tan's matter. If it was the past, he would definitively explain to Luo Tan nicely, but time was of the essence here. After thinking that Shen Miao's heart must not be feeling good as she was alone in a foreign country and her husband was hanging by a thread, so perhaps it was better to have a sister accompany her at her side. He then said to the servant by his side, tell her then. I will go into the room and no one is allowed to enter. After finishing, he walked to the medicine room by himself. Luo Tan had thought that Gao Yong would explain his difficulties. After all, she still did not believe in her heart that Gao Yong would do such a mean and shameless thing. She had not expected that not only Gao Yong did not explain, he even ignored her and entered the room. She said, hey, what is the meaning of this? Explain to me first, are you? Young lady Luo. The servant by Gao Yang's side quickly stopped her and said, this lowly one will inform you. In fact, things are somewhat trickly at the moment. Today gentleman has gone out to provide medical treatment. His Highness the Prince of First Rank of Prince Rui residence had gotten into trouble and currently need gentlemen to treat. Luo Tan was startled. Prince Rui. Isn't that my Mei Fu? What happened? The servant wiped his sweat. This is a long story. At the other end, Shen Miao was still in front of Xie Jingxing's bed and rubbed her eyes before sitting back up again. After napping for a while, she was much more alert. She turned to the male on the bed and his eyes were still closed as if he was sleeping. Seeing that nothing was happening to him, Shen Miao's heart was relieved. But her heart was still restless. Shen Miao had felt that after her rebirth, she had always been stable and calm, and it was because of her previous life experience. She could master things that other could not grasp and thus would not be at a forced position. But at this moment, it was indeed the first time in this lifetime where she felt helpless. Even though it did not happen to her, she felt more upsetting than if it happened to her. But she did not have medical skills or understood poisons and could only have the 3 Gui Yuan pills to bring out. She had placed all her hopes onto Gao Yong and this made Shen Miao not used to it. She slowly reached her hands out and held onto Xie Jingxing's hand that was on top of the bed, as if this action would make her heart feel at ease. Tang Shu came over to bring some hot tea and snacks for Shen Miao. Shen Miao had not been eating or resting well that she looked haggard. Tang Shu said, Fern, eat something. It is very tiring to take care of master like this. Shen Miao said her thanks and suddenly remembered something. She hesitated before asking, Tang Shu, 2 years ago when His Highness came to Long Yi, was he also like this? 2 years ago, there was another reason for Xie Jingxing to return to Long Yi. On the battlefield with Northern Zhong, there were Emperor Wen Hui's people in the Mingqi's Xie family army and those people wanted his life. Xie Jingxing had escaped death but was unable to avoid serious injuries. It sounded like it was also a life and death situation, and fortunately Gao Yong was by his side and with Xie Jingxing's great fortune, else there would not be today's Prince Rui of first rank. Tang Shu was stunned before glanced over at Xie Jingxing on the bed. His eyes started recalling as he spoke, so Fern knew about it too. Indeed, when Master first returned to Long Yi, he was sent back to by others. At the beginning the doctors all said that they lacked the strength to reverse the situation, and even Gentleman Gao was also helpless. However, at the end Master went past it. It was truly a miracle. So Fern knew about it too. Indeed, when Master first returned to Long Yi, he was sent back to by others. At the beginning the doctors all said that they lacked the strength to reverse the situation, and even Gentleman Gao was also helpless. However, at the end Master went past it. It was truly a miracle. Shen Miao's eyes hang down. There are a lot of people in Long Yi that wants him dead. Tang Shu looked at Shen Miao somewhat surprised. After hesitating for a bit, he shook his head and sighed. How would Great Liang's lands be guarded that easily? If it was so then at the beginning, he suddenly stopped talking and said, in short, Fern must take great care of one's body. After finishing, he went to instruct the kitchens to brew medication and withdraw. Just as Tang Shu was about to withdraw, Shen Miao stopped him and asked, Tang Shu, do you know of the matter that the late Emperor's and His Highness's relationship is not good? Tang Shu stumbled and paused a while before saying slowly, not concealing from Fern, this servant is the late Empress's attendant before marriage. It is just that if Fern wants to know these matters, it is better for His Highness to tell you personally. This old servant cannot speak of it. He then bowed and left the room. Shen Miao pressed her heart down. The secrets in Great Liang's imperial family were not lesser than Ming Qi's, so what kind of secrets did Xie Jingxing have? What was with the relationship with the late emperor and the brotherhood between Emperor Yongle? Xie Jingxing did not tell her all these things, and since she did not know the depth of it, she could not act rashly. At this time Shen Miao would rather that her personality was more impulsive and not so cautious. Perhaps she would know the truth accidentally. Just as she was thinking, she saw Gu Yu running in with wide eyes and an incomprehensible look. Furin. Furin. Shen Miao frowned. More so at such a time, rashness must be avoided as rashness would cause chaos. The residence of Prince Rui could not be exploited by others at such a time. She asked, what had happened? Why this panicky? Before the voice landed, one heard a familiar voice coming from outside, youngest Biao's sister. Shen Miao was stunned as she saw a familiar figure behind Gu Yu. Who else was it other than Lu Tan? Luo Tan had a somewhat anxious appearance, and when she saw Shen Miao, she walked quickly over, and after seeing the unconscious Xie Jingxing lying on the bed, she muttered, he did not lie to me. Shen Miao stood up instantly and asked, why are you here? Her words were strict. She originally had a tolerance for Lu Tan, like treating a younger generation, and when she stood up coldly to speak, Luo Tan jumped in shock. Luo Tan could not help but shrink her neck and spoke softly, it is a long story. After Luo Tan told Shen Miao of how she came here and the ongoing, Shen Miao could not help but gave a sigh of relief and said in disagreement, this is just too willful. The distance between Great Liang and Ming Qi is so far, and you stayed alone on others' residence. If anything happened to you, what can Juju and Jumu do? Where do you put my parents? Luo Tan knew that she was in the wrong and said softly, I know I am in the wrong. It is just that one's previous thought was to follow along with you. Afterwards her voice was even softer. I also did not think that Gao Yang was a person from Longyi. He previously lied to me and said he was only traveling in Longyi and coincidentally had a place here. Shen Miao glared at Luo Tan and did not know what else to say. Things had happened and it was not helpful to start blaming others. Moreover, she was safe and sound now and nothing had happened. Even though Gao Yang was not as simple as he looked on the surface, he followed Xie Jingxing, so one thought that he would not do anything rude to Luo Tan. Even though Shen Miao was not clear why Gao Yang would be like this, but seeing Luo Tan's condition, Gao Yang should have been taking care of her very well. Luo Tan feared that Shen Miao would bring up sending her back now and immediate change the topic. Gao Yang has went to the medical room to study the poison. I had thought that he was talking nonsense, but now upon seeing Mei Fu, one only knows that it is true. She looked at Shen Miao, youngest Biao's sister. Is Mei Fu's injuries really serious? Shen Miao did not plan to hide it from her and nodded her head, and Ning's Guiyuan pill can only protect him for 10 days. If 10 days later, Gao Yang could not create an antidote, then it would be dangerous. Luo Tan was stunned, then there is no other way else. I am still thinking. Shen Miao's eyes hung down. The information has been passed to the ears of the emperor, and the emperor is currently secretly recruiting miraculous doctors, but distance water cannot quench a nearby thirst. Luo Tan was silent for a while, but her hands reached out to hold Shen Miao's hands and spoke firmly. Mei Fu is so talented, so definitely everything will be all right. You will be together for a long time, and I am waiting for you to give birth to a little nephew. Don't worry, I will accompany you. Luo Tan was after all a family member. In a foreign country, be it Gao Yang or Ji Yushu, there would not be a layer of closeness. Even if Luo Tan unable to do anything, she would be able to make one feel better. There must always be someone by Xie Jingxing's side, as one did not know if his injuries would flare up, thus someone was needed to take care, thus Shen Miao personally looked after him. She would sit by Xie Jingxing's bedside almost the entire day, feeding him water, and when it was fine, she would read at the side. However, what she was reading was all political and historical books of Great Liang. She must quickly understand the country of Great Liang in order to have some countermeasures in the future. She really did not like to be in a passive situation. Luo Tan accompanied by Shen Miao's side. Other than returning to the room to sleep, at other times she would be sitting with Shen Miao in the room. She had a restless personality, and it was rare that she could stay there for so long, even though most of the time she would be sitting there in a daze. 3 days quickly passed, and in these 3 days, Xie Jingxing did not wake up. Other than Gao Yang locked in the medical room to work on the medicine, Emperor Yongle sent over the imperial physician with the highest skills to look after Xie Jingxing. Because the old imperial physician was present, Xie Jingxing's condition was still stable. Everyone had placed their hopes on Gao Yang and only hoped that Gao Yang could come out with an antidote within 10 days, else it was really a situation where there was nowhere to turn for help. Who knew that on the 4th day, Xie Jingxing suddenly turned for the worse. First, his pulse became extremely chaotic and unstable, and his breathing was very rapid. His face became frighteningly white, and he could not even drink any water. Pus started to fester around his wounds, and it looked very dangerous. When the old imperial physician came to check, he only shook his head and sighed, saying that the poison in Xie Jingxing's injuries was suppressed by Gao Yang by applying acupuncture, but it only slowed it down. Currently the poison cannot be suppressed and began to spread. If there weren't the 3 Guiyuan pills, one feared that Xie Jingxing would not be able to withstand it. However, even if now one was able to withstand it, or even withstand it for 10 days, one would not be able to say anything of Gao Yang's side. The sudden deterioration of Xie Jingxing caused a lot of uneasiness with everyone's hearts, especially Shen Miao. Previously when Xie Jingxing was injured, but it was still considered stable, which gave her a little comfort, but now she was unable to deceive herself. The possibility of Xie Jingxing unable to wake up again was placed clearly in front of her. Tang Shu hesitated for a long time before asking Shen Miao, Furin, at Ji Furin's end, is it necessary to send a word? When these words were spoken, Tang Shu's tone was as if he was in great difficulty, like it contained an enormous grief. After Xie Jingxing returned from the hunting grounds, Shen Miao had kept on hiding it from the Ji residence on the reason that she did not want to let Ji Furin worry, and also to prevent from beating the grass and alerting the snakes. However, Tang Shu's meaning was that if Xie Jingxing really could not make it, Ji Furin had to come over to take a look. No need. Shen Miao firmly interrupted his words. At the moment, no need. Tang Shu was stunned and Tai Yi was somewhat surprised. Pei Lang, who had been silent, said, no matter what, some things have to be considered. What to consider? The funeral. Even though Shen Miao knew that what Pei Lang said was correct and at such a tense environment, grief was inevitable, but the most important thing was the future, and one had to plan for the future now. An unknown fire burst in Shen Miao's heart as Sei thought about after Wan Yun married. Pei Lang also said to her lightly, Her Highness the Princess has already married, your ladyship have to think more about the future. She looked coldly at Pei Lang, and that gaze made Pei Lang stunned, and his heart could not help but slowly sink. Luo Tan could not sit any longer and returned to the Gao residence to look for Gao Yang, but was informed that Gao Yang should not be disturbed when he was refining medication, thus no one could enter. Luo Tan became angry. This cannot do, that cannot do. Could it be that one has to watch my Mei Fu continue to be sick? Never mind about my Mei Fu, but my pitiful youngest Biao sister, just these short few days had been taxing on her that she had gotten thinner. She was only married when such a thing happened, and if something really happened, my youngest Biao sister would definitely not live on. Luo Tan had read a lot of novel and also seen those lyrical theater stuff. Thinking that even though Shen Miao looked calm on normal days, she was after all a young girl and just married someone, it was during the honeymoon period when her husband encountered such an accident. So how would Shen Miao take it if something happened? To let a young lady be widowed, it was just not possible. The surrounding servants in the Gao residence looked at one another and dared not speak. This young lady of the Luo family did not have a simple background. She was the older Biao sister of Rui Wangfei and she had a fiery personality that even their gentlemen had to give in normally, much less them servants. Now that Gao Yang was not be disturbed when he was refining medication, them servants had fallen into misfortune and had to bear the anger of young lady Luo. Still say what famous doctor and have a pair of incredible hands under heavens. Cannot even detoxify a poison. If 10 days later the poison cannot be detoxified then what? Luo Tan's eyes became red and her voice became hoarse. She felt that it was embarrassing to tear in front of everyone and turned around to run back to her room and slammed the doors closed before shedding tears quietly on the bed. The Luo family had been ingrained with a sense of justice and were kind to others. Especially so since Shen Miao was Luo Tan's relative. Luo Tan hated that she could not replace it with herself and watched Shen Miao be so upset but unable to help at all. Luo Tan felt that she was extremely useless. She felt that she could not face Shen Miao and could not face herself so she locked herself in the room and once locked it was an entire day. She did not even eat, seemingly by doing so, her heart would feel better. No matter how sad one was, one could not be as sad as Shen Miao. As a result, Luo Tan's actions frightened everyone in the Gao residence. The servants of the Gao residence had followed Gao Yang since they were young and knew that Gao Yang would be gentle to female but would never bring a female to his residence. Moreover towards Luo Tan, he would like to tease her and his actions and behavior was very different from usual. If something was abnormal then it must be a demon. Gao Yang was intelligent so these servants were not stupid. The reason why they indulged Luo Tan was because they saw Luo Tan as the future mistress. This future mistress's heart was currently not happy and refuses to eat. If a few days later, gentlemen come out and saw that Luo Tan was as such, he would definitely be heartaken. Once that happened, the ones who were in trouble were them servants. The servants gathered together as they had to find someone to enter to persuade and comfort young lady Luo. At the end they pushed out an individual, a young lady by the name of Ben Yu. Ben Yu was a poor man's daughter that Gao Yang saved from an evil tyrant and if Gao Yang did not save her then Ben Yu would have entered a pleasure house as a young lady. She entered the Gao residence and became a maid. When Ben Yu was young, she was kidnapped by traffickers and went around thus she had a wide experience and was very street smart and had a silver tongue that if anyone in Gao residence were depressed, they would go to Ben Yu. This time Luo Tan was unhappy so everyone pushed Ben Yu out to let her quickly console Luo Tan and let Luo Tan eat something. Luo Tan was sitting in the room tearing quietly when she saw someone pushing the door open. The one coming in was a young female with hair tied in two plaits with red strings and she was holding a food basket in her hands. As she placed the basket on the table, she opened it and took out some dishes. The dishes were fragrant but how would Luo Tan eat it? She said, "Go out, I don't want to eat." Young lady must not tire out one's body. No matter how big things it, one's health is most important. If a person does not eat, one would fall ill easily and if young lady fall ill then Rui Wangfei would be more upset. Ben Yu said. Luo Tan shook her head, "I can't eat." Young lady, why take things so hard? Heavens helps the worthy like his highness and this time even though it is dangerous, it would be fine at the end. Isn't it says that one is bound for good fortune after surviving a great disaster? One thinks that in the Touré there would be a flood of good fortune that files the heavens. Ben Yu continued comforting. Luo Tan smiled bitterly, everyone knows how to say beautiful words but it is not something that only requires words. If one can recover with a few auspicious words then why are doctors needed? No matter how good you say, what use would there be? It is better to do something practical for my Mei Fu to get better sooner and let youngest Biao's sister feel rest assured sooner. Ben Yi was surprised. Luo Tan normally looked forthright, rash and loud and from a glance, looked like one that was easy to deceive and one did not think that she had such a perspective. When one was upset, one would hope that there would be someone to say comforting words but how useful it was depended on oneself. These words actually did not deceive Luo Tan at all and Luo Tan sighed, and even looked sadder. Ben Yi said, "Young lady, some words are better said than never. It is not wrong to wish for his highness to recover." "You are not wrong," Luo Tan said, "it is just that the situation is critical, thus I am unable to relax at all. It is better for you not to persuade me. I would not be able to listen and even if one listens, one's heart," she pointed to her heart, "would not be able to do so." Ben Yu thought about it and for the first time exhausted one's limited abilities. She racked her brains for a long time and seemed to have thought of a way to comfort Luo Tan. She said, "Actually Prince Rui's matter is perhaps not that anxious as 10 days has not arrived yet. Previously this servant has a sister who has a younger brother at home, who was only 3 when he was infected with a serious illness. Everyone said that he will not live more than 3 days and at that time gentlemen also saw him and said that the boy would definitely die after 3 days. Who knew that this servant's sister is lucky and met with a superior one, saying that he was able to change the little boy's fate. The sister then brought her young brother to the superior one and guess what happened after 3 days? This Ben Yu was a talent as she could speak like the storytellers in restaurants. Luo Tan could not help but be attracted to her words and asked Ben Yu, "What happened?" Ben Yu clapped her hands. That young boy not only lived on but became healthier than before. Luo Tan was startled but continued asking, "How could it be so?" Ben Yu said, "As servants are also very curious. Even gentlemen could not understand the rationale." "Where are the siblings now?" Luo Tan asked. Because there were too many curious people, this servant's sister felt annoyed and afterwards she was at the age to be released from the residence, thus she left Long Yi with her younger brother and no one knew where she went. Ben Yu said, "Speaking of which, at the beginning she still drew the whereabouts of that superior one for this servant. This servant even gave it to gentlemen. Gentlemen brought people over but discovered that there was no house like what the sister had said and it was only in wasteland. One think that most likely that person had moved or it is that sister has remembered wrongly. Afterwards no one saw that superior one at all." Luo Tan muttered to herself for a moment before suddenly asking, "Do you have a map of the whereabouts of that superior one?" "There is." Ben Yu nodded her head, "Everyone in this residence has one. At that time there were many curious people and everyone wanted to search for that person to change one's own fate and see if one can have a rich future but at the end had to return without any achievements." Luo Tan then said, "Bring it to me." "Why do you want it?" Ben Yu suddenly thought about something and almost lost her voice. "It cannot be that you want to search for that superior one. The matter of those siblings had been over many years and one did not know if that person is still alive. Moreover gentleman was unable to find it in the beginning. She said, "This servant do not want to let young lady think of ways to search for that superior one." Ben Yu felt regret in her heart. She said these things to Luo Tan to make Luo Tan feel relief. Seeing that young little brother had been said unable to live for more than 3 days but still survived, what more of Prince Rui? Who knew that this Luo Tan did not follow the usual path but wanted to search for that superior one? How easy could a superior one be found? Otherwise everyone would be able to find him and there would not be a need to work hard. Gao Yang would not need to personally creating medication. Luo Tan shook her head, "You just bring it to let me see. I might not go and search for the superior one and only feel that by sitting here and doing nothing, one's heart feels insufferable. No matter if one search or not, if one is able to find or not, at least I have tried my best for Mei Fu and youngest Biao's sister and not a useless person. One heart would feel better." Words had been said till as such, thus Ben Yu had no reason to refuse. She quickly went out the doors and also quickly returned. She then handed over a map drawn on a handkerchief and said, "This servant does not draw well and is illiterate. As one embroidery is passable, one sew what younger sister had drawn. Young lady, do see if you understand it." Fortunately, ever since Luo Tan arrived in Longyi, she would wander around every day and would be very interested in remote places. She only came to Longyi recently but was familiar with most of the roads, thus upon seeing it she jumped up. "Isn't this Fengtu Zhuang, south of the western part of the city?" Ben Yu was stunned. "Young lady knows a bit." She then said, "The young sister of this servant said at the beginning that after Fengtu Zhuang, one kept on walking south and saw that house at the bottom of the mountain. But gentlemen had brought people along and afterwards there were some people who went ahead but there was no house or bottom of the mountain at the south of Fengtu Zhuang and only a crumbling wall." Luo Tan stared at that map and said, "Fengtu Zhuang is not far from here. One can reach there in a day by horse." Ben Yu, "Young lady, you cannot. I will look for youngest Biao's sister." Luo Tan said, "You stay here." Ben Yu was somewhat worried that Luo Tan would really look for this real or fake superior one, but her mind turned it around. Luo Tan was not reliable, but Rui Wangfei would definitely be reliable and not let Luo Tan create trouble. Thinking that Luo Tan could therefore feel better, her heart was reassured. In the residence of Prince Rui, Shen Miao looked at the unconscious Xie Jingxing and her brows became tightly knitted. Xie Jingxing's situation became even worse and could only withstand 6 more days. In the 6 days, other than Gao Yan being able to create an antidote, was there really no other ways? Just as she was thinking, Luo Tan ran in from outside and did not say anything but asked Shen Miao, "Youngest Biao's sister, is the compass that I gifted you when you get married is still here? If it is, can you loan it to me?" 198 to 203. Shen Miao looked at her suspiciously. "Why do you want that?" Luo Tan ducked Shen Miao's gaze and said, "Suddenly thought about it and asked to borrow it from you to play." No matter how big-hearted Luo Tan was, it was not possible for her to have the mood to play. Shen Miao said, "Don't hide it from me. Say what it is for." After pausing, she then continued, "If you don't tell me the truth then you will not have it." Luo Tan was angry and anxious. In every big issue, she would be somewhat afraid of Shen Miao, so she gritted her teeth and steeled her ear to spill out what Ben Yu had said. After finishing, Luo Tan observed Shen Miao's expression and said, "I want to search for that superior one. Since he can change the fate of that servant's younger brother, then he might be able to change the fate of Mei Fu. Now that there are no other methods, it is better to have someone to search for than no one." Shen Miao thought about it and shook her head. Gao Yang had went there once and compared to the current Yu, a doctor like him would definitely want to understand what was going on. Since Gao Yang could not find that place, how would you be able to find it? Luo Tan said, "Youngest Biao's sister, if it is about imaginary matter, how would I dare to delay your time at this juncture? I have once heard Zhu Fu speaking that when he was young, he had seen a type of mysterious concealing stratagem that from the outside, it would seem like nothing but each grass and tree had secrets. After a person enter, one would unconsciously be confused by the mirage in front and thought that one was walking a straight line but unknowingly, they were going in circles. No matter how one turns, one would not be able to get out. In the early times, some people thought that this is some demonic technique." Shen Miao frowned. Mysterious concealing stratagem. Luo Tan nodded her head. Zhu Fu had also mentioned it before. He had only saw it once when he was young and afterwards this craft slowly disappeared and one feared that no one had seen it now. I was thinking since that person has the ability to change one's fate then one might have this ability. Moreover it specifically targets people with martial arts. The higher one's martial arts skills are, the more one cannot enter and would at the end die in the stratagem alive. You are saying that the reason that they are unable to find the location of the house that the siblings mentioned was because someone had set up a mysterious concealing stratagem. Shen Miao shook her head. Like you said, this is specifically targets people with martial arts but the Gao residence people went and still unable to find it. Seeing Shen Miao as such, Luo Tan was somewhat discouraged, saying this and that, "You do not believe me. Do you not believe that someone can save Mei Fu?" "I believe," Shen Miao said. Luo Tan was startled. Shen Miao asked her, "That compass would not be influenced by other things and would always point to the south. The Fengtu Zhuang that you mentioned is at the south and other people's eyes can perhaps be affected by the mysterious concealing stratagem but the compass would not. That is a craftsman's work." Luo Tan said, "That is exactly the reason why the army used it to point the direction in the seas. I only just thought that it would be perfect to use it at the mysterious concealing stratagem." But, she looked at Shen Miao and asked unbelievably, "Youngest Biao's sister, you really believe me and let me look for that superior one?" "I trust you and also trust my own luck." Shen Miao said, "One cannot just sit and wait. An additional route to walk is better than guarding just one road. No matter what is the result, one will need to try else one cannot reconcile with it." She said, "I will go with you." Luo Tan opened her mouth, together. If there is really a superior one, that superior one would definitely hide one's whereabouts and there would be some eccentricity or reason. How would you be able to persuade the person alone? Since he is my husband and I am his wife, I have no reason to place it on another's hands. Luo Tan seemed to have understood Shen Miao for the first time. Shen Miao had always analyzed pros and cons rationally and she thought that she would never see Shen Miao gamble or believe in things that were not possible but this time Shen Miao did it. Was it because of Prince Rui? Shen Miao stood up and in a moment her expression changed and it was firm as if this was her plan all along. She said, "You will go with me and bring along the compass." She then called out for Mo Qing and Chong Yang and said, "Both of you will follow me for a trip to Fengtu Zhuang. Tai Yi, you take good care of Xie Jingxing and wait for my return. Tai Yi will make the decision for whatever matters. If the emperor asks, I will bear the responsibilities." After speaking, she took the coat and headed out, prepare the carriage. There was no doubt in her words and some hidden majesty was exposed. Tai Yi and the few did not think that Shen Miao would become silly at such a critical timing. Even though Fengtu Zhuang was not far from Longyi, a trip to and fro on a fast horse would take 2 days, even without any other changes during the journey. The most important thing was that superior one in that legend, other than the Gao resident siblings recount, no one had seen him before. One did not know if these was real or not and it was too irrational and naive for Shen Miao to search for a person that one did not know if he existed. But Shen Miao seemed to be fixated on it and instructed Tang Xu what to do for the next few days before bringing Luo Tan out. Before leave, she even instructed again that the matter of her and Luo Tan leaving could not be divulged. After disguising, she then brought Ba Zhao, Wei Shang, Mo Qing and Kong Yang on the road with Luo Tan. Because all of them wore clothes from ordinary people, no one was able to recognize them. The residents of Prince Rui had always been good with disguises. Even though Tai Yi was somewhat worried, when Shen Miao was determined, even Shen Chu would not dare to stop her, much less these servants. Watching Shen Miao's departing figure, Tang Xu asked, "Confer and find the person." Tai Yi shook his head. "It is better to have a heart than unable to manage one's mind. At least one is a person who value relationships." He then turned his head and instructed the rest, "The matter of Fern leaving the residence must be concealed well. If it leaks, you will bear the consequences." In the horse carriage, Luo Tan looked at Shen Miao and said, "Youngest Biao's sister, why don't you sleep for a while? These few days you have not rested well, and since there would be no stop in this journey, it is better for you to rest a while. Shen Miao's heart was somewhat chaotic. The carriage was bumpy, and even though she had no mood to rest, what Luo Tan said made sense. If she did not rest well, then it would be bad if matters later would be delayed, thus she closed her eyes for a while for a nap. She did not know why, but this nap was especially long. Shen Miao left in the afternoon, but she was awakened by someone else. When she opened her eyes, she saw Luo Tan staring at her. Youngest Biao's sister, wake up. We have arrived. Shen Miao followed Luo Tan off the carriage, and it was almost evening of the second day. The horse carriage stopped at a desolated area, and one was not sure if there was no one taking care that the branches were so dense that it almost obscured the skies. Even it was in the evening, with the weather in the 6th month, there would be sunlight, but it was so dark that there was no heat at all. It made one feel strangely fearful. Mo Qing and Kong Yang also frowned. Kong Yang said, what kind of ghostly place is this? There is no one around at all. One heard that this was previously an embroidery village and they were best in embroidering a type of phoenix pattern, but afterwards the embroidery village fell and it was abandoned. Ba Jiao was one who would always inquire about things, so she immediately explained. Luo Tan looked around and took out the map that was sewn on the handkerchief. This map indicated that there should be a small path here, but there is no such path. Everyone came over to take a look. Indeed, the map clearly indicated that there was a small path in front of Feng Tuzhuang, and by following the small path, there would be a field and a house. Much less mentioned about the house and field, there were no signs of the small path at all. How can there not be even a single person? It seemed that no one came here for a long time. Luo Tan said, could it be that the grass grew tall and blocked the path so we could not see it? Mo Qing and Kong Yang looked around and shook their head. It would not be so. Ba Jiao and Wei Shang took a look. Wei Shang said, this forest is just too big. Afterwards, when the sun sets, it would be easy to get lost in the forest, and perhaps there are wild beasts. We are also not familiar with the roads here. Furin, what do you think? The most important thing for them, as servants, was to ensure the safety of Shen Miao. Even if one was unable to find the superior one who could change fates, Shen Miao could not fall into danger. The Mo Yan army was good in dealing with enemies, but they were not good in walking in this unfamiliar dark forest at night. Actually, Wei Shang and the rest did not care much about the superior one that Luo Tan mentioned. To their perspective, Luo Tan was too curious and overly naive, thus everyone's heart did not move much. It was only Mo Qing who listened to Shen Miao's orders unquestioning. Wei Shang and the rest did not understand Shen Miao, but Mo Qing followed Shen Miao from the beginning. When in Mingqi, Shen Miao's situation was even more precarious, but she could walk out of such a difficult situation. Every decision that Shen Miao made had a special role in the future, so Mo Qing had never doubted it at all. Shen Miao looked at the map and asked Luo Tan, from what Ben you said, after that pair of siblings enter Feng Tuzhuang, they kept going southwards. Correct. Luo Tan said, yes. But she also said that there is a small path at the south side and that path heads southwards. There is no path here. Let's go, Shen Miao said. Everyone was startled and Kong Yang asked, Furin, where are we going? Shen Miao gestured for Luo Tan to take the compass out and said, walk towards the south. But there is no path at all. Wei Shang was extremely surprised. If it is an incorrect road, then isn't the beginning wrong? Shen Miao took a glance at Wei Shang. Since we are already here and cannot differentiate which route is right or wrong, then just try it. There is a direction towards it. Since that pair of siblings mentioned to keep heading south, the direction is consistent. No matter where the path is, the very most we can search all directions for it. If there is no other ways, trying is also a method. She took the compass and started walking forward. Everyone remained stunned for a moment before Luo Tan said, youngest Biao's sister, wait for me. Ba Jiao was at all smiles. Let's quickly catch up. The few of them followed. The sun was almost setting and this forest became dark and dim due to the dense foliage. After the sun set, it was pitch dark. Fortunately, Kong Yang had brought a long enough torch and they could continue forward after they were lit. It just that in the entire journey, the branches were all the same, and at the end, one was unable to differentiate the scenes before and after, and everything seemed to look the same. Because it was so cold, that it did not seem to be in the 6th month. It was still alright for Mo Qing and Kong Yang, but the females felt somewhat chilly. Shen Miao and the few of them had brought along cloaks, and at this moment, they could not help but tighten their hold of them. Vaguely, there were some wild beast sounds. Mo Qing, Kong Yang and the rest stopped and their hands slowly went to their swords on their waist. Wei Shang said softly and lowly, it's sound of wolves. There are actually wolves here. Wolves is afraid of fire. Shen Miao said, everyone should hold 2 lit fire torches. Wolves are a very cunning beast. If there are packs of wolves in the forest, then when they see so much fire, they would think that we have many people and dared not come close. Wei Shang was startled and even Ba Jiao's round face revealed a surprised look. Furin, you even know the methods to deal with wolves. Mo Yan army contained people from the pugilist world. It was not strange for one to know about it, but Shen Miao was a young lady of an official family, so it was just too unusual for her to know about these matters. Even if the Shen family was of military lineage, these actions were just overly familiar. It instead seemed that she was from a veteran hunting family. Shen Miao smiled. One only heard it from others. At the beginning, when Wan Yu had to marry the Zongnu, one heard that there were many packs of wolves at the Zongnu's side, thus Shen Miao became worried and searched of ways to chase away wolves for Wan Yun. She had thought to let Wan Yu try them in the future, but it was just unfortunate. A flash of pain appeared in her eyes, and when Shen Miao looked up again, it became calm as she said, continue heading forward. Still head forward. Wei Shang said, Furin, we have walked for a few shichen. Did you not realize that we are going rounds on the same spot and have not went forward? Just when we have walked on that path for a few times, and if this continues, one fear that one will not be able to walk to the end in the entire night. Kong Yang also said, correct. Furin, even if one were to continue walking, one cannot just walk on aimlessly, otherwise it can be said that we are making a mistake after another mistake. Shen Miao sighed for a moment and looked towards Luo Tan. The compass kept on pointing south. Luo Tan nodded her head quickly. Yes, we are definitely not walking in the wrong direction, but this scene seemed familiar. It is obviously not the wrong direction, but the scene is exactly the same. This is even stranger. Shen Miao said, if something was abnormal, then it must be demonic. If one walks the incorrect route, then we can just turn around the same way and would still be trapped and unable to get out. It is better to continue walking on. But what you said is correct. What was seen was the exact same scene, and even the trees looked the same, thus it inevitably misled people. If it was truly the same, then it would make one suspicious, but if it is fake, it only served to confuse. She took out a handkerchief from her sleeves and made Luo Tan take another out one. She covered her eyes with the handkerchief and said, how about this? In order not to let one's eyes be misled, one would not see anything and follow the compass and see where would one walk to. I and older Biao's sister will cover our eyes while Ba Jiao and Wei Shang watch the compass in front while Kong Yang and the rest follow behind. We will try it this way. Mo Qing was somewhat hesitant. Furin, really do it like this. I know what you all want to say. Shen Miao covered her eyes, but her tone was unquestionable. Honestly speaking, I too do not know what result would there be to carry on walking like this, but Xie Jingxing do not have that much time. One more step we take mean an additional one more possibility. If we do not even walk, then there would no change in the result. Yes, yes, yes. Luo Tan quickly said, no matter what, one have to try it out. It is useless to speak about it thousands of times. It is actually more practical to do it oneself. Wei Xiong was somewhat surprised. She felt that she really did not understand this Furin. At the beginning when she married over to the residence of Prince Rui, the subordinates of Mo Yun army also secretly took a peek and felt that this Furin had a calm and steady temperament and was not that enthusiastic towards master. But one could not say that she was unfeeling as she could take a risk of entering and walking for an entire night in this pitch-dark forest for master. She looked like an intelligent person and could analyze the pros and cons sensibly, but this time was naive enough to believe the legend of changing fate and even use such a stupid method. Wei Xiong could not understand Shen Miao's contradictory actions, but it was not as complicated as she had imagined it to be. At critical juncture, people would unconsciously expose their true self, and during urgency, one would not be guided by rationality or intelligence but by instinct. At this moment, wisdom could not compete with the current urgent feeling. Mo Qing silently followed behind Shen Miao and walked forward. Wei Xiong and the few paused and finally did not say anything more and continued following. These matters in Feng Tuzhuang were not known to the people in Longyi. The officials only knew that Prince Rui was injured during the hunt, but no one knew how the injuries were like, and naturally no one dared to ask. Xie Yuan's position in Longyi's court was very special. Some people wholeheartedly wished for his death while others had bet their whole family lives on him and were praying that nothing happened to him. No matter how much doubt everyone had in their hearts, the residence of Prince Rui was like a metal bucket, not a glimpse of wind was revealed. Seeing that one did not know of the situation, everyone was unable to sleep due to the itch in one's heart, but nothing could be inquired. Those who were restless, continued to be restless. Those who were rejoicing at the misfortune, continued to rejoice. No one was able to help the other. In the Lu residence, Lu Wan'er was walking back and forth in the room, speaking coquettishly to Lu Furin. Mother, I want to take a look at His Highness. One does not know how his injuries are. What if the injury is serious? Lu Furin consoled her. How can it be serious? If it is serious, then one would definitely look around for doctors. Currently there is no information from the prince residence at all, so one thinks that it is all right. So why do you need to join the bustle? But my heart is very restless. Lu Wan'er said, it is all that Shen Miao to blame. She is indeed a misfortune star. She just married over and His Highness the Prince of first rank fell into such misfortune. She is one who cursed one's husband and it is better to divorce her earlier. If one were to keep on be entangled with her then His Highness would have more misfortune. Lu Furin smiled and said, yes, 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 but currently you cannot go over. After Prince Rui's health recovers a little, just let your oldest sister to think of a way to let both of you meet. One cannot seek for trouble at this moment. Li Wan'er said unhappily, mother cannot deceive me. After Lu Wan'er left, Lu Furin's smile sank and she instructed the maid by her side, watch after young lady carefully and do not let her out the door these few days. If master's plans are disrupted, I will hold you all accountable. When she spoke at the end, her tone became harsh and her expression was ruthless, exactly like the fierce General Lu Zhongzan. The maids quickly lowered their head and complied. However, at the other side, in the residence of the Prime Minister, Yi Furin was also talking to Master Yi about this matter. Yi Furin was playing chess with Master Yi. Yi Maochun and Lu Zhenzan were completely different. Lu Zhongzan was a typical martial practitioner and with one glance, one could tell that he grew up fighting with others. His eyebrows were suffocating and he had a fierce appearance that even little kids would cry due to fright. Yi Maochun had a fair appearance and also looked harmless but had a scholarly appearance. However, this Prime Minister could make the officials in Longyi dared not act rashly towards despite having a lack of descendants. Even Emperor Yongle dared not shed all pretense of cordiality, thus he was not as harmless as he appeared to be. Yi Furin placed a chess piece down and smiled. This residence of Prince Rui is like an iron bucket. Currently there are no news and one does not know what is the situation with Prince Rui. I cannot eat properly or sleep properly. It is really frustrating. Don't Furin already have a plan in your heart? Why still worry about it? Yi Maochun smiled and followed by placing a chess piece down. Yi Furin looked at him with blame. She was not a dainty 20-years-old female, thus it was somewhat uncomfortable for her to put up such an act. Yi Furin did not notice it and placed another chess piece down and said, no news means bad news. Prince Rui is such a show-off, so if he could see other, he would definitely come out. For him not to appear after so long, it is most likely he is unable to do so. Yi Maochun smiled. Perhaps it is to confuse others. Master is underestimating this key and teasing this key. Yi Furin said, this is definitely not a lie. Oh, why is it so? Yi Furin looked at the chessboard and said, one did not know about the residence of Prince Rui's end but the emperor did not hit it. Isn't he currently starting to deal with the Lu family? Seeing how heavy the emperor's hands are, Prince Rui's injuries are not light. Yi Maochun laughed out happily, so Furin can see things so clearly. I am clearly embarrassed that Furin is able to see clearly the matters of court. Then why not Furin guess what do I plan to do? Yi Furin lowered her head and laughed, this is difficult to say, one has to see what happens to Prince Rui. See that Yi Maochun did not deny it. Yi Furin felt that she had spoken correctly and continued, the emperor and the Lu family had been playing with one another for so many years and these days even want to pull our Yi family in, but we are not fools. How would one be used as rafts? When the sandpiper and clam war together, it is the fisherman that catches both, so just let the emperor and Lu family fight. Previously Prince Rui was present so he sided the emperor and is happy to be good to the emperor, but if this time Prince Rui is unable to escape from this, the emperor is alone and the world will still be controlled by the Lu family. It is only one Prince Rui, how is that incredulous as you said? Yi Maochun smiled lightly. Prince Rui is a powerful person. Yi Furin smiled too, Dun Master also feels so. Yi Maochun paused his chess movement for a bit and looked at Yi Furin meaningfully. Yi Furin seems to always be able to guess my heart. However, does Furin think that Prince Rui can escape this calamity? Yi Furin thought for a long time and said 5 words, difficult to avoid this calamity. Yi Maochun looked at her. Does Master still remember 2 years ago when Prince Rui returned to Longyi? At that time he was seriously injured. The emperor was able to hide it from others, was unable to conceal it from us. At that time one had though that Prince Rui would lack the strength to reverse the situation, but one did not know what good fortune he had gotten and survived it. Afterwards he used his own power to mess up the situation in court. Yi Furin smiled, but one would not be that lucky twice. The last time it was the gods that protected him, but this time, who would be protecting him? From the beginning it was already destined that Prince Rui would not have any future. One can escape 2 years ago but unable to escape 2 years later. Really? Yi Maochun quickly followed Yi Furin and placed a chess piece down. I however thought the exact opposite of you. 2 years ago Prince Rui's medication was ineffective but at the end did not die, so one's fate is already determined in the beginning. Prince Rui would definitely have a future. He had escaped 2 years ago and would definitely escape 2 years later. Yi Furin did not get angry when she heard of it but also did not rebut Yi Maochun. Let's wait and see. Yi Furin also laughed and placed the last chess piece down. Furin seemed to have lost. Yi Furin took a look. It was really the case and thus she said in a spoiled manner, it is not right for master to talk to Qi when playing chess. 1 round again. However Yi Maochun shook his head and smiled, another day. Today one will be testing Hong Guang's homework and it is almost time. Yi Fuer quickly said, then may Master leave first, Hong Huang's homework is important. Yi Mao Chun got up and leave. When Yi Furen saw Master Yi leaving figure, her expression gradually became cold and very ugly and her mouth became sharper, only a cripple. So what if one has great erudition and knowledge, one only can hide in the residence for one's another life. She felt indignant and unable to calm herself down, thus she swept the chess pieces onto the floor and said lowly, exactly the same as that fox vixen. The maids that were serving in the room dared not move as everyone knew that Yi Furen disliked that young Master Yi the most. Yi Hongguang was born from that concubine and raised under Yi Furen's name but was an unhealthy Di-son, Yi family only descendant. The morning light was so weak that when it shines through the branches and onto the ground, it was only a few threads of silver, making it look good. In the dark night, this small little silver sunlight drove away the darkness. Even though it was only a few, it was gratifying to one's heart. Wei Xiong and Ba Jiao stopped and turned around to support Shen Miao and Luo Tan who still had their eyes blindfolded, before saying to Shen Miao, Furen, the skies have brightened. If one did not see it personally, Wei Xiong and the few of them would not have thought that Shen Miao, a high-born young lady, could actually walk the entire night in an uninhabited forest with them. Wei Xiong had been specially trained and would not feel tired, but Luo Tan, who had martial arts foundation, was already so tired that the word sleepiness was written on her face, but Shen Miao was still wide awake and clear-minded. Wei Xiong and Kong Yang were whispering in their hearts. Could it be that this Furen also practiced martial arts so she had such a strong willpower? In fact, they were thinking too much. It was just that when Shen Miao was in the cold palace, Mei Furen and other concubines would find trouble for her. Situations where one threw stones when one was down were not uncommon in the palace, so when she washed clothes at night, she would need to wash throughout the entire night. Moreover, the situation was currently urgent and she wholeheartedly wanted to get out of the forest, so how could she worry about being sleepy? How long have we walked? Shen Miao asked. Replying to Furen, Kong Yang said, after walking for a night, we have walked very far, but based on the markings that was left behind, one had not seen the second marking, so we are not walking in rounds. He then said, the concept of masking one's eyes is indeed good. It seems that we were conceived by our own eyes. But these forests looked exactly the same as before. Luo Tan was already powerless. Continue walking, Shen Miao said, one have already walked this far, the end point can be reached. Wei Xiong was startled a bit and did not say anything this time. During the night, they had tried a few times to get Shen Miao to stop, but not only Shen Miao did not listen to them, she seemed to be annoyed by it and scolded them. It was them, from Mo Yun army, which was used to be unbridled, was actually behaving like mouse that saw a cat after being scolded by Shen Miao. Wei Xiong and Kong Yang were bewildered in their heart. This Furen looked gentle and easy to speak with, but once she gets angry, why was she so scary? Even Empress Xianda in the palace would not be that scary and imposing. The few of them continued following behind Shen Miao. Luo Tan was somewhat dispirited. No matter how much martial arts skills she practiced, it could not be compared to Wei Xiong and the rest, and was not like Shen Miao who had experienced hardships, as she was currently stubbornly pushing forward and widened her eyes to find something to distract herself. With such an action, she discovered that there was something unusual. She pulled Shen Miao, there are flowers here. During the journey just now, one did not see any flowers at all. Everyone was stunned and came over to look. Indeed so, there were small flowers at the bushes and one would not notice if they did not pay any attention. Mo Qing suddenly frowned. It seems that there are chickens calling. Wei Xiong, Ba Jiao and Kong Yang had higher martial arts skills and they perked up their ears to listen and finally said, that is correct. How would there be chickens calling? Shen Miao muttered to herself, could it be that there is a house in front? She then continued, stop looking and let's walk. Since there are sounds, then the exit is nearby. We will soon be able to get out of this forest. When everyone heard that they would be walking out of this forest, their fighting spirits were up and they immediately regroup. This time their luck was good and after walking half an incense 15 minutes they felt that the tree branches were getting thicker and the forest were not as dense as before. More sunlight started shining in and it made one feel comfortable. It seems that one would really be able to get out. Luo Tan's sleepiness was swept away by the excitement, let's walk faster. Before her voice lands, she saw the end of the forest and there was a path. Everyone looked at one another while Shen Miao took the lead and walked on it. Walking along the road, there was a garden at the end and even though it was a garden, there were flowers and vegetables that was planted. Even though it was a messy arrangement, it was planted by someone who did not maintain it well. Thus the plants grew wildly and it became a mess. However, despite this, there was a house behind it. The house was built from thatch and it was crumbling, as if the roof could be blown away by the wind. As everyone went forward, Ba Jiao ran in and came out shaking her head. Furen, there is no one inside. A trace of disappointment appeared in Luo Tan's eyes. How can there be no one? This was very different from what they had imagined. They had not expected that the place where a superior one was staying would be this dilapidated. It was discouraging that there was no one around at all. Shen Miao said, the plants are still here and it does not look like there would not be anyone. Wait here then, someone would appear. Before the voice landed, one heard a broken voice, oh. A noble guest has arrived. Deeply welcome your presence. Deeply welcome your presence. Everyone turned back together. Shen Miao saw that person's face and could not help but be startled as her voice cracked up. It is you. Ba Jiao asked. Furen is acquainted. That smiling middle-aged man who was clad in a tattered Taoist priest robes, and this was exactly the person that accepted Shen Miao's golden peanut at Mingqi's Kutuo Monastery and said that even though a Phonix's destiny is good, it is a pity to be imprisoned for a lifetime. This was the Taoist priest that also made a divination that the past is like a dream, avoid entanglement and out of the depths of misfortune comes bliss, the auspicious portent comes from the east. Shen Miao had never thought that the so-called superior one would be the strange Taoist priest that she saw once in Mingqi's Kutuo Monastery. The words that the Taoist priest had said on that day lingered with Shen Miao for a long time as she felt that this person seemed to have a peek to her secret of living 2 lifetimes. However, after she sent people over to look for the whereabouts of that Taoist priest, one was unable to find the person after rummaging through the entire Ding capital. It was of no wonder why one was unable to find this Taoist priest actually come so far away to Great Liang's Longyi. Then things were somewhat strange. Accordingly to Ben Yu, the pair of siblings had encountered this Taoist priest a few years back. Since this Taoist priest was in Longyi then, it seemed that this Taoist priest had stayed in Longyi for a long time and could even be a Great Liang person. Then why did he appear in Mingqi's Ding capital? It could not be that he traveled such a long journey just to calculate 2 divination for her right. Shen Miao said, Taoist priest. The strange Taoist priest looked at her and stroked his beard as he shook his head. This poor priest's Taoist name is Kai Yan. Furen came here to save someone right. This poor priest has been waiting for you for a long time. Luo Tan was startled and asked, Kai Yan Taoist priest, you long knew that we are coming to look for you. Kai Yan Taoist priest smiled proudly and shook the divination cylinder at his waist. The divination container rattled as he said, this old priest calculated a divination for oneself. Shen Miao thought that even though this Taoist priest was strange, he seemed to have real abilities. For instance, what he said in Kutuo Monastery was rather reasonable. So if he was the so-called superior one, she was not surprised. She said, my husband is currently seriously wounded and one has heard that Taoist priest is able to change one's fate and thus made a special trip over. One requests Taoist priest to save my husband's life. One the matter succeed, one will provide great thanks. Wei Xiong and the few were standing behind Shen Miao and heard Shen Miao words previously, seemingly she was acquainted with this strange Taoist priest. Although there were doubts in their hearts, it was not a good time to inquire about it. After listening to Shen Miao words, they wondered if she was somewhat possessed. The matter of changing one's fate was just too much. No matter how one looked, this Taoist priest looked like a normal person who grew up eating grains. Could it be that Shen Miao was swindled by a con man? Shen Miao however knew that this strange Taoist priest who could see that she had lived 2 lifetimes and could see that she became an empress in her past lifetime was not spouting nonsense or guesses. After hearing Shen Miao's words, the strange Taoist priest shook his head and walked nearer. Everyone then could see that he was having a premonition and his hands was carrying a fishing bamboo basket, looking like he was going fishing. It was just that there was only a string on the fishing pole and the hook that was attached to it was straight. It would be strange if a fish was caught like this. Indeed his basket was empty and pitiful. Seeing that he was not answering Shen Miao for a long time, Luo Tan was anxious and asked, Taoist priest, can you save my Mei Fu? That Taoist priest leaned the fishing pole against the door before straightening up his back and looked seriously at Shen Miao. Heaven's designs must not be divulged. This poor priest cannot even divulge heaven's designs to Fern, so how would one dare to change fate and create unexpected calamity? But you have already saved Ben Yu's friend, that young boy. Luo Tan was puzzled. Isn't that considered as changing fate? That was because that little life should not be severed. The heavens has destined that he would encounter me and it was also destined that I will save his life. Kai Yan Taoist priest said. Wei Xiong, Ba Zhao and the rest was startled. They originally thought that the pair of siblings spouted nonsense and did not think that it was actually real. Moreover, this Taoist priest in front of them admitted that it was his doing. Shen Miao's brows slightly wrinkled. Then one dare asked Taoist priest, what is the destined fate between Taoist priest and me? The Taoist priest chuckled. Heaven's designs must not be divulged. A heaven's designs must not be divulged on the right and a heaven's designs must not be divulged on the left. Moreover, this was a critical juncture. Even if Shen Miao could tolerate, at this moment she became furious and said angrily, in the outside world, the action are not something that devoid of conscience. Currently good people are harmed by evildoers and it is the evildoers that are happy. Is it that those who commit murder and arson have gold belts and those who build bridges and repair roads would not even have a body left? What kind of heaven's law is this? What kind of righteousness is this? One really opened one's eyes upon seeing that Taoist priest even practices as such. One thinks that this is ridiculous. Kong Yang's eyes widen. Why did Shen Miao start scolding others now? These words were sharp and Shen Miao said it all in one breath, making one feel very refreshing. Unexpectedly, not only the Kai Yan Taoist priest did not get angry after being pelting with scoldings, he however started laughing loudly and clapped his hands. Indeed, after staying with that fierce dragon for a long time, you have become as fierce. This is good. Luo Tan muttered softly, is he sick? Still so happy after being scolded by others. Kai Yan Taoist priest opened his mouth, you are not wrong. The heaven's law is inherently unfair but humans are in charge of human affairs. Heaven's law dictate fortune but not life. He smiled slightly. The horsetail whisk was the same and even though it was worn out, at this moment there was some sense of a feeling of an immortal. He said, even though heaven's law did not dictate me to change his fated life is too noble that I cannot change. It is heaven's law that destined you and I were to encounter and it is also destined that this poor priest would bestow you a fate. He said it very confusingly and everyone listening were puzzled like they were amidst the clouds and mist. Only Shen Miao's gaze was staring at him sharply. One heard the Taoist priest saying, you really want to save him? Yes. That Taoist priest smiled, since you want to save him then follow me. Finishing, he turned around and moved forward. Shen Miao did not hesitate to follow and Wei Xiong and the rest of them quickly set off. However Kai Yan Taoist priest suddenly turned back and looked at Wei Xiong and the rest, you all cannot follow. Why? There was anger on Kong Yang's face. They were ordered to protect Shen Miao's safety so how would they let Shen Miao follow a crazy and strange Taoist priest alone? If anything happened, when Xie Jingxing woke up, how did they explain it to Xie Jingxing? There is a mysterious concealing stratagem that is created by my teacher. The mysterious concealing stratagem that my teacher construct cannot be broken by anyone in the world and that includes me. There is only one way of surviving and the rest of it is death. This is to target people who knows martial arts. The higher one skills is, the faster one will die. This Fern has no martial arts skills and thus can go with me. As for the rest, he shook his head, all who enter will die. But how could we trust that you will not harm Fern? Wei Xiong said, by not letting us follow, how do we know where you will bring Fern to? Kai Yan Taoist priest spread his hands out, like a rogue, if one did not believe then this poor priest would not go ahead. You can quickly lead this Fern back. This almost made Wei Xiong vomit blood in anger. Shen Miao said, you all can wait for me here. I will go with the Taoist priest. Fern, Ba Zhao was very disapproving with it. That, Luo Tan said cautiously, can I go or not? Even though I have martial arts skills, it is not high and should not affect it. It seemed that it was only now Kai Yan Taoist priest noticed Luo Tan. After sizing her up, he said, it is still alright since one almost have no martial arts skills. Alright, you can also follow me in. Luo Tan, what did almost no martial arts skills? Her martial arts was lacking a bit and could not be compared to those people who trained from young at the residence of Prince Rui. It could not be considered as nothing. But comparing to Wei Xiong and the rest, at least she could follow along with Shen Miao. Luo Tan said, youngest Biao sister, I will accompany you. If there is any matter, it is good to have another to take care. After Shen Miao thought about it, she nodded her head. Even though Luo Tan was impulsive, she did not stir up any issues and Shen Miao did not know what Kai Yan Taoist priest wanted to do. She was used in putting defenses against others and even though she trusted that Kai Yan Taoist priest had some abilities, she was still skeptical with the other party. Wei Xiong and the rest saw that Shen Miao had made up her mind and knew that persuading was impossible. Seeing that Luo Tan was following along, their hearts were slightly relieved. After nagging at Luo Tan a while, they even gave Luo Tan the signal fireworks that the Mo Yan army used to her, saying that if there was any matter, just set the fireworks off and they would naturally think of some ways to rush over. However the Taoist priest became somewhat impatient, still don't go. When the skies are dark then this old priest cannot help you all. Shen Miao said, set off now. The route that Kai Yan Taoist priest brought Shen Miao and Luo Tan was very bizarre. It could be said that this piece of separated forest did not have any path but Kai Yan Taoist priest could tell where the turns were and know where there was a slope. It was as if there was an undiscovered path where could not see. The route that he took was not easy to walk as at times it looked like a dead end but he was able to find a new path. Luo Tan looked on with amazement and even Shen Miao was shocked. Luo Tan asked, Taoist priest, you seem to be very familiar to this place. Does one come here often? This poor priest lived here since young thus one is familiar. Kai Yan Taoist priest proudly stroked his beard and said, many of these trees are planted by this poor priest. Luo Tan nodded her head. It seemed that Taoist priest is a person of great liang so why does one here? You have encountered youngest Biao's sister once. Youngest Biao's sister had never come to Long Yi before. Could it be the counter was in Long Yi? Luo Tan remembered the familiar gaze when Shen Miao saw Kai Yan Daoist priest, which apparently indicated they knew one another before. Kai Yan Daoist priest looked meaningfully at Shen Miao. This poor priest had the fate of calculating to divination for this foreign. No matter where it is, one would definitely meet. Luo Tan scratched her head as she somewhat could not understand it. Shen Miao, however, was thoughtful as she always felt that this Daoist priest knew more than she had thought. After Xie Jingxing matter has passed, could she ask seriously about matters of her past lifetime? Just as this thought appeared in her mind, Kai Yan Daoist priest smiled. Foreign want to save others and also want to ask questions. One cannot have both and only one choice can be made. There will be loss and there will be gain. Foreign must definitely think of one's choice. Shen Miao's heart quivered. This Daoist priest seemed to have seen through the thoughts in her heart. His meaning was that if she were to ask about matter of the previous lifetime, then she would not be able to save Xie Jingxing, and if she wants to save Xie Jingxing, she have to keep silent about her past lifetime. What kind of rule was this? Shen Miao felt stuffy when she heard Kai Yan Daoist priest ask, does Foreign have a decision in one's heart? Luo Tan looked at them curiously as she did not understand what kind of provocation did Kai Yan Daoist priest said to Shen Miao, but Shen Miao was always like this and only few people would understand what she said. Her brains was not as good, so she did not bother to understand it. Shen Miao said slightly, one can think of ways to find for the answer, but in the matter of saving lives, I neither have medical skills or know how to change one's fate, thus one can only trouble Daoist priest. How could secrets be compared to life? One hoped that Daoist priest would save a life first. The strange Daoist priest laughed out loud. Foreign is not honest. What secrets in life to talk about? It is better to say that you see him more important than oneself and thus would give up the things that one is searching for him. He mysteriously smiled. Foreign's vicious tendencies has also dissipated a lot. Shen Miao slightly frowned. That Daoist priest, however, picked a willow branch and like a child, him an unknown tune and continue heading forward. She could only keep up. That Daoist priest had walked for a long time and fearing that she would delay things, Luo Tan dare not complain and Shen Miao did not say anything. One did not know what time it was but only felt that the day had gotten later and the sun was somewhat weakened when the Daoist priest suddenly stopped and said, one has arrived. Luo Tan and Shen Miao took 2 steps forward and discovered that what appeared in front was a large valley. This valley was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Currently it was the 6th month, the middle of stumble, but the flowers were full bloom and the sunset made the land filled with golden glow. It was as if one have arrived to an immortal land on earth as there was a sense of unreality. It is so beautiful here. Luo Tan exclaimed. Kai Yan Daoist priest looked towards Shen Miao. What does Foreign discover? Shen Miao only felt that there was some medicinal scent in the air, and looking at the flowers that were all around, even though they were bright, they did not look the same as normal flowers. She hesitated for a while before saying, these are all herbs. Kai Yan Daoist priest laughed out. Exactly so. Although I cannot save your husband and cannot change his fate, my teacher has a medicine valley. There is a herb in it that can detoxify hundreds of poisons, and this particular herb can save your husband's life. Shen Miao did not tell Kai Yan Daoist priest of Xie Jingxing's injuries, but Kai Yan Daoist priest's woods had indicated that Xie Jingxing was poisoned. Luo Tan looked at that strange Daoist priest admiringly, but Shen Miao was not surprised as she had known earlier that this strange Daoist priest had some skills. This was not surprising at all. She said, would beg Daoist priest to give me that herb that can detoxify hundreds of poisons and save my husband's life. Kai Yan smiled. This particular medical herb was left behind by my great-great-great-great-grand teacher and had been placed in this medicine valley all the time. Till now, there is only one of it in this world. If ordinary people eat it, it would prolong one's life. If those poison eat it, naturally the poison would be removed. This particular herb is so precious, so how would I give you in vain? You are a benevolent and compassionate Daoist priest. Luo Tan said, if you want gold and silver, my youngest Biao sister can afford it. What do you want in exchange? Shen Miao continued, as long as it is within my abilities, I would definitely do it for Daoist priest. If I want Foreign to exchange with your life, Kai Yan Daoist priest said craftily. Shen Miao was startled, and before she spoke, Luo Tan said, you are really a bully. How could one use that as a condition? Kai Yan waved his hands. One who leave the secular world is benevolent and compassionate, but I am a Daoist priest, so naturally one who would not do things like murdering and arson. It is just a joke only. I have a question that one have to ask Foreign. He looked at the stunned Shen Miao. Could Foreign explain it to this poor priest? It was only now that Shen Miao recovered to her senses. Her heart was in shock as when Kai Yan asked if she was willing to use her life to exchange, a thought quickly flew into her mind. She was willing to do so. How was this possible? She still had Shen Chu, Shen Xin and Luo Shuiyan behind her. She had an entire family of loved ones, so why would her heart be willing to give up her life for Xie Jingxing? Shen Miao's heart suddenly became somewhat fearful. By putting too much emotion to it, one would only be hurt even deeper in the future, and her previous lifetime was a living example. She could try to love again, but she dared not have a deep and strong love and also could not afford to gamble. Youngest Biao's sister. Luo Tan chewed her arm. Shen Miao settled her mind down and looked towards the Daoist priest. May Daoist priest speak. Look at this. The Daoist priest knelt down and pointed to a small flower between the grass. This is Hongshu Sao that can be used to treat cough. However, these days it does not flower much. From Foreign's view, what is the reason? What did this mean? Shen Miao was not a doctor and could not distinguish herbs apart, so how could she be able to see the reason? But she still squatted down and took a careful look. She saw that there were some moving black spots on the flower stalks and her heart moved. Most likely there are worms growing. This is also what this poor priest thought. Kai Yan looks worried, but these Hongshu Sao is the most delicate. One cannot use pesticide to drive the worms away, and if one wants to get rid of those worms, one could only take it out by hands with a gentle movement, else it would hurt the petals. Luo Tan said, since it is so, what does it have to do with us? Kai Yan Daoist priest stood up and Shen Miao also stood up before he smiled, but this poor priest is a male and have coarse movements. Normally one is careless and one fear that one would not be able to pick carefully and accidentally hurt the petals. These are all precious rare medicine and is very valuable, thus one would like to invite Foreign to pick the worms cleanly off for me. Luo Tan's eyes widen. This Daoist priest let Shen Miao come over but used Shen Miao as a farmer. Shen Miao asked, after picking the worms cleanly off, Daoist priest will give me the medical herb that can detoxify hundreds of poisons. Kai Yan nodded his head. All right, I will do it. Shen Miao intend to immediately start. Luo Tan did not speak anymore as she treated it as effort to earn a medical herb, thus it was not a loss. However, Kai Yan shook his head and led Shen Miao and Luo Tan a few steps forward. It is the Hongshu Sao here. When both of them took a look, they were somewhat stunned. That was a large field of medical herbs that was almost as big as a few fields from big families. Moreover, the medical herbs that was planted on the entire field was not done neatly. Some were Hongshu Sao, some were others, but were all grown together. Just finding those Hongshu Sao would require a lot of effort, much less cleaning the Hongshu Sao from worms. One did not know how long it would take. Are you deliberately playing tricks with us? Luo Tan jumped up in anger. How could one person be able to complete all these? Kai Yan only smiled and looked at Shen Miao. Furen also feel that one person is unable to complete it. Shen Miao looked at him deeply and said, after finishing this, will Taoist priest really give me the herbs? Youngest Biao sister, Luo Tan became anxious. It is clear that he is deliberately playing a fool of you. If one is willing to save a person, why would one come out such an impossible task? How does he look like a compassionate person? Kai Yan said, young lady's words are wrong. There is no free meal under heavens. In this world, there will be losses, there will be gains. If one wants something, one have to pay the corresponding price. This Furen want my medical herbs, then one has to pick the worms off the other medical plants. This is a fair matter. Isn't it decided by this Furen whether it can be completed or not? He said, after picking the worms off these Hongshu Sao, then apply the fertilizer to my mountain of medicinal plants. I will then give you the medical herbs. He then raised another dust storm. One cannot do it anyhow as this priest would inspect it. If there is any mistakes then that medical herbs will not be given to you. And also, he then looked at Lu Tan, however this young lady cannot help. Furen, can you do it? I can do it and also hope that Taoist priest will keep one's promise. After finishing these words, Shen Miao jumped to that medicine field and bent down to begin picking the worms out seriously. She was magnificent Wang Fei that was also raised up delicately and spoiled as a daughter of an official but was here being a farmer for a wild doctor. Even those farmers would not do so much work alone. Picking worms off and also apply fertilizer. Luo Tan could not imagine how Shen Miao's weak body was able to carry the fertilizer. She only felt that if Shen Qin and Shen Chu in Ding capital know of it, they would be furious. But when had Shen Miao reneged her decision before? Luo Tan gritted her teeth and wanted to go over to help but was stopped by Shen Miao's stern voice. Stop there. If you don't wish for me to hate you then don't come down. She spoke sternly but Luo Tan's eyes became red and her heart became stuck in frustration. If she had known that it was as such, that Shen Miao would be led by others by the nose, she would not tell Shen Miao of Ben Yu's matter. Now she had implicated Shen Miao to be deceived and suffer, she really felt sinful. She shouted out, this strange Taoist priest is clearly playing with you. Is it worth it? I did not do anything for him. Shen Miao did not raise her head at all as she continued to take care of the plants seriously. There is a chance so one will do it. She then said, if you really think about me then help me to find or make a lantern. It would be dark later and one will not be able to see, it is better to have a light. Luo Tan took a deep breath but in a blink of an eye she saw Kai Yan Taoist priest turning around and leaving from the other side. She quickly ran over, weird Taoist priest, listen to me. Shen Miao squatted at the flowers. She had not done this for a long time and was somewhat not used to it. She did not think that it was unbearable to pick worms out and feed fertilizer. In this lifetime, self-esteem was not used at such an occasion. When it was time to bend down and bow to others, one will bend and bow to others. If the time came that schemes were not workable then one would put in effort obediently and not do anything in vain. This was the rationale she had relied on in her entire previous lifetime and only understood it in the Cold Palace. If she gave up fighting with Mei Furen earlier and willing to be weaker, perhaps Mei Furen would not target Fu Ming and Wan Yu so much. Why did she be disadvantaged for the sake of being strong? Revenge. These things would be thought of later. The present was the most important. If Kai Yan Taoist priest at the end kept his promise then her suffering would be worth it. It was somewhat difficult to do such work in such a desolate place but compared to the position of the empress she sat in her previous lifetime, she was previously ridiculed even more then. It was just that in the entire field of Hongshu Sao, one did not know how long it would take. There was no extra time to waste. Shen Miao could not help but smile bitterly. When Luo Tan brought over a lantern, the skies had already turned dark. There was a light breeze in the valley at night and dazzling stars and moon but Shen Miao had no mood to appreciate them. She used the lantern light and touched every single leaf and stumbled along with a heavy load. There were mosquitoes by the side that her delicate skin was filled with red bumps and her hands were swollen but she did not take a rest for the entire night. As Luo Tan watched on, her tears fell but she could not help at all and could only scold Kai Yan Taoist priest in her heart. It was after all on the afternoon of the next day. Shen Miao wiped the sweat on her forehead and placed the empty load and let Kai Yan Taoist priest take a look. Kai Yan Taoist priest however smiled, there is no need to look. You did well. Finishing she took a small box from his pocket and handed it to Shen Miao. Shen Miao opened it up and saw that there was indeed a herb lying in it. It is this herb. Kai Yan Taoist priest smiled, you have cured the entire mountain of Hongshu Sao for me, I will use this to treat your husband's injuries. One adheres strictly to one's promise. Luo Tan said angrily, you have profited. Furen's insistence made this poor priest have a whole new level of respect. One hoped that no matter what happened in the future, Furen would remember today's sincere heart. If Furen have any little fluke emotion, the worms would not be extinguished and this herb would not be in Furen's hands. Many thanks for priest's confer. Shen Miao was eager to rush back but after she received the herbs, the bottom half of her body became weak and powerless. She had not slept for an entire night and these days was unable to rest well. It was as if she was a fully strung bow and now as it was relaxed, she only felt that her head was heavy and her feet light. Many thanks for priest's confer. Luo Tan was already very dissatisfied with the bizarre demands of this Taoist priest and was extremely uncomfortable when she saw the poor condition Shen Miao was in. Shen Miao was the calmest of all in the Luo and Shen family and would not be shocked by anyone. Now she was being played a fool till she had no energy left and that made her very unhappy. One hoped that the Hongshu Sao would not have worms for a long time. There would not be anyone who was as nice as my youngest Biao sister, that would do the chores for the entire mountain. Even if it were the farmers, they would not do it to their best efforts in the entire night. Kai Yan Taoist priest laughed out loud, that cannot be said for sure. Furen and I have the fate of 3 meetings, this is only the second one. There will always be one more. Luo Tan mumbled to herself, who wants to see? She then pulled Shen Miao, I will support you. Let us go down the mountain. Afterwards she said to Kai Yan Taoist priest, may Taoist priest also hurry up, one is waiting for the thing to save a life. Kai Yan Taoist priest followed behind. As he watched the back figure of the two people, his eyes landed on Shen Miao's staggering footsteps, his smiling expression slowly reduced and there was a trace of pity in his eyes. After a long while, he shook his head and said one words. Feudal. When Shen Miao and Luo Tan reached the front of the thatched house, Wei Xiong and Ba Zhao was standing under a locust tree surveying while Kong Yang and Mo Qing sat under the tree, hugging their swords with their brows tightly sewn together. Wei Xiong suddenly said, arrived. Ba Zhao quickly rushed over and saw that Luo Tan and Shen Miao was following behind the strange Taoist priest, heading over here. Luo Tan was still alright but Shen Miao stumbled on the stop and her entire body was stained with dirt, her hair was somewhat messy and there was some odor. Wei Xiong and Ba Zhao looked at one another and their hearts were aligned. Ba Zhao asked, Furen, this is. Luo Tan wanted to speak but her sleeves were tugged by Shen Miao. When she looked over, Shen Miao shook her head slightly and she swallowed the words that were at her mouth. Shen Miao, let's go. However Kai Yan Taoist priest said, since you are rushing for time, there is no need to use that road that you come on. One will point a nearer route. He brought the few of them around and suddenly there was a field and there was a visible crisscross path. From Banyu words, the path that pair of siblings walked was a path on a field and at this moment, it was consistent. It seemed that that pair of siblings did not take the route that Shen Miao and the rest took when they came over but instead this route. Kai Yan said, you all can follow this road all the way and the exit will be there. He then looked at Shen Miao and smiled, Furin will have a predestined fate like what this poor priest said. Shen Miao looked at him calmly, does Taoist priest want to say that the predestined fate is appearing soon? The predestined fate lives according to destiny. Heaven's designs must not be divulged. The Taoist priest mysteriously smiled, but after not long, this poor priest will meet Furin again. At that time, one hoped that Furin would be like yesterday night, pick the worms cleanly off from Hong Shu Sao. At that time, there would be a chance of reconciliation. These words was neither negative or positive and unclear. Others were in a head of water upon hearing it and Shen Miao too did not understand it clearly. It was only that there were too many things that one could not stay on. If nothing goes wrong, with the time from leaving here and staying here a night, today was the 6th day. That Gui Yuan pill could at the most withstand for 10 days. Moreover, the old imperial physician said that Xie Jingxing's poison had started to spread and there would be danger around the 7th day. There was really no time left to stay on. After saying farewells to Kai Yan, Shen Miao and the rest took that small path in the field. This small path was indeed like what Kai Yan Taoist priest said, much easier to walk on than the route that they took through the forest the day before. When they were boarding the horse carriage, Wei Shang could not help but said, Furin, what did that Taoist priest made you do? What happened yesterday night? She saw Shen Miao's sorry appearance and did not believe that nothing happened at all. Shen Miao said, nothing much happened. Returning back is more important. She then took the lead and went up the horse carriage. Seeing that Shen Miao was not willing to talk more about it, Wei Shang and the rest suddenly became suspicious but was helpless towards it. In addition that Xie Jingxing's injury could not delay, they quickly rushed back. In the horse carriage, Luo Tan asked Shen Miao, youngest Biao's sister, why do you not want to speak about it? From Luo Tan's view, Shen Miao had took on such a great suffering for Xie Jingxing and it was very moving in any case. Even ordinary husband and wife would not be able to reach such a step. A young lady knelt down to be a farmer and did it for an entire night. This was something that not everyone could do. Shen Miao had suffered but did not tell others but kept it hidden. What good was this? These things are done not to tell and show off. Shen Miao said, moreover if these are spread out, it would instead affect the reputation of the residents of Prince Rui. This issue ends here, you should not tell others. Luo Tan asked, Prince Rui also cannot know. Shen Miao nodded her head. Luo Tan said, I understand. She then said to Shen Miao, go and rest first. It would only be tomorrow when one reaches Longyi. You have stayed up all night last night and have not rested at all so one looks extremely tired. Even if I want to hide it for you, your appearance cannot be hidden. Shen Miao nodded her head and leaned against the horse carriage and closed her eyes. After working for the entire night, she was really sleepy and tired. There was no need for additional support as she was on the edge of sleeping and she fell asleep immediately when her eyes closed, without caring of the bumps the carriage endured during the journey. This night's sleep was very short and it seemed that one did not sleep for long when Shen Miao was shaken awake. She opened her eyes and saw Ba Jiao looking at her. Furin, Luo young lady, have arrived at the residence. Luo Tan also woke up and the two of them jumped off the carriage. It was already the morning of the next day and the sun was already high up. Shen Miao patted her heart and when she saw that the main doors of the residence of Prince Rui were unmanned, her heart tightened. The prince residence had always been on high alert and those guarding were transferred from Moyan army and would be very strict normally. Now there wasn't anyone at all. Could it be? Something had happened. Luo Tan also saw that some bad feelings appeared in her heart but she feared of causing a heartache to Shen Miao so she dared not speak a single word. It was Mo Qing who said, Furin, go in and take a look first. Kong Yang and the rest were all Xie Jingxing subordinates and naturally they were also worried. When they entered the prince residence, they saw that it was empty inside, their hearts became even more suspicious and more restless. Shen Miao's steps became anxious and she bumped onto another person. That person jumped in shock and upon looking back, saw Shen Miao and was startled, Furin, you have returned. That person was Tang Shu. Tang Shu's clothes seemed to be shabby and not the usual sharp and proper. Shen Miao asked hurriedly, what happened? Why is there no one in the residence? Furin, why are you back now? One did not know how the news of Master's life was hanging by a thread was spread out and these days there were a number of people who were inquiring in the dark and out in the open. The residence was working on concealing it and the people in court are coming around again. It is indeed a mess. Ji Furin had sent people a few times to ask for your whereabouts and at the emperor's side. Luo Tan said, youngest Biao's sister was busy searching for that superior one for Mei Fu. Speaking of which, we have already gotten. That's right. Tang Shu smacked his head, one have forgotten to tell you a good news. Master is awake. Shen Miao and Luo Tan was stunned at the same time and Shen Miao asked, awake? Yes, Tang Shu said, Furin does not know about it. The night when Furin left, Master's injuries suddenly split open and the poison could not be contained at all. The imperial physicians from the palace all said that those Gui Yuan pills could not save Master's life. Even when Gentleman Gao came over, he too had no other ways and said that he would not be able to live past 2 days. It seemed that Master was not in a good condition. Tang Shu spoke with calligraphic flourish with many twists that everyone's heart started falling. Luo Tan was an anxious person and could not help but ask, and then the news of Master being unable to make it was spread out. One did not know why but it had spread onto the streets. Ji Furin was anxious and seeing that the entire Longyi knew about it, she simply posted a message outside to invite doctors to treat Master's illness. Whoever could treat him would be rewarded in gold. It was fortunate that someone saw the message and gave Master a herb that Gentleman Gao made into a pill for Master. Master's wounds then slowly got better and early this morning, he even woke up once. Gentleman Gao and the imperial physician took a look and saw that Master's wounds are recovering and the poison was resolved. Tang Shu said everything in one breath and after pausing, he sighed, everyone said that Master's life should not end like this. 2 years ago, everyone also said that Master could not make it but Master hold it out. Now it is the same, it is heavens that is gracious and it is the late Empress that blesses Master from heavens. When Shen Miao heard that Xie Jingxing's poison was gone, this time she really felt relieved. Ba Jiao and the rest also patted their chest and their hanging hearts finally settled down. Luo Tan looked at Shen Miao and thought in her heart that Shen Miao had gained that herb from that harsh Taoist priest with great difficulty but now that herb would not be of use. Who let that passing person extend their hand to help? But after thinking about it, that person after all cured Xie Jingxing and now she did not feel that the person was wrong. It was just that she secretly felt that it was unworthy for Shen Miao and that Shen Miao had done so much for nothing. Tang Shu also said, when Master just woke up, he asked about Furin and asked where did Furin went. Furin did not allow this old servant to talk about this matter and these days Furin did not return so this old servant feared that things would happen and also feared that Master's mind would think unnecessary things and thus worsen the injuries. So one had hidden the matter. Shen Miao said, you did well. She did not want to let others that she went to search for Kai Yan. First one feared that it would be exploited by others and second, if one was too upset about something then the matter would become this person's weakness. If one day one want to deal with Shen Miao, then they would only need to take action on Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao did not want to expose her weakness so early. Moreover, she was not sure how would Xie Jingxing react to her strange behavior. She could only wait for some days after Xie Jingxing's injuries was much better before explaining everything to him. I will go and take a look at him first, Shen Miao said. Fern, Tang Shu stopped her and said, Master just taken the medicated that gentleman Gao made and is currently resting. It is instead not good for Fern to go over. Shen Miao sighed deeply and then looked at Tang Shu. Why is there no one watching the residence doors? It also seems that there is no one around. What is going on? Tang Shu smiled ashamed. There is just too much things that happened today that this old servant forget to inform Fern about it. Even though the matter of Master being saved was known to all of Longyi, one also know that Master had taken a trip through life and death and at the end is safe. However, Ji Fern and young Master Ji were worried, so they had been staying in the residence for these days. This old servant had heading Fern's whereabout from them and only said that Fern went to search for doctors. In the end, those people saved Master's life and is considered Master's benefactors, so this old servant placed them in the residence. When Master woke up today, Ji Fern and them also went to take a look. That benefactor is currently in the main hall and Ji Fern, young Master Ji and the rest are all in the main hall, saying they want to reward and thank the other party. However, the benefactors were not people who are greedy for money or power as they did not want the gold reward. Then what did they want? Luo Tan asked. Wasn't it in the notice? If it is not for the sake of the reward, then why the need to respond to the notice? Tang Shu looked at Luo Tan and smiled. This old servant's heart is also puzzled. Ji Fern asked the benefactor, but the benefactor said that since they passed by that day and coincidentally saw that notice, they thought about the herb that their ancestors had passed down that can detoxify hundreds of poisons. Thinking that since this herb could save a life, they did not think much and came over to our residence. Luo Tan shrugged her shoulders. That is need of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I would not do it to such a level. The things that one's ancestors passed down have to be valued greatly. To save a stranger that one have never seen, one would need to be bold. Tang Shu also smiled. That is true. Afterwards he looked at Shen Miao. Ji Fern is also suffering a headache due to this matter and this servant could not make a decision. However, since Fern has returned, then may Fern take a look what should be bestowed to them. Since one is a benefactor, then I should take a look first. Shen Miao's eyes hung. Are they at the main hall now? Exactly so, Tang Shu said. This old servant was going to head over. It is good that Fern also go over together. Shen Miao nodded her head and Luo Tan quickly followed. Along the way, Tang Shu suddenly seemed to have thought about something and said, speaking of which the two benefactors seemed to have just arrived in Longyi and is not familiar with Longyi at all. They said that they were here to search for their relatives and Ji Fern thought of helping them raise money and our prince residence can also make a contribution. It would also be good if a notice can be hung out. Two benefactors. Shen Miao asked, how come there are two? It is a pair of siblings. Tang Shu said with a smile. Their age is similar with Fern and their appearance are also outstanding. Ji Fern is warm-hearted and even thought of introducing the older sister and younger brother to young talents and unmarried daughters of noble houses. It looked like they are sensible as they get along with the servants in the residence rather well after coming to our residence for a few days. The servants in the residence of Prince Rui were all trained in Xie Jingxing's Mo Yu army. Even those that were not of Mo Yu army were also resolute and wise. After coming to the prince residence, Shen Miao had seen that these people did things according to their accordance and it was difficult for Xie Jingxing, a person who always act arbitrarily, to train such a group of subordinates who were rigorous to themselves. Moreover, to get along with these people, it was not something that ordinary people could do. No matter how warm-hearted one was, there would be a basic vigilance and boundary between people, especially the people in the prince residence. One did not know if it was Shen Miao's instinct or not, she felt that this pair of benefactors were not simple. Luo Tan was curious, like that then this pair of siblings are really good people. Most likely, Tang Shu smiled. In any case, to the prince residence, to be able to save master's life, one would be a valued guest of the residence for life. As he was speaking, they had reached the main hall and as soon as they stepped in, they saw that Ji Fern and Ji Darren sitting in the room. Ji Darren turned his head to the side and was talking to Ji Fern and when they saw that Shen Miao was following behind Tang Shu, Ji Fern stood up immediately and quickly went up. Zhao Niang, you have finally returned. There were a few ferns in the hall but they were all strangers that Shen Miao had not seen before. Shen Miao looked at Ji Fern doubtfully. Ji Fern noticed her gaze and said lowly, these are the ferns that came over to see Jingxing. It is not good to send them back during the daytime thus one could only let them sit here. Shen Miao understood. Currently Xie Jingxing's position in Longyi was rather unique in a lot of people's life, death and interest was implicated. As it was not right for those officials to personally see if he was truly dead or not, they could let their fern go over in the name of consoling Ji Fern. Comforting was only by name, the real intention was to take a look at Xie Jingxing's injuries. Xie Jingxing woke up this morning so these ferns had specially rushed over to check if the matter was true. Ji Fern said, where did you go these few days? Steward Tang said that you went to search for doctor but one could not find you and could not even send help over. Finally you return. Her words finished but there was a little blame in them. Jingxing had not wakened and I know you are anxious to search for doctors but no matter what happens, one should be by one's husband's side. Today when he woke up in the morning, he was disappointed that he did not see you. Your current identity is not a young lady of official family but the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Rui. One must think of the cause and effect of one's action as there are many pairs of eyes watching. Although the words were not good to listen, Shen Miao knew that Ji Fern was thinking for her. Moreover, be it be reason or relations, Ji Fern had blood relations to Xie Jingxing and not Shen Miao so before any explanation was given, her behavior of leaving without informing looked too much and unreasonable. Thus Shen Miao did not feel wrong because of Ji Fern's accusation. Ji Fern finished talking to Shen Miao softly and a married woman in the main hall however smiled to Shen Miao. Wang Fei of the first rank had figured out that these days we came here to take a visit but unable to see Wang Fei. One thought that Wang Fei was very upset that the prince of first rank is bedridden and thus did not come out as one was very worried and feared that something would happen. Now that one see that Wang Fei is all right, we are rest assured. These words were outwardly and covertly indicating that Shen Miao was considered as incompetent as Rui Wang Fei. As a Wang Fei, her husband was seriously injured but she did not even show her face and did not stay by his bedside but also did not even greet the guest. Not only her whereabouts were cryptic, she was cold-hearted and did not have a heart. Ji Fern's expression was somewhat unsightly. Shen Miao smiled gently and said to that Fern after turning around, the household is in chaos. One have bothered Fern. The meaning of the words were, these were matters of my residence so one would not need you outsiders to care. Shen Miao was a person would be strong when confronted with strength and would give in to people who are enigmatic and impossible to predict, like Xie Jingxing. To a female who did not have much brains, she did not think too much, thus her words were particularly sarcastic that it made the Fern speechless. But upon turning, her appearance was clearly exposed to everyone. One heard another Fern crying out, Rui Wang Fei, what is the matter with you? Why is one's clothes so dirty? Could it be that one has fallen down? Afterwards, she then covered one's nose, showing an extremely uncomfortable look. Ji Fern and Ji Darren was startled and even Tang Shu was stunned. Everyone's gaze in the hall were focused on Shen Miao, and it was then that one discovered that Shen Miao's clothes were covered with dirt and dirt. It was unbearably dirty, and upon a careful look, her hair was somewhat messy even though it was tidied out. One felt that it was somewhat a poor condition. Moreover, there was a strange smell from her body, like the smell of fertilizer. Those Fern were not very fond of having a foreigner to be the Rui Wang Fei, and now they had a topic. They immediately started to spout nonsense, saying that Shen Miao was anxious and fell down or something. Luo Tan heard it and her anger rose to 3 jong 10 feet. Only she knew how Shen Miao have such an appearance, but Shen Miao had warned her not to speak about the matter. Tang Shu was somewhat surprised. When he saw Shen Miao, he was wholeheartedly thinking about important matters and overlooked Shen Miao's appearance. Normally Shen Miao had a dignified and noble appearance and her clothes were meticulous, so there was never such an uncaring appearance before. Ji Fern had an embarrassed appearance as Shen Miao was her nephew's wife, thus by faulting Shen Miao, it would be the same as slapping her own face. In a fury of whispers, Shen Miao's expression was the most indifferent as she did not think that there was anything wrong with it. These Fern were all xenophobic and had never seen her as one of their own. They were very critical that no matter how noble she wore, these person would not have a change of view. Thus she did not feel embarrassed at all of her poor appearance in front of them. After all, in the future, they did not have the relations to sit down together to drink tea. Ji Fern wanted to say a few more words to smooth things over when they suddenly heard a male's laughter from outside the hall. Brother Li is really talented. I cannot solve this 9 interlink puzzle, but you were able to solve it in less than an incense 15 minutes. Other than my third older brother, no one is faster than you. It was Ji Yushu's voice. Then another voice sounded. It seemed to be a voice of a young male that was very clear but was somewhat low. The combination of it was somewhat special. That person said, "It is Brother Ji that gave in. This lowly one would not dare to be compared with His Highness the Prince of first rank." Shen Miao's heart moved. Her heart involuntarily tightened up to a bundle. That clear and low voice was very familiar to her, but she could not remember who was it, but her should tremble at that moment. She looked down at her hands. Her sleeves were long and only her fingertips were exposed, but because of the busy night, it was somewhat bloody and currently it was shaking violently. At the next moment, Ji Yushu's voice sounded, "One must not say that. When my third older brother wakes, he will definitely want both of you to compete. Third older brother likes intelligent people, so if you go, third older brother would appreciate it a lot." The curtain in the main hall was parted and 2 people walked out. Ji Yushu walked in front, and when he saw Shen Miao, she was startled and ignored the presence of the Ferns and walked up in 2 steps and greeted, "Cao Cao." Then he said softly, "You are back. These days that you are not in, I asked Tai Yi but he refuses to tell me. Where exactly did you go?" However, Shen Miao did not answer him and stared fixedly at the person who followed behind Ji Yushu. That was a young male, that had the appearance of one who was in their early 20s. His facial features were ordinary and the ordinariness made one feel that there was nothing special, but there was an inexplicable attractive gaze and his entire body seemed to emit an atmosphere of an intelligent person. He wore a pine rosin-colored robe and a green fabric boots and the pair of eyes was like the middle of a summer day, warm and intoxicating, but there was a faint enthusiasm. Shen Miao's body was asked and she almost fell down. Luo Tan saw it and quickly supported her waist from behind as she thought that she was unable to withstand after being too tired from last night. Ji Fern saw that young person and said, "This is one of the benefactors that saved Jingxing, Gentleman Li." The young male bowed towards Shen Miao and smiled. "This lowly one is Li Ke." Shen Miao was screaming thousands of times in her heart. She would never ever forget this name and never ever forget this seemingly warm and childlike eyes that became Fu Shuyi's right arm in a short few years and almost claimed to be Pei Lang's equal. This was Mei Fern's blooded younger brother, Li Ke. She had never imagined that after that long lifetime, she would still be able to see this male in front. But it was in an unfamiliar country, in her residence and in front of a room full of people that Li Ke appeared in front of her in grandiose. Her face became pale and kept on reminding herself sensibly that she could not make any strange moves in front of these Ferns, but at the same time she stared fiercely at Li Ke. She hated that she could not tear this person into pieces, drink his blood and eat his flesh. Mei Fern's brother. The reason why her previous lifetime was so horrifying was all because of this pair of siblings. Mei Fern had gotten Fu Shuyi's true heart and Li Ke rode on her success and was promoted. Li Ke was always there for Fu Shuyi's beck and call and Mei Fern had her back against a big tree and was even more favored. The 2 siblings depended on one another to advance. Mei Fern would think of ways to get Wan Yu married and Li Ke would think of ways to abolish the crown prince. Mei Fern made the first household of the Shen family to be executed. Li Ke built deep relationships with the second and third household, Shen Gui and Shen Wan. One was unable to escape from this foul fate in the previous and current lifetime. Shen Miao had never expected that it was here that they had become Xie Jingxing's benefactors. She suddenly remembered that Tang Shu said that it was a pair of siblings. Shen Miao's ferocious gaze made Ji Fern somewhat baffled for a moment. She asked, "Zhao Niang, isn't there 2 benefactors?" Shen Miao smiled gently and slowly moved her gaze away. She did not notice the weird tone that she was using. "Where is the other one?" "Just now a maid spilled tea onto her, so I let her change her clothes. Zhao Niang have a lot of clothes and there are no other females' clothes in the residence. It is not good to take a maid's one, so I took one of Zhao Niang's clothes." Ji Fern said. Just as she was speaking, one saw Ji Yushu speaking as he looked out the door, coming. That female have a lotus-like face and a willow figure, like she was a fairy. She wore a thin robe as she slowly came in. The afternoon sun came in as she parted the curtain, making this young lady look even more beautiful. Her light smile was dazzling and magnificent and it was the last thing that Shen Miao saw before her death. Shen Miao stood in the middle of the room with unkept clothes and had an appearance of a sorry figure. Her complexion was pale but she was staring at that female like she was a hungry wolf, as fierce as a tiger and like a poisonous snake that would wait for an opportunity to strike. That person wore her clothes, came to her residence, saved her husband and strut around before standing in front of her. Enemies in the past lifetime and hated to death in this lifetime. The foul fate could not be severed and even became more chaotic, once again was pushed into the wheels of destiny. "Mei Niang greets your ladyship Wang Fei," the female said. "Mei Niang? No, you are not Mei Niang. You were the heart of Mingqi's emperor, Fu Shuyi, and the consort mother of the new crown prince, Fu Chen. And also one's enemy that one absolutely could not live under the same sky with, Mei Fern." Ji Fern smiled. "This young lady is the young lady Li Mei who brought the herb out." Shen Miao stared at her. The reason why Mei Fern was able to be favored for so many years in the inner palace and had Fu Chen in the position of the new crown prince even though there were 72 consorts in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, and none of them were easy to deal with, was that Fu Shuyi only favored her alone. She was not someone that an ordinary female could deal with. Those who were more beautiful than her were not as smart as her, those who were more intelligent than her were not as pretty as her. She knew when to move forward and when to retreat. She was obviously one with schemes but always gave other a feeling of being as one was. She was arrogant but knew her proprieties, had beauty but knew when to portray her most beautiful side. The concubines in the inner palace would always discuss at the back that if she wanted, all the males under heavens would all surrender to her skirt. Just at this moment when she came in, she wore Shen Miao's clothes and even though that was a dignified and somewhat conservative clothes, she wore it very lively and natural, making Shen Miao look even more bad. Mei Furen had a pair of extremely flattering eyes that was like a cat who just woke up from an afternoon nap, having a careless laziness to it. Shen Miao stared at her gaze too much that she could not help but glance at Shen Miao in surprise, but it was not rude. Her surprise was caught by Ji Furen and Ji Yushu, who was standing the closest. Both of them looked at Shen Miao at the same time but was startled when they saw Shen Miao's expression. However, in the next second, Shen Miao lowered her head, and when she lifted her head again, it was an expression of a gentle smile, as if what happened previously was an illusion. She is a neat person, Shen Miao said lightly. Tang Shu could not help but frown. When Shen Miao spoke, she sounded like one from the palace. No, like those official wives looking picky and contemptuous at the concubines that just entered the residence. But Shen Miao was not one who would make unreasonable trouble. She did not even put the matter of Luo Honor in her heart, so how would she be sensitive and jealous towards a person she met for the first time? Luo Tan signed in her heart. Previously Tang Shu said that the pair of siblings had an outstanding appearance and she did not think too much when she saw Li Kei and only felt that he looked pleasing, but after seeing this Li Mei, she then knew what feeling she felt. Luo Tan had always felt that out of all the females she knew, the most outstanding was Shen Miao. Not talking about her feature, Shen Miao had a dignified air from her bones that even females would be envious of. This Li Mei however had a completely different atmosphere. If one were to say that Shen Miao was a large peony in bloom, the king of flowers, then this female was a poppy, as there is a strong temptation, devilishly charms and beautiful. Shen Miao said, young lady Li is greatly young citizen. Exactly so. Li Mei looked at Shen Miao strangely and smiled. It's just that one just came to Longyi. Young lady Li and gentleman Li are Qin province people. Ji Furen smiled. When they first arrived at Longyi, they saw the notice on the city gates and saved Xie Jingxing's life. Saw the notice when one just arrived. Shen Miao looked at Li Mei with a smile but not a smile. Is that to say that his highness has good luck? Or it is to say that young lady Li has good fortune? This time, everyone in the room heard the subtle hostility from Shen Miao. Li Mei was stunned and Li Kei took a step forward and bowed towards Shen Miao with a smile. Since his highness is all right, this lowly one and older sister would take a leave first. One had disturbed the residence for these days and one has offended. This Li Kei's words were not humble and seemed to have an indignant behavior because of Shen Miao's words. Ji Furen was startled and had no time to question Shen Miao about what was going on when she stopped Li Kei and Li Mei. What disturbance you are talking about? You have saved Jingxing's life, so how could one say it is offending? Speaking of which, we have not repaid. However, Li Mei smiled. Ji Furen, previously one had said before that one came here for the first time and it was because of coincidence. One did not think too much. This herbs was to detoxify poison and save lives, and both me and my brother have no use for it. It is useless for one to keep holding on to it, so one would naturally use it to save another. This can be considered as this herb has a fate with his highness and nothing more else could be said. The other Furens who were at the hall were clicking their tongue in wonder as she had a beautiful appearance and a good temper. It was rare to be that generous and not be greedy for power. Seeing that she was a good person, they then looked at Shen Miao, who was unfathomably making things difficult for others. She really did not have the bearing of a Rui Wangfei. Li Mei then looked at Shen Miao and said apologetically, it is just that just now Ping Nui had dirtied one's clothes and thus wore Wangfei's clothes. May Wangfei not mind it. This Ping Nui will wash it clean and personally return to Wangfei. There would not be a trace of it being worn. Shen Miao looked at her fixedly. When Shen Miao saw Mei Furen, that was when she returned from Qin country to Mingqi. She had expected that their numerous concubines, but the only one who bore a son was only Mei Furen. At the beginning she did not believe that a cold personality like Fu Shuyi would favor a female so much, but after seeing her, she could not concede to it. Mei Furen was deeply favored by Fu Shuyi, so from the beginning when she saw Shen Miao, she had never lowered her head. Even if her head was lowered, it was only a perfunctory action that one would not be happy about. Even though Shen Miao was the empress, in the inner palace, Mei Furen would be ranked higher than her, just like Fu Chen would always be more favored than Fu Ming. At this moment, that one who was always lifting her chin lightly and would look at her with ridicule but always had a humble attitude and keep calling herself a Ping Nui and referring her as Wang Fei. The world was so big that one could repeat one's life twice, but the world was also so small that in both lifetimes, one could still meet the enemies of the previous lifetime. Li Mei saw that Shen Miao did not answer and was somewhat awkward. She smiled gently and wanted to pull Li Kei to leave. Ji Furen wanted to persuade, but this was the residence of Prince Rui and Shen Miao was the matriarch of the residence, so she had no reason to go over Shen Miao and make the decision. Stop. Shen Miao suddenly spoke. Li Kei and Li Mei was startled. Both of them turned around but saw Shen Miao smiling as gentle as water. Since one have saved his highness, one is the benefactor of the residence of Prince Rui. For these two to leave now, is it to let others say that the residents of Prince Rui are people who stab others behind and is indifferent towards others? How could one say that the prince residence is indifferent? Li Mei shook her head and smiled. This is our intentions. One have to wait till his highness fully recover before leaving. Shen Miao smiled gently, else, the prince residence could not afford to bear matters that are halfway done. The meaning behind the words was that there was still some doubts about the matter. If the story of the herb was false and Xie Jingxing relapsed, then where could they find them? Ji Furen and Ji Yushu was somewhat embarrassed. Shen Miao was not an aggressive person, why was she this aggressive when she faced this pair of siblings? They were the benefactors, so no matter what, one could not use that kind of attitude. Even though there were suspicions in one's heart, there was no need to speak it out. However, Shen Miao knew that these two siblings would not stay behind because of the prince residence thanks, but would definitely stay due to the prince residence's suspicion. Because their life was to leave a good name even though one did something bad. They did not permit to have any dirt on themselves, so how would they let anyone splash dirty water on themselves? Sure enough, as soon as the words were said, Li Kei had a look of indignant. Don't worry, we will definitely be here to witness his highness recover. Shen Miao smiled gently. That is even better. The prince residence does you such a favor that if one did not stay behind, how would we have to repay it? First was suspicion, then later repaying the favor. This ambiguous attitude made one felt somewhat confused. Li Mei looked at her thoughtfully and Shen Miao noticed her gaze and smiled. I still have other matters and will not accompanying everyone here. She then said to Ji Furen, may you help me to look after all the Furens. She looked like she was leaving when she seemed to thought of something and stopped in front of Li Mei and smiled. This clothes seem to suit you, as if this was made for you. Since it is suitable, then there is no need to take up and return me. Just take it as me gifting it to you. Shen Miao said that the clothes was a gift, but it did not seem to be like gifting clothes but instead bestowing something. Even Tang Zhu, that was usually smooth and slick, was somewhat confused with Shen Miao's strange actions today. It was only when Shen Miao left then he looked towards Luo Tan. Luo Tan stuck out her tongue. Don't ask me, I also do not know. She then turned around and followed along. Ji Furen looked somewhat apologetically towards Li Mei and Li Kei. Wang Fei has been worried about the prince's condition for these days and most likely is somewhat sensitive. One hope that you will pardon it. One naturally can understand a sincere heart. Li Mei smiled gently. Then let's go inside to chat. Ji Furen smiled. Ji Yushu also looked at Li Kei and hesitated for a bit before saying, Brother Li, please. When Shen Miao returned to the room, Jing Jie and Gu Yu was happy to see her return and went up. Furen, you have finally returned back. These days these servants were so anxious and feared that something happened to you. After seeing that Shen Miao was in such a poor condition, both of them could not help but be stunned. Jing Jie asked, Furin, what is going on? Did one suffer any grievances? Shen Miao's clothes were very dirty and untidy that it was surprisingly very ugly. Upon closer look, there seems to be some sense of sorrow and loss, as if one had suffered a huge blow. It was Gu Yu that was quick-witted and said, Furin, this servant will get some water for you. You can first wash up before drinking some hot porridge. Since His Highness is all right, it is not too late to rest before slowly thinking about the matter. She then pulled Jing Jie to bring hot water over for Shen Miao. After the hot water was brought over, Shen Miao sent them off as she sat in the wooden tub. That water was warm and at the right temperature, but Shen Miao felt as cold as snow. How could Mei Furin appear in Great Liang? How could one be mistakenly become Xie Jingxing's benefactor? She had endured a lot and did not kill her at first glimpse because this was the residence of Prince Rui and she could not explain her actions. But no matter how much she endured, her somewhat different appearance fell into others' eyes. She did not know how would others think of her. One feared that these people would be suspicious that she was jealous or something. However, Shen Miao wanted to figure out just how did Mei Furin come to Great Liang. In the past lifetime, when Shen Miao went to be a hostage in Qin country, Mei Furin had already entered the palace when she returned. One heard that Mei Furin was an official's daughter that Fu Shuyi had encountered en route on the expedition to the east. However, Fu Shuyi had not yet set off an expedition to the east, so naturally he had not encountered Mei Furin, but Mei Furin was currently in Great Liang. Could it be that the Mei Furin of previous lifetime also came to Great Liang? According to this timeline, before Mei Furin had encountered Fu Shuyi, she had already met Xie Jingxing in advance. Then how did that Mei Furin became Fu Shuyi's favorite consort? How would she go to Mingqi? Unless this was also Xie Jingxing's intention. Shen Miao could not help but have a cold sweat. Her in the previous lifetime had not met Xie Jingxing before and did not follow Xie Jingxing to Longyi. Xie Jingxing did not go to the tribute banquet in Mingqi and Shen Miao was Fu Shuyi's wife and Xie Jingxing was unconscious in Longyi, like now, and Mei Furin and younger brother passed by and saved him. After that, they should not be hostile to one another. So if Mei Furin was Great Liang's people but at the end became Mingqi's emperor's favorite consort, could it be that she was also a spy? Just like Xie Jingxing was Great Liang's prince of first rank but was the little marquis of Mingqi's residence of the Marquis of Linen. Could it be that Mei Furin was a spy that Great Liang sent over? In this case then Mei Furin do not need to give birth to Fu Chen for Fu Shuyi and even gotten Fu Chen the position of the crown prince. Her brows got even tighter. Comparing to that, the thing that she was most fearful of was that if the relationship between the previous life Mei Furin and Xie Jingxing were of allies. If Mei Furin was a person that the Great Liang imperial family sent over, no matter how it was, Shen Miao's end was inextricably linked to the imperial family of Great Liang. She could never recover Fu Ming and Wan Yu back, so how would she deal with the relationship between Xie Jingxing and herself? The more she thought, the more was preoccupied that Shen Miao did not know when did the water became cold. It was only when Jing Jie was worried and knocked the doors to call her. Shen Miao then woke up and felt that the water was too cold. She wiped herself dry and put on her clothes before coming out. When she looked over, she first saw Luo Tan. Luo Tan came forward and asked, youngest Biao sister, do you not like that Li Mei? Shen Miao said, why do you say that? You always treated other very politely but towards this Li Mei, you are very strange, just like how you treated Kang Zaiqing. Luo Tan thought for a moment, that Kang Zaiqing at the end was not a good person, so could it be that this Li Mei is also not one? Speaking of which, one feel that compared to Kang Zaiqing, you seem to dislike this Li Mei even more. Shen Miao used a dry handkerchief to wring her hair and said faintly, if I say that she is a bad person, would you believe? She is really a bad person. Luo Tan was startled, but it does not look like it. Shen Miao shook her head. No matter what she said, as there was no evidence, everything was of no use. She then said, you can return. Luo Tan was stunned, you are not taking a look at Mei Fu. Shen Miao paused and said, one is very tired today and want to sleep early. All right. Luo Tan nodded her head, these days you have ran around long enough and even got much thinner. It is better that one rest well now. I will not disturb you any longer. After thinking she then said, if you think that there is something wrong with that Li Mei, you can talk to me. In this Great Liang, only both of us have the same blood in our bones. After Luo Tan left, Shen Miao's expression got cold as she said to Jing Jie, call Mo Qing over for me. She rarely used such a serious tone and especially today, there was a faint murderous aura. It made Jing Jie and Gu Yu dared not ask an additional question and left to search without a second word. Mo Qing quickly walked over. Shen Miao instructed others to close the doors and when there was no one around, she asked Mo Qing, where is that pair of siblings staying in the residence? Mo Qing had thought that Shen Miao had something to instruct him and thus was slightly startled with the question, staying at an empty house in a faraway courtyard. Go kill them for me, Shen Miao said. Mo Qing was dumbfounded. Ever since following Shen Miao, Mo Qing had always seen Shen Miao's situation and it was not too much to describe it as abyss of suffering. There would often be people scheming and arrows shooting from all around, but in such a situation, Shen Miao had never suffered a loss. All the things that she had instructed Mo Qing to do was all paying an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, but today it was the first time that she directly said go and kill them for me. Mo Qing looked at Shen Miao and hesitated for quite a while before finally asking, Furin, they. I have animosity with them that one cannot live under the same sky with a deep-seated hatred. There would be endless trouble if these two persons are got rid of. Go and kill them for me, she said. Mo Qing had not answered when one suddenly heard a voice outside the window, this is not a good plan. Both of them looked up and saw that in Jing Jie rush, she did not close the window and coincidentally because of the dark skies, one did not know that there was an individual standing there. It was Pei Lang. Shen Miao indicated for him to enter and as Pei Lang walked in, he took a look at Mo Qing before shaking his head at Shen Miao, it is not a good plan to kill another hastily. Shen Miao stared at him coldly. Mei Furin's appearance reminded her of all the dark days that she went through and thus she did not look well upon Pei Lang. Pei Lang inexplicably touched his nose and coughed twice but he still sighed. That pair of siblings is currently staying the prince residence so if one were to kill them now, be it by reason or by relations, it would not be unrelated to the prince residence. If such a big prince residence with countless of guards are unable to protect a pair of siblings then how would others believe it? They would only say that it is the people in the prince residence that did it. Secondly, you have done too much today and you most probably do not know that the rumors outside is that you are jealous of Li Mei's beauty and purpose made things difficult for her. Previously I do not know why you were as such but now heard that you have animosity with the siblings and understood. Since you have animosity with them, one should not show it out as once it is seen by others, you will be the first person to be suspected if something happens to this pair of siblings. Thirdly, you instructed Mo Qing to kill them for you. This meant that you did not trust others and that includes Prince Rui's subordinates. But is Mo Qing really an opponent with the other guards in this residence? Even if Mo Qing's martial arts skills are very high, 2 hands would not be able to beat 4 arms. Once he is caught, Prince Rui would definitely question you and since you let Mo Qing take action and not inform Prince Rui, there must be a reason that could not be told to others. Upon being discovered, your secret could no longer be hidden. Thus this is not a good plan. Pei Lang said everything out in one breath. Shen Miao stared at him for a while and suddenly smiled as she said, Gentleman Pei, why are you forever this rational? Not waiting for Pei Lang to speak, she smiled coldly, yes, if you are not rational and not above worldly matters, how would one be above others? Pei Lang somewhat unable to understand her words but heard Shen Miao continuing, you are not wrong, since it is as such, I cannot kill them in the prince residence. Moreover, by letting them die so plainly and straightforwardly, it would be letting them off too lightly. Mo Qing did not speak and Shen Miao said to him, go out. First go and investigate for me. I want to know every detail of this pair of siblings. No matter is too small. Mo Qing complied and left. Shen Miao took a deep breath. With one enemy in front but one could not take action at this moment, it was like her heart and lunch were so uncomfortable that she wanted to vent it out onto others. After Mo Qing left, Pei Lang looked at Shen Miao and after thinking for a while, he asked, you are deeply resentful towards this pair of siblings. Shen Miao sneered, where does these words stem from? One had not seen you wanting another's life that straightforwardly. He looked at Shen Miao somewhat inquiringly, this meant that you have some restraining fear and vigilance towards them. Is this pair of siblings very powerful? Shen Miao's heart jumped and when she looked at Pei Lang in front, there was a burst of anger in her heart. Why does gentleman Pei always see another's heart clearly? Then do you know what kind of deep animosity I have with them? Are you willing to tell me? They owe me 2 lives that I cannot get back. Shen Miao said, it is not enough to compensate even if they are killed 10,000 times. Pei Lang was shocked by the ferociousness in Shen Miao's eyes and he said, I can help you. Shen Miao stared at him, on what basis should I trust you? These words made Pei Lang somewhat surprised. Previously he had clearly felt that Shen Miao's attitude towards him had eased and she became open about some matters and one felt that the relationship between both of them was not as tense as before. However the current Shen Miao was like hedgehog that has extended all their thorns. The attitude towards him had returned like in the past and in fact was even more alienating than before. It was as if they were enemies. Pei Lang knew that this was definitely related to that pair of siblings. He thought about it before asking again. One heard that that pair of siblings are Great Liang people and previously you have never been to Great Liang and had never seen both of them before. So how would one form such a deep hatred with them? Gentleman Pei, Shen Miao interrupted his words, things that can be told to you, I have all said clearly. What kind of attitude I have towards this pair of siblings, you are also very clear about it. I do not expect Gentleman Pei to strategize for me on it but hope that Gentleman Pei do not intervene and even tell this matter to others. Suddenly and difficult to explain anger burst in Pei Lang's heart. He also was arrogant and was willing to spend the rest of his life like wild stalker floating clouds but was involved in matters of the court by Shen Miao who was using Lu Ying and became Fu Shuyi's people before inexplicably became a spy and had to escape to another country. He also had the urge to turn around and leave when a sincere heart was greatened as an ill-conceived speculation. Seeing Shen Miao's indifference and cold eyes, he could not feel angry. It was like upon seeing her, one would feel some inexplicable guilt. He paused and said, you do not trust me. Shen Miao coldly replied, I do not believe in anyone. After Pei Lang left, Shen Miao sat back at the front of the table and used all the strength but she felt very weak. Li Mei and Li Ke stayed in the residence of Prince Rui with which an identity. She could not kill them but could only trap them in this prince residence. Her deep-seated hatred must be avenged else, she would not be worthy for being the mother of her 2 children. Just as she was thinking, Jing Jie pushed open the doors and said to Shen Miao, Furen, His Highness just woke up and wants to see Furen. Shen Miao was startled and a complex expression appeared on her face before she spoke, I understand. The imperial family of Great Liang. Xie Jingxing, Mei Furen and younger brother. Shen Miao had guessed all possible relationship between all of them and the more one think, the scarier she felt. If all those scary possibilities became facts, Shen Miao did not know what kind of reaction she should do. Mei Furen's presence had disturbed her plans and moved that she could not even face Xie Jingxing. She feared that others would be able to see the resentment in her heart and feared that Xie Jingxing would verify the scary thoughts in her heart. There was a strong scent of medication that slowly came out from the sleeping chambers and the servants coming and going were busy with matters on hand. Xie Jingxing had woken up and there were more areas that one had to pay attention to and his condition had to be maintained well. Gao Yang walked out carrying his medical box and when he saw Shen Miao, he was stunned. He just woke up and in the morning when he woke up once, he asked about you. His wounds are not healed so give in to him. Shen Miao complied and pushed the doors to enter. Xie Jingxing was only wearing his middle clothes and had a coat covering him as he leaned against the bed to read. One did not know if it was due to the injuries or not. These days he looked slimmer and his figure was more distinct. When he was quiet, he looked like some family's noble gentleman that was reading elegantly. One could not see any traces that he had walked along the lines of life and death during the past few days. Shen Miao wanted to go in but as her feet took the first step, she was somewhat hesitant, as if with this step, she would be facing a problem she dared not face. She feared the answer and instinctively wanted to escape from it. However in life, one could not escape problems forever. Xie Jingxing did not lift his eyes as he said lightly, since one is here, why not come in? Shen Miao paused and clenched her fist before entering slowly. She only sat down when she was nearer to the bed and said, are you better? One heard from Tang Shu that you were already awake and thought that you needed to rest, thus one did not interrupt. Most likely Xie Jingxing was not fully recovered as his throat was still hoarse. He suddenly smiled and one did not know what tone was it when he said, this is interesting. Shen Miao looked towards him but his gaze was still on the book and his voice was somewhat cold. You do not dare to look at me. How could it be? Shen Miao smiled gently, as one confused due to the illness. Xie Jingxing also smiled gently but the smile did not reach to his eyes. He closed the book with a smack and threw the book to a side before turning his head over. He looked at Shen Miao for the first time since she entered. His gaze was sharp and there was some faint anger in them as he asked, Shen Miao, is it that if I did not instruct people to call you, you will not come over at all? Shen Miao, is it that if I did not instruct people to call you, you will not come over at all? The atmosphere in the room got cold. His gaze was as sharp as knife and even though his face was pale, his visor was not weakened. Shen Miao said, you have really thought too much. Do you have any matters that are concealed from me? Xie Jingxing asked. Shen Miao shook her head, no. How to say it? In all fairness, this lifetime was completely differently from the previous one and Xie Jingxing might not have anything to do with Mei Furen. However when Fu Ming and Wan Yu were implicated, she could not see this matter objectively and rationally. If she did not have any affection for Xie Jingxing, perhaps it would be much easier. The most fearful thing was that emotions complicate matters. Hate would not be hate, love would not be love and at the end it would breed countless of fears and one would not have any courage to face the issue in front. Xie Jingxing looked at her deeply and Shen Miao feared that her hidden thoughts could be seen and said, since your health is better, one should rest more. The night is long, sleep early after taking the medication. She then stood up and turned around to leave. You just cannot wait to leave. Xie Jingxing's voice was heard from behind and it seemed to consist of some invisible grievances. One heard that these few days you have not come over to see me. However the first thing I thought when I opened my eyes was that you must be frightened. His lips twitched as his eyes hang down. It is me that imagine too much emotions. Shen Miao did not say anything and pushed the doors to walk out. After taking a few steps, she stopped. Xie Jingxing would definitely notice her abnormalities, and with his level of sensitivity, if he discovered it, then she would not be able to explain her secret. The matter of Chang Ziqing was related to her family, but this Li Mei and brother had never been encountered by her, and they were Xie Jingxing's benefactors. It was because everyone in Longyi knew about it, so nothing could happen to Li Mei and her brother as suspicion would be on her, and it would also drag the residents of Prince Rui into the mud. On the other hand, even though this would bring about a calamity, letting them live in this lifetime for an additional moment was a torture for Shen Miao, thus she felt it was necessary to eradicate the enemies of her past lifetime. This was also related to Xie Jingxing, so Shen Miao felt that she had finally encountered her greatest problem after coming to Great Liang for this long. Ba Jiao brought a bowl of medicine over and was startled when she saw Shen Miao. Why did Fern come out so quickly? Why not accompany master for a while? There is no need, Shen Miao said. Take good care of him. She then walked forward without turning her head back. 2 days later, Mo Qing brought the information that he had inquired to Shen Miao. He said, this pair of siblings are from Qin province and is the children of a merchant family, but they were adopted. This merchant family's Fern died early and the master died of illness not too long ago. Before his death, he told them that both of them were not his biological children, thus after they have buried their adopted father, they came to Longyi in search of their family. However, there was not much clues. That is not possible, Shen Miao stood up. Mo Qing said, one could only inquire this much information. This subordinate instructed people to inquire about it at Qin province's side, and the entire neighborhood all knew of them and watched the siblings grow up. Are you sure that Li Mei had never been to Mingqi? Unconsciously Shen Miao's fingernails were buried into her palm. She had never gone for a trip and this was her first time leaving Qin province. Mo Qing said. Shen Miao closed her eyes. These 2 days, Li Mei and Li Ke are at the prince residence and they would occasionally go to Ji residence to talk with Ji Furen. Nothing else happened. Shen Miao asked, then have they seen his highness? That did not happen. Without being summoned, no one can see his highness. Even a benefactor would not be able to do so. Mo Qing answered. I understand. You can withdraw and continue monitoring this pair of siblings. Tell me immediately if there are any movements. Shen Miao said. Mo Qing complied and withdrew. After Mo Qing left, Shen Miao sat back down on the chair and her gaze gradually became heavy. Since Mo Qing inquired about it, then it would not be wrong at all. However, the information that was inquired was different with the past lifetime, as she had suddenly changed from Mingqi's official's daughter to Great Liang's merchant's children. This was indeed strange. It was either this pair of siblings was very good in concealing that their background was so clean that nothing was out of place. As such, even if she was to tell Ji Furen that these two people had bad intentions, no one would believe her. Who would believe if a pair of merchant siblings that grew up in Qin province came to Longyi for the first time to search for relatives would harm the prince residence? She got up. She initially wanted to take a look at Xie Jingxing, but after thinking that Li Mei and brother were currently living in the same roof with the position of Xie Jingxing's benefactors and might possibly have a connection with Great Liang's imperial family in the last lifetime, she felt that it was difficult to face him. At the end she did not take that step out. Weiyang Palace. After Empress Xianda heard the palace maid finish speaking, she finally gave a sigh of relief and there was a light smile on her expression. Since one has woken up, it means that the danger has passed. Someone come and send 2 of Bengong's 100-years-old ginseng to the prince residence to boost one's health. Afterwards she suddenly thought of something and said, is the emperor aware of the matter? His Majesty is aware, the palace maid said with a smile. Good, Bengong will talk to him about it. After speaking, Empress Xianda started to get up. But the palace maid spoke hesitantly. His Majesty is currently at her ladyship consort Jing. Most likely celebrating. Empress Xianda's action paused before she smiled gently. As such then Bengong do not need to go over. However, there was an undetectable trace of sadness. But your ladyship, this servant had previously heard of a matter when His Highness the Prince woke up and heard some Furen discussing and said that. What did they say? They said that Wang Fei of first rank did not like the siblings that saved His Highness the Prince's life and made things difficult. Perhaps it was due to the jealousy that the other party's beauty was superior than her, or perhaps did not wish His Highness the Prince to be saved. When she spoke to the end, her voice gradually became weak, seemingly know that the words she spoke was treacherous. What nonsense! Empress Xianda shouted. How would Wang Fei not want His Highness the Prince to be saved? The palace maid was so scared that she did not dare to look up. Empress Xianda calmed herself down after shouting out and said faintly, they said that Wang Fei is jealous. Bengong felt that they are only benefactors but are able to make such big waves. This pair of siblings is not ordinary people. Weiyang Palace gradually quieted down and no one spoke. Empress Xianda sat at the highest position and her gaze changed, but she looked extremely lonely. For the past 10 continuous days, Shen Miao kept to herself in the room to think carefully for a way that was the best of both worlds. However, no matter how she thought, she could not be certain that there would not be future problems. Li Mei and brother appeared in this lifetime at such a juncture and placed them in such a sensitive position, it was like a barrier that Shen Miao could not move. In these past 10 days, she was deliberately avoided Xie Jingxing. Because every time she faced Xie Jingxing, her mind would be filled with countless of suspicions. If the Li Mei and brother in the past lifetime was related to Xie Jingxing, then Shen Miao did not know how to face Xie Jingxing and feared that their husband and wife fate would also come to an end. Because of Wan Yu and Fu Ming, she could not take it as though nothing had happened. This morning when Shen Miao woke up, her expression was very ugly. Jing Jie and Gu Yu could see that something was not right with her and asked a few times. Shen Miao only half-heartedly elaborated it, but her heart was anxious and doubtful. Last night she had dreamt an entire night of dreams. She dreamt of Kunning Palace of Ding capital and Wan Yu and Fu Ming was in front of here eating fruits and chatting leisurely. Just as they were speaking, blood started to flow from both Wan Yu's and Fu Ming's mouth. She panicky called for the imperial physician, but when she raised her head, she saw Mei Fern and Fu Shuyi walk over. Fu Shuyi instructed people to bind her and threw her an uncertain living or dead Wan Yu and Fu Ming in the palace and set a fire to burn Kunning Palace to the ground. The raging fire swallowed Kunning Palace and quickly engulfed Wan Yu and Fu Ming. She screamed heart-rending but saw Mei Fern smiling lightly. You have lost. Shen Miao suddenly woke up from the dream. The sun raised early during summer and it seemed to have the heat like when it was during noon that it made one's eyes dazzle. Shen Miao had a cold sweat that drenched her entire body. However, Wan Yu's and Fu Ming's desperate look filled her entire mind and made her so restless that she could not sit properly. When she just exited the courtyard, she saw Li Mei who was heading out. Li Mei saw Shen Miao and immediately stopped before giving her a bow. Shen Miao's eyes darkened. Every time she met this female, she would have to do her best to restrain her killing intent. Especially the dream last night, it made her could not even restrain herself from reaching out to strangle the other party till death. Her fingernails were piercing her palms under her sleeves till it was slightly painful so that she would be somewhat clear-minded. Shen Miao took a look at Li Mei. Young lady Li, where are you going? Her tone of voice was blunt and had an unfathomable meaning to it, and it was something that one could not conceal at all. Li Mei smiled. His Highness just woke up and have summoned his siblings over. Second younger brother has went over first. This Ping Nu is about to rush over. She then looked at Shen Miao somewhat ashamed. One has troubled in the residence for many days, and after seeing His Highness the Prince of First Rank, this Ping Nu plans to leave. Your ladyship Wang Fei has taken care of us for a long time and one have not yet said a word of thanks. Shen Miao sneered in her heart. She had never instructed people to take care of these two people, so this should be Ji Fern's idea. In addition, the entire residence saw that they saved Xie Jingxing's life, thus they were even more polite to both of them. Why say words of leaving? Shen Miao said indifferently, we have yet to repay to you. Li Mei shook her head, we are here to search for relatives and since His Highness has recovered, we should leave. The corners of Shen Miao's lips pulled up but she did not bother to smile at all. She just could not believe that they were here to search for relatives. Who would know what they were here in Longyi for? Li Mei looked at Shen Miao and suddenly said, your ladyship Wang Fei, is there something that Ping Nu has offended your ladyship with? Your ladyship does not seem to like Ping Nu. At the end, these words were said. Shen Miao's attitude towards Li Mei was the most obvious and could be seen from the very beginning. Towards Xie Jingxing's benefactors, other than the first encounter, Shen Miao had no longer seen her. Shen Miao's action had always been gentle, so it was not that she had forgotten, but it was done intentionally. As to why she did so, it was confusing for others. I indeed do not like you. Shen Miao's chin raised up. She could succumb to her enemies like a snake but could not do it to Mei Furen. She wanted to express her hate directly. If it wasn't because of the residence of Prince Rui or because she could not explain to Xie Jingxing. She chuckled lightly, do you want to know why? Li Mei looked at her in confusion. That pair of flattering eyes were puzzled, as if they contained some truthfulness, vastly different from the scornfulness in Shen Miao's memory. Instinct, Shen Miao said coldly. Then she did not turn back as she walked past Li Mei as she left with Jing Jie and Gu Yu. Li Mei stood at the same place for a while before shaking her head and leave. Shen Miao stood from afar as she saw her back view with an icy expression. Jing Jie and Gu Yu dared not even speak a single word. They did not know why, but they always felt that when Shen Miao faced this unfamiliar Mei Furen, she would become very scary. That kind of scariness was something that they had never experienced with Shen Miao before. About to leave, Shen Miao said to herself softly before saying coldly, could one leave? She then turned around, call Mo Qing over for me. Mo Qing quickly came to Shen Miao's room. Furen, this subordinate have something to report. Shen Miao, put aside your matter first. I have a more important matter. Mo Qing was in doubt. Mei Furen, speak. Go and kill Li Mei and Li Kei for me. Mo Qing was startled. Shen Miao said, I have thought about it again and although this matter is not appropriate and it would bring disaster to the residence of Prince Rui, if these two people are not dead, they would be a bigger variable. I would rather bear the crime than let those two people be alive and become bigger trouble in the future. The claws of these two wolves have not grown yet, and once they are grown, it would not be easy to get rid of them. I do not want to think if this matter can be done thoroughly or not and just want to ask you one thing. Do you have any ways to kill them? Shen Miao asked softly. Her voice hovered in the house, as if it was from the depths of hell but had a deep steadfastness. The dream of Wan Yu and Fu Ming had reminded her that she could not be indecisive. Since there was no best of two worlds, then she should kill first then think of matters that preceded. Currently this pair of siblings only had the identity of a merchant's children, so there would be lesser troubles upon killing them, but if they later found some backing, it would be even more difficult. Moreover, Li Mei also said today that they would be leaving the residence of Prince Rui not too long later. So after leaving, who would be protecting them? Shen Miao felt that one had to pay attention to the timing of killing another and thus could not be delayed. An additional day that Li Mei and Li Kei lived, she would not be able to let go of her heart and would thus begin to doubt Xie Jingxing. In the choices in the past and current lifetime, she chose to kill Li Mei and Li Kei. As to what kind of role the imperial family of Great Liang played, she did not want to pursue it. This was her greatest concession she could make for Xie Jingxing, and it would be the only concession. Mo Qing suddenly knelt down. This subordinate is unable to do it. Shen Miao stared at him. This is the matter that this subordinate wants to speak to Furen about. One had just received information that the relatives that Li Mei and brother are looking for is this dynasty's prime minister, Yi Mao Kai. The Li siblings is Yi Furen's children. Mo Qing said, the Yi family has already sent someone over. Shen Miao stumbled a step back. What did you say? One is unable to do as charged by Furen. May Furen punish. The room became quiet for a long time and Mo Qing dared not look up. He did not know why, but she could almost imagine the disappointment in Shen Miao's eyes, and it made him unable to look at what kind of expression Shen Miao had, as if he could not bear just helplessness. One did not know how long has passed before Shen Miao's voice was heard. Her tone was exhausted as she said, one did not blame you. They came prepared and my mind was not firm and the hesitation had caused one to miss the opportunity. But her voice suddenly became sharp, as if a sharp blade had appeared from a precious sheath and the murderous intent was sharpened. Even though there is the Yi family, I must have that two lives. Longyi and Ding capital was different. Ding capital was at the north and the most beautiful scenery was during winter as the silver coat looked magnificent, but Longyi was located in the south and thus the best season was during the summer as the night was as cool as water and the stars were like a silver river and the wind and flowers were the most beautiful. Even in the most remote courtyard, the beautiful scenery could not be blocked. A pot of clear tea and a chess set seemed to be the most satisfying thing. The plainly clad male sat alone under the mood to appreciate it, as if one was in a green bamboo forest. When Shen Miao arrived in the courtyard, that was the scene that she saw. Pei Lang sat in front of the stone table and was playing chess as he was drinking tea. He often did it, and even when he became the national advisor, his temperament was as cold as before. Shen Miao had always felt that it was not a good decision for Fu Shuyi to let Pei Lang enter the court, as with Pei Lang's temperament, he should leave like a wild crane. He liked to read, sages, chess, bamboo and flowers, and each one were of elegance, but what he did was matters of court and one did for one's interest. Gentleman Pei. Shen Miao sat down opposite him. Pei Lang looked up and saw Shen Miao before becoming slightly surprised. That day Shen Miao had unrelentingly and clearly defined their relationship, and no matter how tolerant Pei Lang was, he was after all a male and had pride, thus he did not take the initiative to look for Shen Miao in these days. Moreover, Shen Miao was not someone who would take the initiative to lower one's head, thus Pei Lang felt some waves of emotions when Shen Miao appeared in front of him. Previously Gentleman Pei said that one would help me. Are those words valid? Shen Miao did not intend to make friends with him or play chess and instead asked him directly. Which matter are you speaking of? Pei Lang placed the teacup in his hands. Everything. But the current matter is that I want the lives of Li Mei and brother. This is difficult. Pei Lang smiled bitterly. It is more difficult than you think. Shen Miao said, these two siblings are affiliated to the Yi family and it is said that they are Yi Mao Kai's son and daughter. Most likely they would become Yi Mei and Yi Kei, thus it is impossible to assassinate them. But I cannot let them off. She used cannot rather than do not want. That was to say that no matter the case, she wanted the lives of these two siblings. Pei Lang frowned, but why must you want their lives? Shen Miao's smile was somewhat cold. Not everything must have an answer. You ask me why, but I want to ask another why. I cannot find the answer, so how can I tell you? Pei Lang looked at the chess on the table and smiled. I understand. I will not continue to ask you the reason, but what do you want me to do? It is not your element to kill another, but I know your abilities. Shen Miao said, since they have become Yi Mei and Yi Kei, then the target to deal with is the Yi family. I want to deal with the Yi family and no one knows better than Gentleman Pei how to overthrow a family clan in court. I want you to be my advisor. Pei Lang was startled and shook his head. I do not understand what you mean. Although I follow by Prince Ding's side, I only suggest plans for political matters and have not experience in overthrowing one's enemies. Why do you say that? Shen Miao smiled gently, but her heart was thinking that she naturally knew a bit. Pei Lang had a noble and benevolent character and looked gentle and elegant, but his means and methods were completely vicious. When Fu Shuyi just ascended to the throne, Prince Zhou's people were like tigers watching one's prey and tried to plan for a comeback, but at the end were defeated by Pei Lang's hands. I only ask you if you are helping or not, Shen Miao asked. Pei Lang sighed deeply. The Yi family's position in Long Yi's is very delicate. The Emperor of Great Liang have the intention to use the Yi family against the Lu family. The Yi family do not have children, so they are easy to manage. However, if there is a pair of children, then the entire plans would be shattered. The Yi family might perhaps be rebellious or perhaps compete with the Lu family or perhaps work together with the Imperial family to deal with the Lu family. The appearance of Yi Mei and Yi Kei is one very exquisite point. The Imperial family's attitude towards the Yi family would also affect the attitude of the Yi family to the Imperial family. Moreover, at this time, the Imperial family cannot act rashly and would only be even more courteous towards the Yi family. Moreover, you are the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Rui, and Prince Rui is the blooded younger brother of the Emperor and thus tied to the Imperial family. If you want the Yi family's siblings' lives, Great Liang's Emperor would be the first to disagree. Shen Miao stared at him. I naturally know of this, thus I want you to think of ways for the Imperial family to take the initiative to deal with the Yi family. Whoever take the initiative would be the one who loses. The Imperial family is observing, much less the Yi family. If you really want the lives of the Yi siblings, one must search for the Yi family's fault and grasp the Yi family's mistake and preferably provoke disharmony between the Yi family and the Imperial family. Shen Miao asked, then what about the Lu family? Pei Lang paused. What if I let the Lu and Yi family fight with one another? Pei Lang shook his head. You thought of protecting the prince residence like this. But I must advise you that it is not possible to have the best of both worlds. The Lu family are not fools and at such a time would not fight with the Yi family. Shen Miao said, I understand. You will not hesitate to offend the Imperial family to deal with the Yi family. Pei Lang frowned. If you really oppose with the Imperial family, then the relationship between you and Prince Rui would be filled with suspicions. Pei Lang did not continue, even though he was very curious about Shen Miao's attitude towards Yi Mei and brother that was so unyielding. What did Yi Mei and brother do? I do not have another route to take. Shen Miao's eyes hung down. Perhaps I do not have any fate with the Imperial family. In the last lifetime and this lifetime, she could not escape being the sacrifice in the Imperial power. But so what about it? How do you plan to create disharmony? Pei Lang asked. This is exactly what I need to discuss with you, Shen Miao said. Great Liang's battle was completely different from Ming Qi's and she was not familiar with the various forces of power in Long Yi and her knowledge was very little. She could not face Xie Jingxing frankly but could not let one's enemies live well under her eyelids. Thinking about it, even if she had to burn both the jade and common stone, she had to avenge for Wan Yu and Fu Ming. And Pei Lang was her only ally. Pei Lang knew best how to scheme, plan and analyze the situation in court. Without leaving any traces yet easily provoke them against one another was this national advisor best skill. She wanted to join forces with Pei Lang so that these two lives would be obtained. Even if the Yi siblings has a great backing, she wanted to pull their backing down. This discussion actually lasts till late at night. When Shen Miao wanted to return to her courtyard, it was already very late and only Jing Jie and Gu Yu were accompanying her. When she returned to the courtyard, she pushed the doors and entered the room and just as she was about to take off her outer clothes, she paused and turned her head over. Xie Jingxing was holding his chest and sitting in front of her study table, flipping the pages of the book boredly. Why have you come over? Shen Miao asked. You can get out of bed. Today Xie Jingxing was to meet with Li Mei and brother but Shen Miao did not want to think about it and did not want to see it. She feared that when she saw that scene, she would involuntarily be suspicious about some terrible possibilities. What remained unseen was deemed clean, but she did not expect that Xie Jingxing would come looking. Xie Jingxing smiled lazily and did not answer her. It is so late, why only come back now? Cannot sleep, Shen Miao said, walked around outside. Xie Jingxing threw the book in his hands down onto the table and said, oh. It is not to go and drink tea with Pei Lang. With this posturing, he was here to denounce for one's crimes. Shen Miao's heart was all filled on Yi Mei's matter and frowned. What do you want to say? Half a month, Xie Jingxing said. Shen Miao stared at him. He also stared at her and his complicated gaze made Shen Miao's heart palpitate. He said, I have woken up for half a month but you only came to see me once. Have you forgotten that you are the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Rui and my wife? He said. Shen Miao did not speak as this was something that could not be explained at all. But Xie Jingxing continued to stare at her and his gaze was filled with disappointment and slight anger. I have waited for you the entire night and you were drinking tea and playing chess with Pei Lang. Shen Miao, could it be that you are fond of that scholar? Suddenly an unknown fire appeared in her heart. She had been struggling with the matter of Yi Mei and could not sleep at night and because the residence of Prince Rui was stuck in the middle, she dared not move rashly and thus missed the best opportunity and now could not deal with the enemy cleanly and swiftly. She was stuck on the same spot in the mud and Xie Jingxing still pulled her and Pei Lang together. She said, what does it got to do with you? Xie Jingxing pulled Shen Miao in front of him. His actions were harsh and Shen Miao almost fell down. After he held her, Xie Jingxing lifted her chin and said word for word, if I want you now, it would be related. Shen Miao frowned, perhaps we form an alliance too rashly. Xie Jingxing paused and looked at her deeply, perhaps. He let go of his hands and stood up at once before speaking to Shen Miao from his back, is your heart made of metal? There is only gains and schemes in your eyes but I am a living person. From the start, your heart was not moved before, he said indifferently. Xie Jingxing left. Shen Miao sat alone in front of the table. Jing Jie walked in and looked outside. Just now she was outside the room and the two persons' voices were not deliberately suppressed and she could hear the entire thing without missing a word. Seeing that Shen Miao's expression was not good, even though her heart was apprehensive, she could not help but say, Furen is too aloof with his highness. Shen Miao did not speak so Jing Jie continued, when Furen has yet married into the prince residence, one even treated his highness better. However these days, it is like one deliberately avoided his highness. A sick person is particularly sensitive, especially his highness escaped from death, so his heart would be even more delicate. His highness would inevitably not be comfortable when Furen do not care at such a time. Tomorrow may Furen use some consoling words and everything will be alright. Furen must not be too upset. Shen Miao said, I understand. You can leave. Jing Jie then withdrawn. After Jing Jie left, Shen Miao pressed her forehead. She was struggling when she faced Xie Jingxing but in all fairness, Xie Jingxing was innocent in the matter. That sentence of from the start, your heart was not moved before made her feel cold. Shen Miao could not remember since when her heart was moved by Xie Jingxing. Perhaps it was when he saved her life in Wanli Lake, or perhaps when he took off his mask in front of Princess Rongxin at the princess residence, or perhaps on the day of marriage when he reached his hands out, or perhaps it was very much earlier that when she set the ancestral hall on fire or when she first met Xie Jingxing and began to confront Xie Jingxing. The feelings of being moved was just too far away. She had only been moved by Fu Shuyi in her past lifetime and that price was heavy. With the lessons of the past, she dared not let her heart be moved easily and she was very stingy in giving her feelings out, always careful, making sure that there would only be gains and not losses. However, Xie Jingxing was different. One did not know if it was arrogance or recklessness in his bones but he squanders his emotions. In this marriage, both of their contributions were not equal but Shen Miao had given everything that she could give. Now because of her heart, she could not deal with Mei Furen without any scruples. With emotions intertwined with doubts, she was unable to face Xie Jingxing. And one feared that Xie Jingxing was disappointed in her in his heart. She sat in front of the table and that herb, that she had worked so hard for to get from Kai Yan Daoist priest, was casually thrown by the side. Because no one cared for it for these days, there was a layer of dust on it that made no one pay any attention. In the next few days, Shen Miao's days became somewhat strange. One did not know what happened to Luo Tan and Gao Yang. Most likely Luo Tan was upset that Go Yang deceived her and Gao Yang saw that Xie Jingxing's poison was almost gone. He left the old imperial physician in the prince residence and pulled Luo Tan to somewhere else. Ji Furen and Ji Yushu also returned to Ji residence. Since Xie Jingxing was alright, there was no meaning to stay in the prince residence. One also did not know how Pei Lang caught a cold and he rested in his room and did not go out. Thus Shen Miao was left alone. The servants of the prince residence could also see that Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao were in a cold wear and did their work cautiously. For a period of time, everyone in the prince residence was concerned of their own well-being and the atmosphere seemed to be even heavier than when Xie Jingxing was unconscious. At such a time like this, the Yi family came over. The Yi family came over to pick Yi Mei and Yi Kei. The Yi family seemed to know that Shen Miao did not like Yi Mei and Yi Kei and did not mention this matter to Shen Miao from the beginning till the end. Their trip here today was only a notice. It was just that Shen Miao was the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Rui, thus she had to meet them. In the main hall of the prince residence, Yi Furen was speaking to Yi Kei and Yi Mei was sitting at the side, smiling gently. Yi Mao Kai's head was slightly raised as if he was speaking and the person sitting opposite him was Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing was clad in a long silver purple robe and most likely because his injuries were not fully recovered, his sitting posture was somewhat of laziness. He spoke to Yi Mao Kai in a smile but not smiling manner that one was unable to tell what it meant. When Shen Miao came in, she was first seen by Yi Mei and Yi Mei quickly got up to greet her but Yi Kei did not move. Now they were the children of the Yi family and their position had rose like when the tide rises, the boats float. Naturally they did not need to greet Wang Fei like how commoners did. It was just that when Yi Mei greeted, Shen Miao did not even support it and accepted it completely. A slight unhappiness appeared in Yi Furen's eyes. Yi Kei did not show any expression. Yi Mao Kai gave a glance at Shen Miao but saw everything. Shen Miao walked to the other side and sat on the main seat beside Xie Jingxing. Yi Mao Kai then got up. These few days after staying in the prince residence, Mayor and Care has brought many troubles and thanks to Wang Fei's care, one is very thankful. Shen Miao smiled gently, but it is of no trouble. Speaking of which, young lady Yi and gentleman Yi are his highness's benefactors so it is a bit too much to call it as trouble. Yi Mao Kai then laughed to round things up but heard Shen Miao changing the topic and asked fascinated, but how did young lady Li and gentleman Li become young lady Yi and gentleman Yi? It is indeed a bit surprising that the relatives they were searching for are the Yi family. Xie Jingxing only played with the teacup in his hands as she spoke, neither blocking or going with her, as if he was a spectator. Yi Mao Kai was somewhat uncertain with Xie Jingxing's intention and smiled. Speaking of that, one is embarrassed as it is a matter of decades ago. At that time, one's wife gave birth and the midwife had some disloyalty and was instructed by evil people to exchange the children. It was actually a pair of siblings but it was changed to a female baby that passed on early. Since family shames are not spread abroad, for all these years one could only secretly investigate and search. This time when both of them entered Long Yi and came to the prince residence coincidentally and were looking of relatives, everything matched up. Yi Mao Kai's face is fair and looked like an amiable scholar and thus when he spoke, he looked very sincere as he said to Shen Miao, everyone said that Mayor and Kair saved High Highness's life but it is our Yi family that should thank his highness. If it was not because of this coincidence, then our family would not be reunited. This is exactly so. Yi Furen also smiled. Ever since Shen Miao saw Yi Furen, this was the first time she saw her smiling that openly, as if one's heart was in pleasure. No matter who saw it, no one would be suspicious of Yi Mei and Yi Kei being her long-lost children. However Shen Miao could not do so. In her previous life they were the children of Ming Qi's official but in this lifetime, they became people of great Liang. One feared that this entanglement was not as simple as it looked. Yi Mei and Yi Kei was sitting at the side. Yi Mei was beautiful and Yi Kei was smart that with a look, they were talents among people. What was rarer was that they were well manners and had knowledge of proprietary that they did not speak out or do anything indiscriminately by using the identity of being Xie Jingxing's benefactors. Thus everyone around did not have any ill impression of them. It was also right. Fu Shuyi was such a shrewd and cold person that he did not even hesitate to take action on his children but only favored Mei Furen, so it was obvious that she had her positive points. That is also a coincidence. Shen Miao smiled gently and said carelessly, Qin province is not far away. It is a wonder that the Yi family was not able to find after decades and found them once they entered the prince residence. She looked at Yi Mei. It is fated, isn't it young lady Yi? Yi Mei smiled, naturally so. The prince residence is a blessed place. It seemed that she did not hear the additional meaning behind Shen Miao words and spoke amicably instead. Shen Miao moved her gaze away and looked at Yi Mao Kai again. Today Yi Darren came over. Yi Mao Kai quickly said, I came over to bring them back to the residence. Finishing he spoke shamefully, as a father, one let them live outside for so many years, it is our entire fault. Now that the entire family is reunited with great difficulty, naturally one will not let them live those hardship days. Today one will bring them to the residence and tomorrow the jade nameplates will be hung. In the future, they will be the descendants of the Yi family. When he spoke till the end, he was somewhat emotional and when one look at Yi Mei and Yi Kei, they too have some tears in their eyes. Shen Miao however felt that this play was dumb and uninteresting. The imperial family of Great Liang had intentions to woo the Yi family over to deal with the Lu family. Since the Yi family was the key point, they remained neutral and did not express their position. Reasonably speaking, upon the return of Yi Mei and brother to the Yi family seemed to be more emboldened and competing with the Lu family so naturally there was no need to be suppressed under the imperial power. Currently this attitude revealed the intuition to stand on the side of Emperor Yongle. Since the residence of Prince Rui was close with Emperor Yongle, by showing it to the residence of Prince Rui would be indicating their loyalty to Emperor Yongle. Shen Miao's entire ear gradually sank as this was naturally not what she wanted to see. Once the Yi family stood by Emperor Yongli's side, by pulling the Yi family in secret, it would be cutting Emperor Yongli's strength. Not to mention Emperor Yongle, Xie Jingxing would not be willing with it. But if she had to be allies with the murderers of her children, she would not be able to get rid of the nauseating feeling in her life. However, Xie Jingxing's attitude was intriguing. Not only did he listen casually to Yi Mao Kai's words, he replied indifferently and avoided the need to how his attitude towards the matter. It was vague and he played Yi Mao Kai in circles. Yi Mao Kai and Yi Furen both went into batter and spoke a lot, seemingly speaking about all matters, but upon recalling, it seemed that Xie Jingxing did not disclose any of his stand at all. For the Yi family to flatter the Imperial family did not need to express their gratefulness immediately, but they have to be courteous. However, Xie Jingxing's current attitude was like he was watching a play, leisurely and not taking the matter to heart, that it made others doubt if he had understood the hints in Yi Mao Kai's words. Yi Mao Kai and wife became somewhat anxious in their hearts. They looked at Xie Jingxing and the expression in their eyes changed. It was always said that this Prince Rui of Great Liang was very tricky and very difficult to handle and one would not be able to get anything out of him. Today, after interacting with him so closely outside court, it still made one unable to make heads of tails with. This kind of attitude made Yi Mao Kai and wife unable to be angry but also strangely assured. They initially wanted to put up airs but one did not know who was putting up airs and let Xie Jingxing be at an advantage, and at the end led by the nose by Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao was somewhat surprised by Xie Jingxing's attitude. After thinking about it, she felt that there was something wrong with the Yi family coming over to show goodwill. Xie Jingxing was naturally not brainless, so he would investigate it clearly. However, this made her sigh in relief. As long as Xie Jingxing did not express goodwill to the Yi family, or to say that his impression of Yi Mei and brother did not change due to the gratitude of saving his life, her heart became much calmer. At the end, no one had persuaded the other. Yi Mao Kai seemed to have encountered a nail that was neither soft or hard like Xie Jingxing, and seeing that the skies was about to darken and Xie Jingxing still did not express a clear attitude, he knew that it was a wasted trip today. It was useless to say longer, and since he had transmitted his family's intention, he left with Yi Mei and Yi Kei. Xie Jingxing instructed Tang Xu to send them off, and just as he was to leave the main hall, Yi Furen seemed to have thought of something and turned around to ask, after a few days, it is His Highness's birthday. Shen Miao was startled. She did not know Xie Jingxing's birthday because the one in Mingqi was definitely not real. As for it Great Liang, she had not yet heard Xie Jingxing speaking about it. Yi Furen's eyes were sharp and saw Shen Miao's slightly surprised expression and said with a smile, why does it look like Wang Fei do not know of the matter? Yi Mei and Yi Kei also stopped. Yi Mei looked at Shen Miao with a slight surprise in her gaze. As a wife, one did not know about one's husband's birthday, and it was an outsider who speak about it. This couple is indeed strange. Xie Jingxing sat in the hall drinking tea, as if he had never heard Yi Furen's words. Shen Miao smiled gently. Does Yi Furen still remember young ladies and young master's birthday? Yi Furen unconvincingly replied, this. Shen Miao did not give her a chance to talk. After missing out for decades, it is better for Yi Furen to think about how to compensate young lady Yi's and young master Yi's birthday first. The meaning of the words was that she should manage her own affairs before bothering others and didn't poke into other matters. She had slapped Yi Furen's face that ruthlessly, so Yi Furen did not have a very good expression, and Yi Mao Kai seemed to be a little embarrassed. Yi Mei tugged Yi Kei and they bowed to Shen Miao before leaving hurriedly. Seeing their retreating figures, Shen Miao took a deep breath. This pair of Yi siblings had still succeeded, as the Yi family had successfully protected them before she took action. From today onwards, one had to deal with the Yi family before dealing with them, and this was much more difficult than just killing a pair of siblings. Particularly, it also implicated the interest of the Imperial family of Great Liang, and it was even more difficult to touch them. It really made one irreconcilable and unhappy. She thought about it and hesitated before looking back at Xie Jingxing. Thinking about the moment of anger yesterday, and she lashed at him because of Wan Yu and Fu Ming, he was still rational today as he did not give the Yi siblings any special treatment. Perhaps they should chat seriously. These days, she had performed badly. However, when she turned around just now, she saw Xie Jingxing standing up expressionless and walked past her without even a glance, like she was a stranger. He did not speak a single word. The words "I have something to tell you" were stuck at her throat that Shen Miao could not swallow for a long time. Gu Yu and Jing Jie, who was standing behind, saw it and looked at one another. Both of them knew that Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing were in a cold war these few days, and if one's master was not happy, naturally the servants would also not be happy. However, just now, Shen Miao seemed to have intentions for reconciliation, but with Xie Jingxing's coldness, one feared that it had hurt their young lady's heart. Jing Jie and Gu Yu had followed Shen Miao for so many years and could understand Shen Miao's temperament, especially in these 2 years, and she had very strong self-esteem. With Xie Jingxing being like this, even if Shen Miao had the intention for reconciliation, she would not take the initiative. Jing Jie said softly, this is bad. One just married, so if this goes on, how could one live? Gu Yu also whispered, one have to think of a way quickly. When Shen Miao returned to the room, the more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. One felt very terrible towards Xie Jingxing's unfamiliar attitude. She had been an empress in Mingqi for so many years, and other than begging for favor because of Fu Ming and Wan Yu, she had never given in to others. She had a stubborn personality, else she would not have fought with Mei Furen for so many years. Xie Jingxing's current attitude made her intentions of wanting to talk to him dimmed. Both of them were stubborn, but it was just that Xie Jingxing would not quarrel with others usually, and she concealed herself well, thus it was an appalling scene when they go up against one another. Just as she was thinking, someone outside knocked and pushed the door open. It was Ba Zhao. Ba Zhao was as all smiles as she placed a plate of pastry on Shen Miao's table. This is the snack that the little kitchens have newly made. It is especially made accordingly to Mingqi's style. Mei Furen tasted to see if it is suitable or not. Because of Shen Miao's and Xie Jingxing's cold war, the servants in the residence were also very cautious. Naturally, the people in Mo Yun army would be biased towards their master, just like Jing Jie and Gu Yu, who would definitely stand on Shen Miao's side. Ba Zhao and Wei Xiong had long returned, and thus one did not think that Ba Zhao would come over. One feared that a wine lover's heart was not in the cup. Shen Miao looked at her. You have something to say to me. Ba Zhao smiled at once and scratched her head. This servant is stupid, and Furen could see it before this one speak. Furen, this servant was called over by Jing Jie and Gu Yu to persuade you. Jing Jie and Gu Yu, who were standing outside, suddenly become awkward. This Ba Zhao said that she was stupid, but normally she was smart. But saying that she was smart, she actually sold both of them out without much prompting, making one unable to say anything. Shen Miao laughed. What do you want to persuade me? They all said that Furen have a cold character, that when master was injured for so many days, one did not know where Furen ran off to and did not take a look at master. After master woke up, one only came over to take a look once, thus everyone protests the unfairness for master and thus treated Furen coldly. May Furen not blame them? Shen Miao shook her head. They are speaking the truth. But Furen's character is not cold at all. Ba Zhao said in all smiles. Furen just do not like to talk about it. Otherwise, one would not bring us to that forest for an entire night, insisting to find that superior one and beseech for the herb for master. But why does Furen not tell master about the matter? Shen Miao said lightly, the person who saved him is not me, and at the end the herb was not used. Since it is futile and useless, then it is not a merit, so how would one speak of it? She also did numerous things for Fu Shuyi in the inner palace, reducing and simplifying matters, and even allow Fu Shuyi to gain a good reputation, but at the end it could not be compared to the government decree that Li Kei provided to Fu Shuyi. Saying it out would only make it a joke to others and make one pity, thus it was better not to have it. Ba Zhao frowned, but that is your heart's intention. Shen Miao looked towards her, heart's intention. Ba Zhao nodded her head. No matter if you were able to save Master or not, or even if the herb is at the end useless, your heart's intention was true. You have hidden and concealed it, so how would Master know that Furin have wandered in the forest for an entire night and still insist of moving forward? All those are your heart's intention. From this servant's perspective, Furin's intention is even more precious than that herb. For Furin to hide one's own heart's intention because the herb is not used, isn't it throwing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed? Shen Miao was startled. Ba Zhao said with all smiled, Furin, your heart's intention is more useful than the herb as it could cure Master's illness. Must one's intention be spoken for it to be known? Shen Miao's eyes hung down. If one has a heart, how would one not understand? Ba Zhao shook her head. It might be the case for others, but it is different for Master. Oh. You also know that Master's life is not as smooth sailing. Moyan army was established single-handedly by Master, and this servant have followed Master for a long time. Master would normally face schemes, but those were all from outsiders and enemies, thus there is little room for criticism. But towards one family, one would always hope that there would be more frankness. Ba Zhao looked seriously at Shen Miao. Furin, you are Master's wife and the closest person to Master. If you don't even speak clearly about one's heart's intention, he would not be sure of it even if he might be aware of it. The more precious a thing is, the more demanding it would become. Master valued your heart's intention greatly and thus became angry. He is not doubting you but doubting himself. He was not doubting you but doubting himself. Shen Miao was shocked, and it seemed that a certain piece of ice in her heart had bloomed due to these words, and from it there was a trickle and spring arose. Master will also doubt himself and doubt that he is not good and that he is not as good as others and be suspicious that you are dissatisfied with him. When all these doubts accumulate, it will become suspicion towards your heart's intention. Like this, do you still want to hide your intentions? Shen Miao slightly hung down, but her heart started to rise and fall. Xie Jingxing was a very proud person and would casually smile in the middle of thousands of horses. He had lived in the filthiest and chaotic court and was burdened with responsibilities at an early age. Be it family, brothers or friends, he was neither close nor distant, making him look like one who did not care about anything. 203 to 209. However, what everyone had forgotten was that he had the most straightforward sincerity, as innocent as a youth. Just like how he treated Su Mingfeng, Princess Rongshan and even the Marquis of Linen. He was too proud to say anything clearly but did everything behind their back. In this lifetime or last lifetime, this kind of person would never be mixed with people like Li Mei and Li Kei. She should not have doubted it. Her distrust stemmed from her lack of self-confidence. Just like Xie Jingxing doubting her, she was also doubting herself. Shen Miao closed her eyes. Like what Ba Zhao said, one would become more demanding towards things that one treasured the most. Her heart was moved by Xie Jingxing and thus was afraid that Xie Jingxing would have involvement with Mei Furin, and Xie Jingxing cared about her, so her cold treatment had become the other's sore eyes. She seemed to have done some things wrongly, but fortunately there were still chances to make up. Ba Zhao was the changes in Shen Miao's expression and suddenly smiled. Furin still have to coax Master. These days Master is very cold and strict that the people in Moyan army cannot bear it anymore. Shen Miao shook her head and smiled. I understand. But, Ba Zhao hesitated but still asked, Furin, do you have any misgiving with the Yi siblings? Shen Miao was startled. Why do you say that? Everyone in the prince residence knew of her cold and indifferent attitude towards the Yi siblings, and everyone was puzzled as it was their first encounter. Everyone said that Shen Miao was jealous of Yi Mei's beauty, and even though it was far from it, one was unable to find any other reasons, thus Ba Zhao asked. You are too cold towards that pair of siblings. Even Master instructed people to investigate the background of that pair of siblings, but there was nothing wrong. So Furin. Shen Miao's heart moved. First it was because she was surprised that Xie Jingxing would secretly investigate the background of Yi Mei and brother, and second was that even Xie Jingxing could not find anything wrong with this pair of siblings' background. They were very clean. They have some misgiving with me. Shen Miao said, but this matter is of great importance, so do not mention it for the time being. Ba Zhao nodded thoughtfully and looked at Shen Miao with a smile. It is good that Furin has thought through about it. Furin must not hide one's intention. At this moment, Master is confused with his anger and could not see it, but that day, those of us who accompany Furin to search for that strange Taoist priest all saw it clearly. The person that Furin's heart is at is obvious, so there is no need to hide. After that she winked at Shen Miao. Master's birthday is the 3rd of next month, and in the past years there would be a banquet that is thrown in the Bai Xiaolu. This servant has secretly asked the manager and knows that it is the same this year. If Furin want to prepare a birthday present, it is best to prepare it in these few days. Before Shen Miao could say anything, Ba Zhao blurted out, it is very easy to coax Master. If one cannot do anything, then Furin can personally make a bowl of longevity noodles and Master's anger will guaranteed be distinguished. However, the most important thing is that you must not conceal your heart's intention, and Master would be even happier. Finishing, she ran away quickly. Shen Miao watched as she opened the doors and closed them. After being startled, a laugh burst out. Her heart finally felt much relaxed than the past few days. Since some matters could not be avoided, then one had to face it directly. Just like blood feud that could not be cut. Just like intentions that could not be spoken clearly. On the 3rd day of the 7th month, it was Xie Jingxing's birthday. Everyone in the residence of Prince Rui became busy. From what others said, even though Xie Jingxing himself did not like it, Emperor Yongla would hold a banquet for Xie Jingxing in Baishulu yearly to celebrate for Xie Jingxing. The more Emperor Yongla expressed that he valued Xie Jingxing, the better the officials would treat Xie Jingxing. Of course, Xie Jingxing's performance in the past 2 years was worth the scrutiny. The birthday celebration was a day where one could flatter so early in the morning. There were birthday presents that were continuous brought over to the residence. Tang Shu was busy registering all the items in a booklet before bringing over to Shen Miao to look. Shen Miao was after all the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Rui, and even though she was in a cold war with Xie Jingxing, she had to look through the list of gifts. Shen Miao swept a glance of it and her eyes were dazzled by the list of names. No matter if it was a high-ranking official or low-ranking government official, they all rushed over to flatter. Even the Lu and Yi family also sent over gifts. Shen Miao's heart was deeply moved. It was all because of the close relationship between Emperor Yongla and Xie Jingxing. If this was Mingqi, if any official's birthday celebration had so many people celebrating, it would be suspicious to the eyes of the emperor. Thus, after coming to Long Yi, it felt somewhat strange to see it handled so openly. Tang Shu pointed out to Shen Miao what gifts to be placed in the storehouse and which gifts could be used before he asked Shen Miao, Furin must not forget to dress up earlier. Tai Yi's side will arrange people to pick Furin up to head to Bai Xiaoluo. Shen Miao said doubtfully, I. Tang Shu smiled. Furin is the Wang Fei of the residence and His Highness's wife. Naturally, Furin have to go for His Highness's birthday. After hesitating, he said, quarrels between a couple is like fighting at the head of the bed and make up at the end of the bed. His Highness looked like he is angry, but if Furin don't go over today, one did not know how long he would sulk, so. I understand, I will go over, Shen Miao said. Tang Shu then sighed in relief and reminded a couple more sentences to Shen Miao before leaving. After he left, Shen Miao looked at that booklet and kept it well. When she was returning to the room, Jing Jie came over and asked Shen Miao cautiously, Furin will definitely go to Bai Xiaoluo, right? The residents of Prince Rui are monitored by other and I just came to Great Liang, thus other people would be watching the bustle. If one did not go then others would have the opportunity to talk. It is better to head directly. Use a general when the soldiers come and build a dam from earth when the water approaches. Jing Jie nodded her head continuously. That's right. They want to see how our Wang Fei from Mingqi looks like, then let them see clearly Furan who comes from a general residence. How could anyone casually become a Wang Fei? Gu Yu pulled Jing Jie and glared at her before whispering, the more you say the more exaggerated it becomes. Jing Jie pouted and seeing that Shen Miao had headed to the room, she bit Gu Yu's ears. Furan is still feeling awkward and looked for so many reasons to give in to Guy but no one will laugh. After speaking, she then felt emotional. Guy really have abilities to let Furan be willing to give in. Gu Yu said, speak a few words lesser. Shen Miao returned to the room and Jing Jie followed in with Gu Yu. Gu Yu asked, would Furan like to choose what to wear tonight? Then this servant will be able to think of what hairstyle to comb. Shen Miao said, do those later, help me to grind ink first. Jing Jie and Gu Yu looked at one another as the two of them did not know why Shen Miao had the mood to write now. Speaking of which, Shen Miao was not one who loves writing or drawing but they would naturally do what one's master wanted. When Shen Miao opened up the paper for a letter, Gu Yu and Jing Jie then understood that she wanted to write a letter. Shen Miao asked Gu Yu, older Biao's sister is returning soon. Gu Yu said, Gentleman Gao had passed a message that she will definitely be able to catch up with the birthday celebration in Bai Xiao Luo tonight. One did not know where did Luo Tan and Gao Yang disappear to for these few days. Luo Tan had a fierce temper and with Gao Yang bullying and deceiving her, one thinks that it would take some time for Luo Tan's anger to dissipate so Gao Yang simply took her away. Shen Miao was rest assured as with Gao Yang's character, he would not do anything bad to Luo Tan and it was Gao Yang who was in more danger. Today was Xie Jingxing's birthday, so Gao Yang, as Xie Jingxing's arms and legs and also his friend, naturally had to rush over. After thinking for a while, she then started to write. She wrote somewhat hesitantly. After writing 2 to 3 sentences, she felt that it was not good and quickly crushed it and threw it aside. She then started to write again but again, like just now, threw it away. At the end, one did not know how much paper was wasted before she hung her brush. She put the letter into the envelope before handing it over to Jing Jie. When you see Tai Yi later, pass this to him and let him hand it over to Xie Jingxing during the birthday celebration. Jing Jie's eyes widened as she did not think that it was for Xie Jingxing. She had thought that Shen Miao was writing a letter for Shen Shen and wife and was curious because the letter home was only written 2 days back so why write again? Shen Miao said, Gu Yu, take a trip out for me. She then pulled out a piece of paper and wrote a few things before passing to Gu Yu, help me to buy the following things. Gu Yu quickly complied. 2 of them hurriedly left. Shen Miao sat in the room but she was relieved. Giving in was something that she seldom do. Especially in this lifetime, the self-esteem in her bones did not allow her to bow her head to others but this time it was her that was wrong. Moreover Xie Jingxing was also a prideful person and between 2 of them, there must be someone that had to lower their head first. Shen Miao thought that since Xie Jingxing did not know anything at all so there was no need for him to bow his head. As one would receive many gifts during the birthday celebration, she also had to show her sincerity. Since there was no shortage of gold, silver and jewels in the residence of Prince Rui and she was not considered good at handmade things, after some thought, she only had some few simple things. Moreover from what Ba Jiao said, Xie Jingxing looked very picky on the surface but in reality very easy to coax. However what mattered to her the most was that the Yi family were among the guests in Bai Xiao Luo and thus Yi Mei and brother was also one of them. Since Yi Mei and brother was present, she had to follow up to prevent the 2 of them from playing any tricks and could not let Xie Jingxing have any interactions with these 2 of them without her presence. Time passed very quickly and in a turn of an eye, it was near evening. Tai Yi had sent of people to come over to pick up and Jing Jie put on the pearl hairpin onto Shen Miao's hair with a smile, finish. Furan today can compete with everyone today. I am not in the selection of Shu Nu so what is the use of this? Shen Miao laughed and looked at the mirror before pulling out that pearl hairpin off and replaced it with a purple jade begonia. Jing Jie blinked her eyes, it is even better to match it like this. The scene of how Xie Jingxing gave her this jade begonia appeared in front of her. At that time they were up on guards with one another and were full of suspicion of each other. At that time Shen Miao was unclear about Xie Jingxing's background and only felt that he was different from the rumors of the previous lifetime. There were just too many coincidences and unimaginable things in life that now she and Xie Jingxing became husband and wife and they came to Great Liang together. This was something that she had never thought about at that time. Perhaps by wearing this jade begonia hairpin would let Xie Jingxing's anger dissipate and make him recall how they journeyed from strangers to a married couple and all those unnecessary suspicions were not needed. Shen Miao stood up and there was a gentle smile on her face. Ba Jiao and the rest are outside waiting. Let's go. When they went out the doors, they indeed saw that the horse carriage was already prepared and Ba Jiao and Wei Xiong was waiting outside. Jing Jie asked curiously, His Highness is not going together with Furan. Wei Xiong somewhat awkwardly replied, His Highness left first and let these subordinates come over to pick up Furan. This made others feel somewhat uncomfortable. For the prince and Wang Fei not leave together and come out one another, those with discerning eyes would see that there was a problem. Jing Jie and Gu Yu felt some indignant for Shen Miao but Shen Miao faintly said, all right, let's depart then. She knew what kind of temperament Xie Jingxing had. At times, a proud person would be as stubborn as a sea urchin. She would not be calculative with these small things and just felt that there was some uneasiness in her apologies tonight. Bai Xiao Luo was the largest and most expensive restaurant in Longyi, not mentioning commoners, it was very prestigious for officials to hold a banquet here. Thus to hold a birthday celebration here, it was not just 1 or 2 tables but the entire restaurant was booked and it was considered very impressive. To create such an impressive scene, naturally it would require a lot of money and for 3 continuous years, the residence of Prince Rui has held banquets here and this was enough to show how rich the residence was. On the main seat, a young man was sat in an inclined manner, indifferently hearing all the compliments from others. The purple gold long robe seemed to almost completely fill the entire seat and from a distance, it was like one was seeing an overflowing night scenery and there was a charming and gentle luxurious feel. There were too many people who came over to toast that one's body was naturally become intoxicated but the pair of peach blossoms' eyes was very clear, making others unsure if one was drunk or not. There were also female family members among the guests and upon seeing that young man, they all involuntarily cast their admiration eyes over. This Prince Rui was young and had a peerless handsomeness but an air of devilish charm which was what made females obsessed with. Coupled with his noble and high position and wealthy background, it made one want to rush up despite smashing one's head. It was a pity that such a young maid was already married and hadn't officially wedding Wang Fei. However even though there was a Wang Fei, the secondary consort position was still empty. Even if one did not become a secondary consort, everyone would be competing to be a concubine. Lu Wan'er was sitting by Lu Furan's side and her gaze was involuntarily on Xie Jingxing. 2 years ago when she first saw Xie Jingxing, she became clamored with him as she felt that all men were vulgar and only this person would be matching with her but that position by her side should be hers. However that stupid woman, Shen Miao, had stood on that position that made Lu Wan'er so furious that she could not wait to tear Shen Miao apart. She had the intention to speak with Xie Jingxing but there were officials who were complimenting Xie Jingxing and she was only a young lady of an official family. No matter how courageous one was, she could not ingratiate oneself like that and thus became somewhat moody. In a blink of an eye, she saw Yi Kei who was talking to Yi Mei and Lu Wan'er's entire face sank. As a female, one would always be more sensitive to the appearance of another female. Lu Wan'er believed that she was spoiled and all she ate and wore were of the best and thus upon seeing other females, she would have a gaze of despise. In the entire Long Yi, she felt that she was as precious even comparable to princesses that she would not even place the Yi family, who were of equal status as the Lu family, in her eyes. It was because the Yi family's descendants line was thin and there were no young ladies at all. However, one had heard that the Yi family have received a pair of wondering siblings back. Initially Lu Wan'er still had the mentality of watching a spectacle, but upon a look now, after seeing Yi Mei's appearance, she was not at all happy. Yi Mei was just too beautiful already. Not mentioning one's beauty, there was a unique charm that made others look at her unrelentingly. If one were to say it was seductiveness, it had a touch of innocence in the seductiveness. If one were to say tea was innocence, there was a mature sense of style. The most important thing was that Yi Mei was smart, that even though both siblings only recognized in the genealogy books, they were able to chat with those ferns. A beautiful, smart and knew when to advance and retreat female and now newly crowned with the Yi family's young lady position. Seeing Yi Fern doting her excessively due to guilt, she was much better than herself in many ways and this made Lu Wan'er feel a strong sense of crisis. One even heard that this Yi Mei saved Prince Rui's life and naturally had a closer relation to the residence of Prince Rui. Lu Wan'er gritted her teeth with hate. For a long time, Lu Wan'er had regarded Xie Jingxing as hers, that even with Shen Miao present, Lu Wan'er had never dismissed her thoughts. An official daughter of another country would not have any support in Long Yi and with the Lu family's abilities, it would not be a difficult thing to find an opportunity in the future to make her disappear and thus Lu Wan'er had never put Shen Miao in her view. However, Yi Mei was different. Everyone knew that the Yi family had a delicate relationship with the Lu family and was not considered a friend or an enemy. If the Yi family were to be related to the residence of Prince Rui, Lu Wan'er became alert and bit her lips without saying a thing. She was thinking at this side, but at the other end Yi Fern said somewhat surprisingly, speaking a bit, one had not seen Wang Fei. Could it be that Wang Fei would not be coming today? The ferns around started to whisper. Actually everyone were not blind and naturally had noticed earlier on that Shen Miao did not come and they did not mention it because no one spoke of it. Now that Yi Fern brought the topic up, naturally they started to discuss. Yi Fern then said, could it be that one's health is sick? A few days back when I went to pick up Mei and Kei, one saw that Wang Fei of first rank was somewhat haggard. Thinking about it, it would be as such since His Highness was sick and she, as a wife, would naturally be worried that one's health would be impacted that one could not take care of His Highness. When those words were out, there was a sigh of understanding. From Yi Fern's words, she had mentioned without a trace that the relationship of Yi Mei and brother had a close relationship with the prince residence and also suppressed Shen Miao. When Prince Rui's life was hanging by a thread, Shen Miao did not go to take care of him at all. Even if one's body was really unwell, this action was against one's conscience. At Xie Jingxing's end, he was taking in the toast and one did not know if he had heard Yi Fern's words as there was a light smile on his lips and his gaze did not look over this side. Someone said, could it be that the married couple is quarreling? How could this be? Lu Fern laughed amiably. At the beginning Wang Fei personally said that the residence of Prince Rui would not bring in anyone else, so it can be seen that both of their relationship is extremely good else one would not say such things. Since one's feelings are this good, there would definitely not be quarrels. It is better not to think too much. Lu Fern was took what Shen Miao said to heart till this day and the more she said as such, it was like slapping Shen Miao's face. When Lu Wan'er heard those words, her mood that was previously disturbed by Yi Mei became slightly better. Even though she was not pleased with Yi Mei, but if she saw Shen Miao and Xie Jingxing was not of good terms, she would become happy. Yi Mei looked at Yi Fern slightly, the prince residence will not bring in people. Yi Fern shook her head and said softly, it is Wang Fei who said it herself. Luo Tan had an entire stomach of anger as she listened. She had rushed back afar and did not expect that she was unable to see Shen Miao. She did not know any of the ferns or young ladies here and could not interrupt to speak for Shen Miao as it would bring her trouble. She could not bear to hear all these nonsense that these people were speaking. It cannot be that she would not come right. Another fern asked. Just as Luo Tan was about to argue, she heard a gently laughter from outside. My apologies, one had arrived late. Everyone unconsciously looked over towards the doors. A young female parted the beaded curtains and walked in with a W mile. She was young and her facial appearance was extremely delicate. Her brows were like new moons, eyes were like the autumn water and her lips were slightly hooked up. She wore a dark purple lily robes and with a lilac dress, with her hair up in a cloud bun and a dark purple 8 treasure earrings. It was not an extravagant dressing and was considered simple, but upon her arrival, it was as if the entire hall was lit up luxuriously. Not only the dark and serious purple was not over the top, it instead highlighted her snow-like complexion and her brows like a painting. As she came in step by step, the skirt swayed, making her look fascinating. It was a very different kind of beauty from Yi Mei. A beauty was in one's bones and not just the skin. Yi Mei was beautiful but this female's beauty was like water in spring, like thin ice in summer, the crescent moon in autumn and snow in winter. The beauty was in the bearing and the beauty was in one's expression of being oneself. It was as if it was not a point more or less that made one unable to look away but feel heart-wrenching. One dared not have delusion and could only look up to. Shen Miao lifted her chin slightly and walked over to the main position and sat at the middle of the side of the female guests. She had a graceful expression on that in this entire room of ferns and young ladies, they were all aristocrats but comparing with her, they seemed to be dwarfed. She took the wine cup that Luo Tan brought over and smiled, one punished oneself with a cup of wine for being late. And she elegantly drank the cup cleanly. Neither servile nor overbearing, neither biased nor dependent. There was a sense of heroism and elegance. There were many followers of Xie Jingxing that were present and would definitely fawn but Shen Miao's action made one's heart feel good and they immediately raised a toast with smiles. Wang Fei has a magnanimous bearing, we will also toast to it. Luo Tan blinked her eyes as she had felt that Shen Miao was exceptionally beautiful today and her bearing was exceptionally different today. No matter what, it made her feel honorable and as if she had face and her back was unconsciously straighter. Shen Miao smiled slightly and her eyes swept across everyone but she remembered how Jing Jie and Gu Yu rushed the entire afternoon for. She must use the identity of Rui Wang Fei to meet with everyone in Long Yi and the most important thing was that Mei Fern was present. She did not allow herself to have a slight defeat in front of Mei Fern as she was carrying the dignity of her children. No matter how miserable her loss was in the previous lifetime, this lifetime was not the past and she would not give in a single line. Yi Mei looked startled at Shen Miao with some shock in her eyes. Shen Miao smiled faintly at her but her heart was as cold as a hail. These siblings dared to openly appear in front of her again and again. Did they think that with the Yi family, they could be exceptionally fearless? Luo Tan tugged Shen Miao slightly and said in a voice where only both of them could hear, youngest Biao sister, are you quarreling with Mei Fu? Why does it look like something is not right? Shen Miao looked towards Xie Jingxing. He was listening casually to an official toasting and was indeed filled with indifference. Shen Miao was slightly stunned as she did not know if Tai Yi had given that letter to him and if Tai Yi gave him the letter and he was still like this, then Shen Miao was not confident that she could explain it. Just as one was thinking, one heard a Darren speaking, since everyone has arrived, everyone will give birthday congratulations to His Highness the Prince of First Rank. Everyone raised their cups. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up in compliance and drank it up. One heard one of the Ferns talking, speaking of which, Yi Fern has just found young Lady Yi and young Master Yi. For young Lady Yi to be so beautiful, one thinks that she is talented, and since there is some relations with the residence of Prince Rui, it is ideal to sow some skills to Prince Rui as congratulations. There were some demeaning meanings to those words. It was somewhat frivolous for a young lady to perform one's talents in front of others if it was not an examination. Moreover, Yi Mei grew up in a merchant family, so who would know how much talent she had? This Fern was obviously searching for thorns. It seemed that the Yi family have quite a lot of political families. Yi Kei's face was somewhat unhappy, and Yi Fern was about to refuse politely when Yi Mei smiled. It is not impossible, but one fear of sweeping everyone's interest and dared not display one's incompetence. The Fern who proposed it was eager to see her display one's incompetence and immediately laughed. How can it be? It would not be so. Your Highness, don't you think so? Xie Jingxing's brows raised and only glance over to this side. His lips widened and he said in a smile but not a smile, dance then. His tone of voice was somewhat casual, as if instructing some dancer. Yi Mei's eyes flashed, but she stood up and gave Shen Miao a bow. Since everyone is interested today and I have just arrived in Longyi, one did not know if any rules are broken and is not sensible. One however is willing to display one's incompetence to make everyone happy. The words were said very mannerly, like it was considerate of others and had some sense of innocence, but charming teasing was present. However, Shen Miao saw the provocation in Yi Mei's eyes. One had learned a type of water sleeve dance from foster mother and will dance for everyone to see today. She said. Shen Miao's head was lowered and a trace of a sneer appeared on her lips. Yi Mei quickly came out after changing her clothes. She was born with a somewhat feminine charming good looks but wore a snow-white long dress, with a wide waist that wrapped her arms. If one wanted to be filial, then she outdid herself with this snow-white dress. 4 screens were arranged accordingly and they had paper on them. Since paper, ink and the chin players were present, Yi Mei shook her long sleeves as the first strings were played and she started to dance. Shen Miao's fingernails almost pierced into the skin of her palms. Ink dance was Yi Mei's best dance. Yi Mei was proficient in all the 4 scholarly arts and each individual one was outstanding. In the inner palace, naturally it had its charm. However, the ink dance was just one of many. When one was dancing, the sleeves would be dipped in ink so as to paint on the paper. Once the song ends, the painting would be finished. It was both elegant and unique. With a beauty, a picturesque scene and beautiful paint, it was really outstanding. But this water sleeve dance was the blood in Shen Miao's heart and the thorn in her eyes that every time she saw it, the pain was unstoppable. When the Zongnu came to request for a marriage alliance, Fu Shuyi wanted to marry Wan Yu over. Shen Miao used both gentle methods and force, even using the Shen family to threaten, but Fu Shuyi's heart was like a rock and did not move. Wan Yu thought for a long time and came out with an idea. She learned a song and personally played it for Fu Shuyi to listen. Wan Yu searched for that song for a long time and it was rearranged by Shen Miao so that whatever Wan Yu wanted to say was in the song. It was hoped that Fu Shuyi recalled the father and daughter relationship and would not make matters so sever, leaving a path for Wan Yu and dispel this thought. But on that day Shen Miao invited Fu Shuyi to Kunning Palace and instructed Wan Yu to play it for Fu Shuyi to listen, but once she finished playing, when there was a trace of movement in Fu Shuyi's eyes, Mei Fern came over uninvited and said without regards for others, "So your majesty is here. Chen Qi has learned to dance and want to dance for your majesty to appreciate. Since her ladyship the empress is present, do watch together." /quote. She danced charmingly and affectionately. He watched with deep emotions and totally forgotten Wan Yu and Shen Miao who were waiting. Shen Miao would forever remember the disappointment in Wan Yu's eyes. She was just a teenage young female but the vitality in her eyes slowly faded away and it remained calm. On the second day, Wan Yu came to greet her and said, "Imperial mother, do not need to waste effort on this child. This child is willing to be in the alliance marriage." How would someone be willing to be in an alliance marriage? It was just that Wan Yu could see clearer and earlier than Shen Miao of Fu Shuyi's ruthlessness and Mei Fern's means. Perhaps Wan Yu felt that even if she were to head towards without knowing what her future was, it would be much more comfortable than staying in the palace. At the end, Wan Yu was liberated. But Shen Miao could never be released. The long snow-white sleeves fluttered during the dance, but Shen Miao felt that the long sleeves were not stained in ink but stained with drops of Wan Yu's blood. That was the thorn in her eye, the nail in her bone. Yi Mei's waist was soft and her movements was very seductive. Her eyes were full of energy and if one look, it seems that they did not consist of others but become a butterfly, fluttering around and making another heart's itch. Thinking that the butterfly had stopped on one's hands, it flew away as one was looking at the colorful wings. The female guests were all watching, unable to turn their eyes away, what more the males. Males always like good-looking playthings and their eyeballs were about to be pasted on Yi Mei. Yi Fern and Yi Mao Kai gradually revealed a smug look. It was an ability to give birth such a pair of outstanding children that could make all the males rush over like ducks. This was an ability that not many people would have. Lu Wan'er's hatred increased as she watched and she became so angry that she gritted her teeth. However, Shen Miao watched coldly at Yi Mei's dance as her thoughts flew to her last lifetime. When she first saw Mei Fern, it was when she returned from Qin country to Ding capital. She had only heard that there was an additional concubine in the palace but everyone called her Mei Fern and her position was not mentioned. This was somewhat uncommon. Hearing that Fu Shuyi favored this Mei Fern a lot, Shen Miao's heart felt sour but she did not think much about it as Fu Shuyi had a cold temperament so no matter how someone was favored, it would not be excessive. Afterwards she went over to the Imperial study to look for Fu Shuyi and wanted to talk to Fu Shuyi about serious matters but saw Mei Fern throwing Fu Shuyi's paperweight. Mei Fern claimed to be ill on the day she returned to the palace and this was the first encounter. Shen Miao saw that the female was beautiful and lively and each move and smile was like a painting. However, she was arrogant and wild and dared to throw a temper in the Imperial study. Shen Miao thought that Fu Shuyi would be furious and indeed Fu Shuyi had an angry appearance and Mei Fern turned around and left. At that time Shen Miao was thinking that she was such a strong female to actually dare to speak to Fu Shuyi like that. With this kind of temple, how long could she live in the inner palace? At that time she was busy inquiring Wan Yu's and Fu Ming's situation and did not pay much attention. She only felt that this female was very beautiful and was an extremely arrogant person. But even though Fu Shuyi was that angry, on the second morning, Shen Miao saw Fu Shuyi accompanying Mei Fern for a walk in the Imperial Gardens, speaking in a very pampering manner that it made another look stunned. She had never seen this side of Fu Shuyi as Fu Shuyi was not such a good-tempered person. Fu Shuyi's warmth was only on the surface, in front of those advisors and he would not be very patient with females. However, Mei Fern was able to make Fu Shuyi be in all smiles after making him that angry. At that time Shen Miao felt that this female was not only beauty and arrogant. She was extremely dangerous as she could play a person on her palms. No matter if it was a male or not, she was able to capture Fu Shuyi's heart. Sure enough, as the period upon Shen Miao's return grew, she gradually discovered that this Mei Fern was rather scary. She looked arrogant and rude and did not control her temper but had managed it to a safe level. Fu Shuyi would only find that she had an honest temperament and difficult to tame and thus became even more fascinated. When she was in front of Shen Miao, Mei Fern was rude, sarcastic and would oppose her. Because of Fu Chen, she would repeatedly provoke Fu Shuyi's relationship with Fu Ming. It was unfortunate that Fu Shuyi's heart had always been forever biased. What was Mei Fern's true face? Shen Miao looked at the charming and affectionate female in front. In this lifetime, she had become the young lady of the Yi family, cautious yet intelligent enough to know where to move forward or retreat. She no longer showed her arrogance, but was this really her true face? After dealing with Mei Fern for a lifetime, Shen Miao knew how scary she was. She was a female that was as sly as a fox. Whatever she wanted, she would never fight for it straightforwardly but turned 9 to 18 times. At the end she gained an advantage but pretended otherwise and made bogus accusation with her victim. What did she want to do with her current action? Did she want to let Xie Jingxing be like Fu Shuyi, fascinated by her with one look? Shen Miao sneered in her heart, but she could not help to look over at Xie Jingxing's side. However, as she looked, her eyes met with Xie Jingxing's gaze. Xie Jingxing's eyes was all on Shen Miao and most likely did not expect that Shen Miao would suddenly look at her and pause for a bit and turn his head over, seemingly looking at something outside, concealing something. However, there was not a single look at the person who was dancing enthusiastically. Shen Miao was startled and an indescribable feeling came to her heart like a wave. She had a lot of hate for Mei Fern and naturally had a self-defeating sense of self-worth buried deep inside her mind. With regards of romance and creating the atmosphere, she was incomparable with Mei Fern, so Fu Shuyi would not hesitate to sacrifice her in the last lifetime. Xie Jingxing was 1,000 times more outstanding than Fu Shuyi, so if Yi Mei liked Xie Jingxing, Shen Miao thought that it would be a disaster. But Xie Jingxing's gaze was all on her and did not take a look at Yi Mei. This was distinctively different from Fu Shuyi. If it was Fu Shuyi, as long as Shen Miao and Mei Fern appeared in the same event, he would not give Shen Miao an additional glance. It was really different between person to person. Just like she and Yi Mei were different, Xie Jingxing and Fu Shuyi were different. As she was thinking about it, she did not notice when Yi Mei finished dancing. Upon hearing the loud applause in the hall, she then lifted her head up and saw Yi Mei standing in the middle gently smiling. There were curls of sweat on her forehead and with the fragrant powder she had on, it was very moving and glamorous. Behind her, the painting was completed and with the sleek lines and sprinkled ink, it was a painting of a Qilin arriving, with the meaning of congratulating one's birthday. The painting was vivid and it was really done well. Young lady Yi is truly a talented person. The Darren with a learning school said, the painting is so expressive and it is a fine work. The young ladies at my learning school do not have such skills. The dance is also not bad. A Fern quickly said, Yi Fern is really fortunate. This young lady Yi is like you, not only one has an appearance of falling flowers and moon, she has a body of talent. In our Long Yi, she is really the best with such good dancing and painting skills. Yi Fern accepted it with smiles, but Lu Waner jealously twisted her handkerchief, with unwillingness in her eyes. Another person said, one did not know how does your highness the prince think of this birthday painting. Everyone looked towards Xie Jingxing and even Yi Mei turned to look at Xie Jingxing but only saw Xie Jingxing looking outside the window as he held the wine cup. One did not know what he was entranced with that he did not seem to hear the discussion. Your highness, Gao Yang reminded him. Xie Jingxing recovered to his senses and asked, what? Asking you how is young lady Yi's painting, Gao Yang said. Everyone was somewhat awkward as one was doing their best to showcase their talents and prepare a painting, but Prince Rui's mind was not here and did not take notice at all. This was undoubtedly too disrespectful to Yi Mei. Xie Jingxing heard it and took a glance at the painting and said with a slight hook on his lips, not bad. The perfunctory attitude could be seen at all levels of the hall. Yi Mei's smile was somewhat stiff, however when Shen Miao saw it, a trace of smile flashed in her eyes. For Xie Jingxing kind of person, even if he could be lost in thoughts in such an occasion, he was either one who was very focused and most likely did it deliberately. Although she did not know why he deliberately put Yi Mei in a difficult situation, Shen Miao felt slightly happy with his action. However, her smile was caught by Yi Mei. Yi Mei stared at her and suddenly smiled. Speaking of which, when one was staying the residence of Prince Rui, one had heard that Wang Fei is also extremely talented. Suddenly the topic was turned towards Shen Miao. One had only heard that Wang Fei's archery is very good and not heard of others. Since it is the prince's birthday today, Wang Fei would not help to better the atmosphere and let us have an eye-opener since this young female have admired Wang Fei for a long time. She said somewhat uncomfortably. No matter who saw it, they would only feel that Yi Mei had heard about the rumors and admired her and thus wanted to see it for herself. But Shen Miao was a daughter from a military lineage family. It was one thing to be good in archery but no one had seen her dancing before. If she did it, perhaps she would make a fool of herself, but if she did not agree to it, it would seem to confirm that she was coarse by nature. Everyone looked at Shen Miao. Shen Miao smiled gently. I am the Wang Fei of the residence of Prince Rui. How could one play instruments and sing like a songstress and let others watch? In an instant, there was no sound in the hall and Yi Mei's face turned red. Originally dancing in front of officials was considered detrimental to one's face, but because Yi Mei was the young lady of the Yi family and was talented and good-looking, everyone had ignored this point. However, it was not subtle for Shen Miao to speak about it this loudly. Yi Fern's and Yi Mao Kai's faces turned ugly. Yi Fern wanted to speak, but if she opened her mouth, wouldn't she be going with Shen Miao's flow, saying that Yi Mei's actions were virtues of a songstress? Lu Fern and Lu Waner, however, was delighted with the chaos. It was the best for them to watch as Shen Miao and Yi Mei fought. Xie Jingxing smiled as he watched everything, but he did not seem to think that there was anything wrong to it and did not intervene and just watch on with folded arms. Luo Tan felt that Shen Miao was somewhat focused on Yi Mei, but she felt vaguely happy in her heart. This was originally Xie Jingxing's birthday, but this Yi Mei did a whatever dance here and superseded the lead. Moreover, she even took the initiative to get Shen Miao to sing and dance. On what basis should one ask others to be like her? Ji Fern looked at Shen Miao and her heart became anxious. All the court's officials were invited to Xie Jingxing's birthday, and for Shen Miao to make the atmosphere so stuffed, others would blame the residents of Prince Rui for being rude and the damage was towards the entire residence. They would also say that Shen Miao was jealous and was calculative to the young lady of the Yi family. Yi Mei stood rooted on the same spot and frowned slightly, making everyone pity. A beauty like that was forced into such a situation would always make one feel unbearable. The males in the hall were incensed by injustice and wanted to flaunt themselves as righteous to speak for Yi Mei and be the hero to save the beauty. Shen Miao swept a glance at the entire hall of people and saw everyone's expression. Yi Mei had such a skill like this. She did not need to speak of what she wanted. Her brows wrinkled and one sigh would make everyone around her picking up axes and calling for blood for her. One feared that her rejection of Yi Mei today would cause the entire Long Yi to stand at Yi Mei's side the next day. How could one let Yi Mei's wish come true? She stood up and smiled towards everyone's flabbergasted eyes. However, it is rare to see young lady Yi's kindness, so one will undertake this difficult task as best as one can. It is fortunate that one had learned a piece some days back and will play it for young lady Yi to listen. Why play for young lady Yi to listen? Lu Fern smiled. Should it not be to congratulate Prince Rui's birthday? This piece is very sad. Shen Miao said lightly. It is not like festive pieces and would not be suitable to congratulate one's birthday. It is just that one felt it was good a few days back and learned it. Since young lady Yi admire me, one have to naturally share good things. Isn't it right? She smiled and looked towards Yi Mei. Yi Mei smiled softly, it is naturally so. These two people exchanged words, as if they could not see the invisible swords. Yi Mei was charming and Shen Miao was dignified. Each had their own beauty and for a moment in time, one could not differentiate who was better. Shen Miao picked up her sleeves and walked to the middle as Yi Mei withdrew. Jing Jie quickly found a char over and Shen Miao raised her eyes, bring the chin over. Gu Yu only came out after a long time, there is only one Jiao Wei chin in the entire Bai Xiao Luo. Furin. Bai Xiao Luo's sounds were unique and Gu Yu knew clearly in her heart as she had followed Shen Miao for so many years and had not seen Shen Miao playing a chin before. She secretly hated that young lady Yi for having evil intentions and insistence in making Shen Miao doing such an elegant thing and making things difficult for Shen Miao. If one face was lost, especially in this strange and foreign country, no one would give Shen Miao out because of the Shen family. Most of the people here had ill intentions and could not wait to throw stones when one was down. In particularly, after Yi Mei's unique dance, whatever Shen Miao did would be dwarfed. It is of no problems. Just bring it over, Shen Miao said. When the surrounding ferns and young lady heard it, they started whispering. Isn't it said that one was coarse, so why play the chin? It should be that one want to compete with the young lady of Yi family. She is sure eager to win. Oh, it is unfortunate for the residents of Prince Rui as one would have to lose face today. The people of Mingqi really cannot be brought out to public. They don't even know how much they weigh. They said it softly but they were unable to conceal their taunting eyes. Luo Tan was however full of confidence. Although she had never heard Shen Miao playing the chin before, but she inexplicably felt that Shen Miao could do everything and since she said it, she could do it. Ji Yushu whispered quietly to Gao Yang, Saozi really know how to play the chin. The information that Feng Xian pawn shop investigate was that there was not even a chin teacher that was invited over for her. Self-taught, it is just too powerful. Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders, I am also not clear. Let's wait and see. Pei Lang was also among the guests in the banquet and knew that there were chin classes in Guangwentang but Shen Miao did not choose it. Pei Lang had also heard of the teacher there complaining before that Shen Miao was unable to even identify the strings on the chin. Thus upon seeing that Shen Miao had gladly accepted it, he did not believe it and could not help but take a look at Xie Jingxing. He was thinking that for Shen Miao to be this competitive, it was all because of Xie Jingxing. Xie Jingxing slightly frowned and the hand that was holding the wine cup slightly tightened. Shen Miao washed her hands and said faintly, this piece of music is called Blood Call. It is a song that a young princess made while pouring all her despair and grief, hoping that it would change her imperial father's mind not to force her into a marriage alliance with an enemy leader who was 50 years older than her and being unsure of her future. Her voice was faint like the moonlight. Even after the interest in Mei Fern's dance, it made one calm down and as if they went along with her words and entered the story. She then started to pluck the chin strings. The Jiao Wei chin sounds were heavy and were not as clear as ordinary chin and it was more difficult for one to move another's heart when plucked but her every move was long and delicate. It was distinctively an indescribable sound but it made another excited. From the first plucking sound, the entire hall fell silent. She slowly opened her mouth and sang. Kangjiang River flows from the west, the clouds and mountains on the reflection of the water, the terrace that is built on mountain. As the mountain and water connects, the terrace resisted, as arranged by heavens. As one supports the moon's travels, one walks scattered like the stars. Being alone eating cold food and recalling the autumn scenery of one's hometown, one worries when one's head is on the pillow, anxious when on horseback, only resting after one's death. Her voice was amiable normally, as clear as water, but at this moment there was a painful emotion in it that made one's eyes turn red upon listening and one's heart sour. With her lyrics and her tune, it seemed that everyone could see that young princess that was fair and adorable but was forced to wear the phoenix crown and sitting bittering in a corner of the palace. That palace hall had a serious and heavy atmosphere. She was at a young and innocent age but had to encounter a difficult fate. She got up the carriage, bid goodbye to the empress. The emperor was unfeeling and sacrificed one's daughter for his thousands of autumns. As a princess of an imperial family, what was ushered in was a marriage that she could not make the decision for. The journey from the capital was far away and as she parted the curtains, she could see the flying eagles in the skies, the fishes swimming in the water. She also saw the wind, the rain and the clouds and every single thing had more freedom than her. In the close but far location, there was no shortage of flowers fluttering through one's hands for many moons as one eyes filled with tears of farewell. The words of care and goodbyes were just spoken and made one reluctant to part. Shen Miao's tears slowly flowed down. She has a delicate and dignified appearance with complexion as fair as jade. Under the lanterns, her hands continued to pluck the chin but one could see the tear stains. It was clearly a cold look but seemed to have endless suffering that one could not speak of, could not sing out. The pair of eyes was obviously clear but became dark with pain but it made one look like a flower twitching in the rain, making one could not help but want to care for. Everyone in the packed hall was silent as she sang and their eyes became red. They only felt that their heart was blocked and there was no more joy from when Yi Mei danced. However the strings suddenly changed and the chin sounds were played hastily and her lyrics became sharp. The aired monarch, the crafty and covetous officials, when the river opens it is the root of the disaster. Laws are excessive, punishments are heavy, creating resentment among the commoner. Have one seen people eating people? Thieves become officials, officials become thieves. Cheats are passed on as the virtuous, the mourners are pitiful. It would be better to see the collapse of this building. When it becomes rebels, the rise and fall would only be 50 years before one would look at it with cold eyes. Her brows and eyes were cold and her voice was bleeding blood, like she was sobbing and complaining, like she was talking about past experience. Then there was a murderous gaze in her eyes and it was filled with resentment and each traces of it were all directed towards the seated Yi Mei and brother. At the end Wan Yu was unable to play the complete song for Fu Shuyi and the remaining part was filled by Shen Miao. In the cold palace, she had played it on a broken chin. The first part was Wan Yu's plead and the latter half was her complaint. There were ears at night but those people could not hear. Now here, are you listening to this song? Did you feel a sense of familiarity? Was there a chilling sense? Xie Jingxing put down the cup and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Yi Mei felt somewhat chilly. What did these lyrics had to do with her? But why did it seem that it was directed to her that it made her heart feel restless? When the singing ended, the faint sound of the chin was not resting when Shen Miao suddenly stopped and lifted her hands. There were no words spoken in the hall for a long time. Who dared to say that Rui Wangfei was rude and hoarse and did not know chin and chess? It was a skill to be able to play till the entire hall of people fall into silence. However one could even make one's heart feel heavy, as if after listening to that sad story, they would not be able to feel happy at all. Shen Miao spoke amiably, this piece is not festive and should not be played in a birthday celebration but young lady Yi wanted to listen so one had played it especially for young lady Yi. She looked at Yi Mei, as young lady Yi satisfied. Everyone's gaze landed on Yi Mei in an instant. Yi Mei was somewhat restless. The words seemed to indicate that it her that forced Shen Miao to play the chin and make a fool of herself but she had to admit that Shen Miao was not coarse at all. It was not difficult to play the chin but what was difficult was moving another's heart. Her chin was able to move everyone in the hall and if one were to go back on one conscience and say that it was not good, one would be at a disadvantage. Wang Fei is indeed an unparalleled talent like the rumors. Yi Mei smiled. This peace blood call is admirable, but she was somewhat doubtful. Why is there different atmosphere between the first and latter half of the blood call? The music score of latter half seemed to change. The latter half was fierce, resentful and desperate, just like the last cry of a beast, and it made one shudder. Shen Miao moved her fingers. Of course the front and the latter were different. The front portion was created by Wan Yu to move Fu Shuyi, but the latter portion was arranged when she lost her children and was thrown into the cold palace by the poisonous pair. Shen Miao smiled gently. The first half was the feelings of the little princess that was forced to marry, but the latter half was from the little princess's birth mother, the despair and anger of that empress after losing her daughter. So it was as such. Everyone then understood, and someone asked, this piece is really touching. How does Wang Fei know of this story? It really makes one sigh upon hearing it. It is only sung by a traveling storyteller. Shen Miao smiled. It is just that one felt that this story was too serious that one remembered it. Oh, a young lady could not help but ask, since it is a story, then what is the ending of it? What kind of ending did the princess have? Shen Miao said blandly, the ending of the story is that princess died during the journey of the alliance marriage and that empress was banished to the cold palace and soon given the white silk and died. Everyone sighed and said that this story was just too tragic. Yi Furan was however somewhat upset. Shen Miao's song was actually comparable to Yi Mei's. Yi Mei was charming and her dance enticed everyone, but Shen Miao only sat down quietly and played the chin and sang a couple of sentences and was able to attract everyone's attention. Moreover, she also told a story and snatched Yi Mei's limelight. Like this, Yi Mei's water sleeve dance became inferior. Everyone's gazes towards Shen Miao slightly changed. Females were always emotional, so when Shen Miao spoke of such a pitiful story and the chin was able to hold one's heart, everyone felt much closer to Shen Miao. Yi Furan said, it is really sorrowful on such a festive day. Shen Miao smiled too. One had disturbed everyone's interest. It is my fault. She walked to the middle area and picked up a wine bowl. Wine bowls were used by males to drink and she poured herself a bowl full of yellow wine which reflects her youthful face. One will toast a bowl for apologies. She knocked her head back to drink it all down. Xie Jingxing's gaze became serious and he seemed to get up but had no choice but to sit back down. Shen Miao's chin was lifted as she drank the bowl of wine with urgency. There were some wine that was not swallowed in time that dribbled down her neck and damped a small part of her clothes. However, it was a pretty sight that made one look charming. Her eyelashes were long and her expression was clear. Finishing, she placed the wine bowl on the table and elegantly and proudly said, one had bottoms up first. She had drunk it cleanly and those fellow officials' heroic spirits were lit and they all picked up the wine bowl and laughed. Wang Fei is good at drinking, one will toast to you. Shen Miao smiled slightly and this smile looked somewhat unfamiliar with others. She glanced at Yi Mei and brother and they were staring at her. She then looked outside. This bowl of wine seemed to have ignited the atmosphere of the Baixao Luo. As the mood was at the peak, Shen Miao stood up and said to the female guest, one will go out for some fresh air. She then left alone. Ba Zhao and Wei Xiong were waiting for her outside to head over to the pavilion not far away. Shen Miao's throat felt hot as the wine was served was strongest, but she did not feel drunk. It was just that the corners of her eyes were hot and teary. That cup of wine was for her little daughter, the little princess that died on the journey for a marriage alliance. Those people who just listened felt miserable. Then how about her? How about Wan Yu? When she was alone with her entourage, did she felt desperate like her body was in fire but could not do anything about it? She thought that she could hold it in but at the end she could not do it. As a mother, she would rather die 1,000 times than be willing to let Wan Yu and Fu Ming suffer those hardships. As she took each step, the moonlight was as cool as water but it could not blow away the overgrown feelings in her heart. Drinks in a food basket was already placed in the pavilion as Ba Zhao said, Furan, the fireworks have been bought. Shen Miao complied. Speak of it then. After speaking, one would be relieved. No matter how Xie Jingxing looked at her in the future or what she had to face, she could bear it all. There was nothing worse than her previous lifetime. She had endured all those things of not being understood, being isolated and be looked upon like an animal, so what would it still matter? Just as she was thinking, she heard a voice behind her, you are waiting for the prince. Upon turning around, she saw Pei Lang. Pei Lang took a glance at the things that was arranged on the pavilion and smiled, one did not expect that you will do such things. Shen Miao asked him, why are you out? One is not used to that kind of place. Pei Lang said, moreover one cannot drink so one planned to return first. Did not expect to see you preparing these things. He said, planning to reconcile with the prince. Shen Miao nodded her head. Previously one used to think that most likely there would not be anyone that you will give in to but now one know that it is the prince. Pei Lang's smile had an unnoticeable hint of sadness but he looked back at Shen Miao, it became lighthearted, even though it is somewhat surprising, it is not unexpected. Shen Miao smiled gently. At the same time, Xie Jingxing who was in Baixao Luo looked at Tai Yi and was about to get up to leave. Ji Yushu grabbed onto his clothes, today you are the star so how could one escape first? Let go. Xie Jingxing glared at him. Ji Yushu obediently let go, what are you going to do? So mysterious. Gao Yang said, why do you care what he is doing? Xie Jingxing took a slight glance and saw that Yi Furan was speaking to Yi Mei and brother and his gaze could not help but darken. Shen Miao's attitude towards this pair of siblings was just too strange. It seemed to have gone beyond her reasoning and it was like she had become another person. The Yi siblings seemed not to be simple. Even though Mo Yun army was unable to find anything wrong, but because of that, it was even more suspicious. He suddenly remembered the letter that Tai Yi stuffed into his sleeves. That was a letter that Shen Miao wrote to him. It did not mention about apologizing and only said that she had something to say to him at a pavilion near the Baixao Luo, where the birthday celebration was held. With regards to Shen Miao, it was a big concession to do away with everyone and meet him, no matter it was an apology or not. Xie Jingxing appeared to be tough outwardly but was very weak in essence towards Shen Miao, thus he was easily coaxed. The cold expression was just put up as his heart was actually happy. He had thought that come knocking for 3 days and let her be, and indeed she became sensible. However, she was reluctant to let her be upset, but just now in the hall, she wore overly gorgeous and when she was playing the chin, those admiring eyes that those males gave her made him somewhat unhappy. In the pavilion, Pei Lang had finished chatting with Shen Miao and was planning to leave. Just as he stepped down, he bumped onto a young boy and Pei Lang fell. Ba Zhao and Wei Xiong was bringing Xie Jingxing over at the other end. Shen Miao was thinking that in such a late night, could it be that a young master of some official family in Baixao Luo that ran out to play? Upon hearing Pei Lang low groan, it seemed that it was not a light fall and intended to go over to take a look. Upon walking over to Pei Lang, one saw that the child was squatting down and one did not know why but Pei Lang was coaxing him. Shen Miao crocheted down and was about to speak when the child raised his head up violently with a fierce gaze. Shen Miao was caught off guard when she saw a silver light heading towards him. It was too late to hide but she saw Pei Lang grabbing her and turning her over so that he could protect her. Afterwards there was a groan of pain. However he did not let go and protected Shen Miao closely. The child did not care and kicked Pei Lang away and turned the knife over to stab Shen Miao. Sound came from afar and the child paused his action before looking at Shen Miao and like Pei Lang, stabbed the knife into the abdomen. Xie Jingxing was walking over this side with Wei Xiong and Ba Zhao. Wei Xiong said, Furen have been waiting for you for a while. Fearing that you are still angry, she had been waiting patiently. When you see Furen, one must be considerate of her. Xie Jingxing was expressionless but there was a trace of a smile in his eyes. After bypassing the small alleys, one saw the pavilion but before they reached nearer, there was a bloody scent. Xie Jingxing paused in his steps. Ba Zhao and Wei Xiong was also startled. The moonlight was as bright as a lantern that shone everything on the ground clearly. It should have been a breezy and elegant scene with the moon and wind but at this moment it made one feel a cold feeling from the bottom of their hearts. Large patches of blood, and there were familiar people. The residence of Prince Rui was especially unusual today. Everyone coming and going in the courtyard had a serious and heavy expression, as if the skies were falling. Even the wind that was blowing was icy cold that it blew up the cold sweat. Tai Yi followed behind the young man and said lowly, Master, no traces are found. Xie Jingxing glanced at him. The calmer he looked, the more his eyes looked as if a storm was brewing at them that could engulf others into it the next moment. He asked in reply, none. Tai Yi shuddered. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Gao Yang walking over. Gao Yang still had the scent of alcohol, apparently rushed over from the banquet but fortunately her eyes were clear and he was not drunk. He walked directly over to speak. Xiaozi is alright as the knife wounds are not serious. One has already instructed people to bandage accordingly. It is most likely she is suffering from shock and fainted. The medication to soothe one's nerves were taken and she would wake up tomorrow morning. Xie Jingxing's gaze became assured and Tai Yi also sighed in relief. However, Gao Yang said, however Pei Lang's injuries are very serious. The knife wounds are too deep and there is too much blood lost. It would really depend on oneself if one could get past it. The meaning of those words was that it would really depend on whether his life was strong enough to wake up. It looks like it is Gentleman Pei that took the knife for Furen. Tai Yi said carefully. Even though Pei Lang's position in the residence of Prince Rui was somewhat delicate, at this moment one could not help but be grateful to him. But this is not a good thing. Gao Yang looked at Xie Jingxing. If he really do not wake up, then with Xiaozi's temperament, she will feel guilty for the rest of her life. Shen Miao was one that was very distinct in one's feelings and did not like to owe another favor. If one owed anything to others, she would definitely return it. If Pei Lang really used his life to save her, in the future when Shen Miao know of it when she woke in the future, or if Pei Lang could not live, no one dared to think what Shen Miao would be like. Are the city gates of Longyi sealed? Xie Jingxing asked. Sealed. Tai Yi said, the entire Mo Yun army is activated but since the people around did not discover anything and Furen did not have time to call for help, either the person do not have any marital art skills, else they are of very high level. Xie Jingxing said, no need to think much. If caught alive, directly kill them. Then the mastermind. Investigate again. Tai Yi left per ordered and Xie Jingxing looked towards Gao Yang again, stay here tonight. If the condition worsens, then there would not be any need to move around. Gao Yang said, I understand. He then looked at Xie Jingxing again, you should also rest. His expression was very serious. To attack Rui Wangfei at a location not far from Bai Xiaoluo, the other party's guts was just too big. Not only that, one feared that they did not even put the residence of Prince Rui in their eyes at all. There was probably only the Lu family who had this kind of guts in Longyi. But the Lu family need not require Shen Miao to be attacked here, thus there was a deeper meaning to it. In any case, this was a message that the hidden forces finally unable to restrain themselves and started to move and the first choice in the residence of Prince Rui was Shen Miao. However at this moment, Xie Jingxing did not care much about it and walked into the room. Shen Miao laid on the bed and her complexion was pale as her eyes were closed and her eyelashes fell, showing a fragile and weak appearance. He signed and sat by Shen Miao's bed. There was a food basket on the table in the room and in it was the bowl of longevity noodles that Shen Miao instructed Bai Xiaoluo to specially prepare. Ba Zhao said that fearing it would spoil, they had specially filtered it with cold water but it had been for so long that even though it was filtered, it was already one ball of sticky mess. Xie Jingxing thought about it before reaching out to open the food basket and taking the bowl out. The noodles in the bowl had turned into a bowl of dough that one could faintly see the white noodles, green vegetables and yellow egg. Most likely it was freshly cooked and it would definitely be fragrant. It would definitely not be good to eat when it was cold. Xie Jingxing took out a pair of chopsticks and ate it in big mouthfuls. Ba Zhao and Wei Xiong had said that Shen Miao had instructed Shen Miao to buy a lot of firework and drinks so that they would be able to see the fireworks from the pavilion nearby Xiaoluo. She had specifically instructed to prepare the longevity noodles at a specific time, most likely it was for the apology. Both of them were in a cold war for a while and it was Shen Miao who lowered her head first. Ba Zhao said that Shen Miao was not well off these days and Xie Jingxing's heart felt at ease. He was a male and he should be more generous and not be calculative about matters in the past. But who knew that before the apology was made, he saw Pei Lang and Shen Miao in a pool of blood. It was difficult to describe the feelings at that moment. It was obviously summer but one felt a chill from head to toe that he did not even have the courage to go up to confirm their condition. It was fortunate that everything was all right. The taste of the noodles that Xie Jingxing ate was like chewing on wax but he finished the entire bowl. He placed the empty bowl on the table before holding Shen Miao's hands. He had regretted. If he was not enraged with Shen Miao, there was no need for Shen Miao to think about apologizing to him and she would not go to the pavilion by Bai Xiaoluo and perhaps there would not be such an incident. Luo Tan had gotten the information outside and was rushing over. Upon seeing Gao Yang, she asked Gao Yang first, what had happened to my youngest Biao sister? She is fine, Gao Yang said. Pei Lang took a knife for her. Gentleman Pei. Luo Tan was stunned. Then how is Gentleman Pei? Not very good. Gao Yang shook his head. Even you can't save him? Luo Tan asked. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. I am a doctor and not Buddha. If everyone can be saved then there would not be anyone in the Hall of Underworld. Luo Tan said, it is only today that I know that youngest Biao's sister had quarreled with Mei Fu and it is said that it was due to youngest Biao's sister not visiting Mei Fu when he is sick. Those ferns in Bai Xiaoluo said it was youngest Biao's sister's fault and said that youngest Biao's sister is cold and unfeeling. What do all of them know? When youngest Biao's sister was begging for herbs from that strange Taoist priest, which one of them saw it? What nonsense. Strange Taoist priest. Gao Yang heard the crux of her words and asked, what strange Taoist priest? What do you mean by begging for herbs? Luo Tan was stunned and she became upset for saying the wrong thing in a slip of her tongue. Recalling that Shen Miao did not want to let her speak about it, she then said, nothing. I anyhow spoke. I will go take a look at youngest Biao's sister first. Finishing, she turned and headed to the room that Shen Miao was in. Gao Yang grabbed her to stop her. Don't go. Xie Jingxing is inside. Oh, Luo Tan lowered her head and suddenly remembered something. You are staying here tonight. I will be staying here to watch over Pei Lang's condition. Gao Yang said, you should go back first. Luo Tan shook her head. I will not return and stay here to wait for youngest Biao's sister to wake up. Gao Yang knew of Luo Tan's stubborn temperament and did not persuade her. In this night, it was extremely long in everyone's heart. The incident of Shen Miao and Pei Lang was concealed and no one in Bai Xiaoluo knew of the matter and just thought that Xie Jingxing left the banquet early and did not know that it was a sleepless night in the residence of Prince Rui. On this night, the servants were waiting with unease on the result. During summer, the days were long and the nights were short. When the sun shone, the birds in the courtyard started to chirp but there was not a sound from the two rooms. Xie Jingxing looked at Gao Yang and asked, "What is going on?" Gao Yang's brow were tight as he took Shen Miao's and Pei Lang's pulse. However, he shook his head in front of everyone. This is strange. Pei Lang's injuries are serious but did not have any reaction. There should be some reaction but looked like he was sleeping. Wang Fei only suffered from superficial injuries and medication for soothing one's nerve was taken. She should have woke up but had not woken up till now. So, Xie Jingxing's expression was as deep as water as he looked at Gao Yang forcefully. This is somewhat strange. Tang Xu said cautiously, could it be that there is some other poison? It is just that Dr. Gao have not discovered it before. Not possible. Gao Yang firmly denied. There are no signs of poison in both of their pulse but it is like nothing is wrong with it. There do not seem to have any problems but just unable to wake up. How can it be? Luo Tan became anxious. My youngest Biao's sister cannot keep on sleeping like this. There must be a reason. Gao Yang looked at Xie Jingxing and he was unable to bear Xie Jingxing's gaze. Let's wait for another half a day. In this half a day, Xie Jingxing was only able to stay by Shen Miao's bedside without leaving but not mention half a day. Even after waiting till night, Shen Miao did not woke up at all. It was also the same for Pei Lang. Tang Xu asked Gao Yang, Gentleman Gao, what is actually going on here? Even if Fern and Gentleman Pei do not wake up, there has to be a reason. Could it be that even you are not able to find the reason? Gao Yang was unable to speak about the suffering of his heart. There was nothing wrong with Shen Miao and Pei Lang but just could not wake up. Even if one was a doctor, there must be signs and symptoms to diagnose but from their pulse and expression, it was like they were sleeping like ordinary people so what could he diagnose? It was just that facing Xie Jingxing's increasing cold and sharp eyes, Gao Yang felt immensely pressured. Later Ji Yushu also rushed over upon hearing the news and everyone became worried together. Luo Tan could not bear it anymore and she became angry and tears almost fell from her eyes. Could it be that one is in conflict in some mysterious force? First it was Mei Fu and now it is youngest Biao's sister. If anything happened to youngest Biao's sister, how could I explain it to Gugu and Gufu? She then wiped her nose. I have promised when I followed here that I will protect youngest Biao's sister but who knew that youngest Biao's sister is protected to such a state? One is really ashamed. Gao Yang patted her shoulders. You are not of blame. If I am by her side, at least one would not be able to take advantage at all. After finishing, she seemed to have thought about something and said angrily, Mei Fu is too much. If he was not angry with youngest Biao's sister, then there would not be anyone that would follow and target youngest Biao's sister. Gao Yang was helpless. Matters between Xie Jingxing and Shen Miao was not something that he could intervene. Moreover, Luo Tan was feeling indignant that Shen Miao was not waking up at all. If youngest Biao's sister does not wake up, he will regret it. Luo Tan said angrily, those ferns are biased but he is the person by youngest Biao's sister's pillow but did not believe youngest Biao's sister. It is him that has no feelings. After some thoughts, she clenched her fists. After much thought, there is no need to conceal this matter from Mei Fu. Youngest Biao's sister had already gave so much for him but at the end someone cut it. If youngest Biao's sister does not end well, one must speak things clearly for her. Youngest Biao's sister do not what to talk about it, then I will speak. What are you saying? Ji Yushu asked curiously. Luo Tan glared at him, of course in contribution greater than that pair of ye siblings. Luo Tan went to look for Xie Jingxing in anger. Gao Yang feared that she would cause trouble and quickly followed. Reaching the door, one could see Xie Jingxing coming out with a serious face. Ever since this happened to Shen Miao, Xie Jingxing's expression had not changed. Luo Tan said, Prince Rui of first rank. She did not call the familiar term of Mei Fu. Xie Jingxing swept a look at her. He felt his heart stuffy with Shen Miao being unconscious and was even more impatient with others. But Luo Tan had a temperament that would not care about anything when she get angry that she would not even fear heavens. She said, previously youngest Biao's sister refused to let me say but now she is lying on the sick bed. Since she does not speak of it then I will speak. I have no scruples and would not think as much as her. It is just that it is too disadvantageous for one to do so much but hide it from others without any explanation. Tang Xu and Tai Yi came over in a rush and stood by the side as they looked at Luo Tan with surprise. Those Fern all said that when you were bedridden, youngest Biao's sister did not come to see you much. You felt being treated coldly and that youngest Biao's sister was an unfeeling person so your heart was not happy with her and is angry with her right. Luo Tan stared at her, but you did not know what those days that she did not visit you was not because she did not want to do so but because she went out of town to beg for medication. Went out of town to beg for medication. Xie Jingxing's gaze landed on Tai Yi and Tai Yi kept his head lowered, not daring to meet Xie Jingxing's eyes directly. Previously it was because Shen Miao instructed them servants to conceal and afterwards when Shen Miao returned, she had an unfathomable cold war with Xie Jingxing. Once Xie Jingxing became cold, the surrounding people would not dare to approach him at such a juncture. One had thought to speak about it after a few days but one did not expect that this would happen. Speak clearly. Xie Jingxing took a step forward. Luo Tan said, you do not know about it right. One heard that there was a superior one in Feng Tuo Zhuang that could go against heavens and change lives and help people to change one's fate. She looked at Gao Yang. That time Gao Yang was refining the medication to detoxify your poison and youngest Biao's sister had given you all 3 Gui Yuan pills but they could only hold you on for a period of time. If one is unable to find a way to detoxify you within 10 days, your life will be in danger. However during the 4th day, your condition worsened and the imperial physician said you cannot withstand over 7 days so when young Biao's sister heard about the rumor of that superior one in Feng Tuo Zhuang, she brought me and a few guards over. There was a lightning-like shock in Xie Jingxing's gaze. What kind of person Shen Miao was? She was rational and would analyze the pros and cons of any matter and would not believe in words of superstitions. She actually believed in what go against heavens and change lives. That was because there was really no way out. Feng Tuo Zhuang was not far from Longyi but it was difficult to find for the location where the superior one resided. That day we rushed over throughout the night and were almost lost in that forest, which even had wolves. Youngest Biao's sister was not even a little afraid and insisted on lighting the torches and search for the route for the entire night, fearing that there would not be enough to return to save you. On the 2nd day we found that superior one but because of that superior one's strange regulations, he only brought youngest Biao's sister and the no martial arts me into the mountain valley. One said that there is a herb that could detoxify hundreds of poison but youngest Biao's sister had to pay the price. The price was actually not that difficult as it did not require gold or life. However it was to let one pick out each worm from the entire mountain valley of Hongshu Sao and fertilize each individual plant. Gao Yang and Ji Yushu had shocked expressions on and even Tang Xu and Tai Yi was amazed. They had never heard these matters from others and did not know all the details of it. Tang Xu's heart came into a sudden realization. No wonder Shen Miao was in such a poor condition when she returned to the residence and had lost some propriety of a Wang Fei in comparison with Yi Mei. At that moment one did not know of the reason but now he understood. So it was that Shen Miao had not slept for that night in order to get the medication for Xie Jingxing and was busy being a farmer to others. For a moment he signed. For a noble person to condescend into doing such a thing, other than being flexible and adaptive, one's intention was much more valuable. However, the more Luo Tan spoke, the more she was unable to calm down. It sounds like nothing right. But she was raised up delicately since young. It was an entire mountain valley that even those farmers would not be able to finish alone. She had not slept before and immediately started to do it, working throughout the entire night. You all are people who wear brocade and eat fine food, most likely had never once touched fertilizer before. For her to do such a thing, how could she be inferior to that pair of siblings? Luo Tan looked at Xie Jingxing. It is not false that the Yi siblings saved you and one have a life gratitude with them, but my youngest Biao sister is not inferior. It is said that she is not by your side, but you can ask the servants in this prince residence. Before she left the residence, how many days had she stayed by your bedside? Did she even take a step away? Did she take care of you without even closing her eyes? Could it be that it is incomparable to that Yi siblings who only had an encounter? I can only feel wrong for my youngest Biao sister to end up like this. When your highness married her from Mingqi, what was your promise? But you cannot even trust her. Even if she has a number of bad points, there is no double in her sincerity. When Luo Tan finished speaking, her face was red but it seemed to wipe off the anger in her heart and she looked at Xie Jingxing's expression. There was no sorrow or joy and his facial expression was calm. However, the calmer it was, it made others feel chilly, as if under the calmness there was a boundless storm. Finished speaking, he asked slowly. His tone of voice was so cold that Luo Tan could not help but shrink her neck. Gao Yang quickly stood up. It is not the time to pursue these matters now. The most urgent task is to think of how to wake both of them up. Xie Jingxing smiled coldly. Isn't this easy? Just capture the Yi siblings. Ji Yushu was startled. Third older brother, what do you want to do? Since she behaved abnormally towards the Yi siblings, then there is definitely something wrong with the Yi siblings. No matter if it was them who behind the matter, there is no reason to spare them. Xie Jingxing turned around and was about to leave when Gao Yang pulled him, but they are no longer in the powerless Le family but the Yi family. What is the result of alarming the Yi family? Let go, Xie Jingxing said coldly. Calm down, Gao Yang said. If Wang Fei really hate the Yi siblings and tolerate it for so long, then she must not want to use a method that would harm oneself. Aren't you impeding her? That is correct, third older brother. Ji Yushu also helped. The Yi family is not a small household in Long Yi, so for you to take such actions, one fear that it would bring trouble to the prince residence. She can tolerate but I cannot, Xie Jingxing said. The Yi family had reached the bottom line. Third older brother, Ji Yushu still wanted to persuade but suddenly Ba Zhao's voice sounded from outside. The usually smiling girl now seemed to have a trace of panic. Master, someone has arrived. Tai Yi slightly frowned, seemingly dissatisfied with Ba Zhao's disposer. Who? It's the Taoist priest that Fern and is meet at Feng Tuo Zhuang. Ba Zhao said hesitantly. What? Luo Tan's eyes widened. Ji Yushu, who was holding onto Xie Jingxing's sleeves, could not help but let go of his hand and looked at Ba Zhao, Taoist priest. Ba Zhao nodded her head. In the hall, that strange Taoist priest that was clad in tattered clothes was touching this and that and looking at everything, as though it was his first time entering a residence, with eyes full of curiosity. Wei Shang and Kong Yang stood at the side awkwardly as they knew Kai Yan Taoist priest. But this Kai Yan Taoist prince behaved so familiarly upon entering, making them somewhat uncomfortable. When Xie Jingxing and entourage reached the hall, Kai Yan Taoist priest was trying to pick the gemstone out from a vase and even asked Wei Shang, can this poor priest take this away? Kai Yan Taoist priest, Luo Tan called him when she saw him. When Kai Yan saw it was her, he smiled. Young lady Luo, one have not seen you for a long time. Luo Tan's heart was silently thinking that it was obviously not too long but she could not care for anything else at this moment. Is it that you came over here because you know something had happened to youngest Biao's sister and specially come to change my youngest Biao's sister's fate? Even though Luo Tan felt that this Kai Yan Taoist priest was a difficult person, he had some abilities else Shen Miao would not believe in him that much. Kai Yan Taoist priest looked at Xie Jingxing, who was standing silently behind Luo Tan, and smiled. This poor priest cannot change one's fate and can only do divination. This little brother, what do you think? I do not believe in the way of heavens. Xie Jingxing said. There is no faith in the way of heavens, then why does people insist on seeking answers from heavens? Kai Yan Taoist priest shook his head. This Fern's life is special and others would not be able to fathom and it is chosen by herself. You and me will not be able to help her. Luo Tan did not understand Kai Yan Taoist priest's words and asked hurriedly, Taoist priest, what should be done with my youngest Biao sister now? Is the herb that I initially gave her still here? Kai Yan Taoist priest asked. Luo Tan wondered. When we returned, the prince's poison was cured and naturally the herb is useless. One did not know where did youngest Biao's sister place it. This servant seems to know where. Jing Ji said and quickly brought everyone to Shen Miao's room and found a dusty gray box under the dressing table. When it was opened, there was a herb that looked nothing special, laying in it. Luo Tan's eyes were sharp. This is it. Go and boil it. Kai Yan caressed his beard. Wait, Xie Jingxing looked at that strange Taoist priest. Why should I believe in you? You can don't believe in this poor priest but you do not have any other choice. Kai Yan Taoist priest sighed. This herb is found by this Fern and at the beginning this poor priest had said that it would be futile. Even without this herb, you will be safe and sound. In your life, there was no such disaster and what she had done is just unwarranted. Everyone was startled upon hearing it. However, it was not exactly useless. The strange Taoist priest had some delight in his expression. A loved one will be loved and a person saved will be saved. If at that time in the mountain valley she was half-hearted or insincere, she would not be able to gain this herb and there would not be today. This herb is gotten in the name of saving you but it is actually to save her. Her contribution for you is actually saving her. At this moment, Luo Tan faintly able to discern some things and asked, the meaning is that you already knew that this herb would not be used on the prince but will be used on my youngest Biao sister. You have calculated that youngest Biao's sister would have such a life and death situation so by letting her get the herb was actually for herself. The strange Taoist priest looked at Luo Tan and said in all smiles, worthy of teaching. Xie Jingxing stared at him. You instructed her to be a farmer. That pair of eyes had some killing intent that the Taoist priest took a step backwards and hid behind Gao Yang. He coughed twice lightly. There would be such a hurdle in her life and this poor priest had already turned the catastrophe to the bare minimum. Compared to one's life, isn't being a farmer much easier? But what is she not awake? Gao Yang wondered. I am also a medical practitioner but after looking through her illness, one is unable to find the cause of it at all. It seems that there is nothing to do with her injuries. She should wake up today but does not at all. What is the reason for this? The Taoist priest said. This poor priest had said that this is her destined calamity in her life. What calamity here and there? One doesn't understand it at all. Luo Tan said. Just tell us directly, when will my youngest Biao sister wake up after taking that herb? Kai Yan smiled. That herb is not for her to eat but for the other injured person. The other injured person? Could it be Pei Lang? Xie Jingxing said lowly, if you are to scam one, I will take your life now. The vicious air is too strong. Kai Yan shook his head. That person had given one's life for Fern, but because there are some entanglements in one's life, the herb that Fern requested for could be this debt. Then what about my Cao Zi? Ji Yushu asked. The strange Taoist priest looked towards Shen Miao, who was lying silently on the bed. She had a calm expression, as if she was asleep, but her face was so pale that there was a sense of unreality. She could pick up worms in my entire valley of Hong Sui Sao but could not pick out the bugs in her own heart. This kind of calamity is considered fortunate for her and also misfortune. This poor priest have 3 fated encounter with her and 2 times had passed. This last encounter is fated. If the affairs in the mortal world is not resolved in full circle, there would be regrets. She wanted to request for an answer but no one could tell her. The strange Taoist priest's eyes squinted. Now she had found a way and is currently pursuing the answer in front of her. No one can help her. You can't, she can't, and even this poor priest can't. So one should wait patiently. The Taoist priest looked towards Xie Jingxing. That is your fate. The yellow sands were thick and the wind was blowing strongly. There were many wind and frost during the journey and the sun, moon and stars were just mere embellishments. There were only a few scattered guards that were escorting and they were not respectful to the person in the carriage. A young lady that looked like a maid walked over from the back of the carriage and jumped into it before handling a bowl of porridge to the person inside. Your ladyship, the porridge has somewhat cooled but it is still edible. There is no shop in front or back, thus it is better if you take a mouthful. The female in the horse carriage was young but her expression was rather haggard. Her clothes were not very delicate and when one looked closely, it was the style of a few years ago and it was not fitting as she was thin. She parted the curtains and asked, where is one now? After going a little while more, one would be able to be on the official road before nightfall. Bai Lu smiled. This servant had asked those people and one would be able to reach Ding capital within 5 days. Shuangzhang also smiled. Upon returning to the palace, your ladyship's suffering will come to an end. Suffering will come to an end. Shen Miao laughed bitterly, but the people who died would not return. She was talking about Jing Jie and Gu Yu. Hearing that, Bai Lu and Shuangzhang had sorrow in their eyes and they no longer spoke. In order to win over an official, Jing Jie became a concubine and in the first year when Shen Miao was in Qin country, she had gotten news that she was beaten to death by the official's wife on some reason. As for Gu Yu, Shen Miao clenched her fist. She died in Huang Fu Hao's hands protecting her. 5 years. 5 whole years. The 5 years in Qin country had ground the last traces of arrogance and delicateness from her. She gritted her teeth and took in everything so that she could return back to her country and reunite with her pair of children. However, the heavy cost of it was not something that an outsider could speak about. How hard can this journey be? There were not many guards who were escorting and just by looking at this carriage, who would think that this belonged to an empress of a country? At the beginning, those people that she brought over to Qin country were either dead or left in the 5 years. Just like the entire journey back, if there was no Mo Qing protecting, she would definitely not be able to return alive. Shen Miao sighed. Fortunately all the sufferings were not in vain. 5 years had finally passed. Just as she was thinking, it was time for the carriage to continue its journey but instead of leaving, there was some noise in front. She frowned slightly and parted the carriage's curtain, asking, what is going on? Mo Qing walked over from the front, had encountered a strange person who came over to request for water to drink. Before the voice landed, one saw a grey-clad tattered old man appearing behind him and spoken with joy when he saw Shen Miao. Fern, one is going to die of thirst. Do give one some water to drink. This old man wore strangely and there was a stench emitting from his entire body. He stared at one straightforwardly, making one feel suspicious. It was not that one did not want to give him some water to drink but because of Shen Miao's special identity, one feared that something would happen if one encountered an ill-intended person. Mo Qing instructed others to pull this old man away and not let him near Shen Miao. However, Shen Miao laughed. There is drought along the way and the heavens did not pleased. 1 bowl of water is equal to a life. Give it to him. Ben, I do not lack of 1 bowl of water to drink. Since Shen Miao had gave her words, Mo Qing simply instructed someone to bring a bowl of clean water for that old man. The old man gulped it all down and patted his stomach before brushing the guard's hands to stand up and bowed towards Shen Miao. Fern is kind-hearted and saved this poor priest's life. This poor priest must return the gratitude of this bowl of water. Poor priest. Shen Miao was startled before she smiled. You are a Taoist priest. One's secular name is Kai Yan. That strange old man looked at Shen Miao and shook his head. Fern's physiognomy is extremely noble but one's noble fortune is short and would not be able to receive noble luck. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Bai Lu frowned and looked towards Shen Miao. You're Fern, it could a con man. Don't listen to his nonsense. Mo Qing was also trying to drive away this strange old man. Wait, Shen Miao said, it is rather boring the entire journey so let's listen to what another would say. That old man pretending like he was praying, there is a dark air between Fern's brow and one fear that it is not good. When the journey is taken all the way to the end, one fear that it would be a bad omen. If one were to turn one's horses at this moment, one will be able to avoid this calamity. Fern, this poor priest persuades you that this is a road to the Netherlands and if one were to walk on it, there would not any turnaround. The more is said, the more ridiculous it is. Shuang Yang's was green, who are you cursing? Shen Miao however had a good temper. She had stayed in Qin country for a long time and would be happy to see anyone from Mingqi. Even if this old man was spouting nonsense, she was not angry and said with a smile, many thanks to Taoist priest's reminder but one must take this route. My children are on this road so I have to return home. The strange Taoist priest sighed deeply, this is within expectations. He looked towards Shen Miao, with this water encounter, one will gift a fate. Finishing, he took a red string from his sleeves and wanted to come up to gift it to Shen Miao but Mo Qing stopped him. He could only pass the red string to Mo Qing and only when Mo Qing saw that it was nothing, he then handled it over to Shen Miao. This red string is this poor priest's thanks to Fern. Fern should tie it at the wrist and it would become one's way of accomplishing matters. He said solemnly, Fern must remember that the ways of heavens are cryptic and matters originate from people. This poor priest can see one's fate but cannot change one's fate. The person that could change Fern's fate is not this poor priest. The heavens take pleasure in the welfare of the living, there will be calamity and there will be karma. This red string represents that there will be a day where Fern would find one's explanation to it. Finishing, he laughed a few times before turning around to stride off. This Taoist priest was mysterious and strange and the prophecies that he said were all extremely inauspicious thus Bai Lu and Shuangzhang were somewhat unhappy. Bai Lu said, your ladyship must not place that strange person's words to heart. Most likely his brains are not clear. Don't wear this thing, Shuangzhang also said, it is unlucky. However Shen Miao looked at it and felt that the red string was very adorable and she inexplicably liked it so much that she tied it onto her wrist with a smile, since it is a way of accomplishing matters and strangers coming together by chance is also a fate so one will wear it. If it is false, it is all right, if it is real and effective, won't it be good? Since she had said as such, Bai Lu and Shuangzhang could not say anything more. Mo Qing headed to the front of the entourage and started onward again. The faraway sand and wind had almost covered up their shadows but on the road ahead, there was no sight of the strange old man. Upon returning to Mingqi, it was not like the suffering will come to an end that Shuangzhang said. The world changes all the time, the situation would change and people's heart would also change. As an empress, other than the position, it was not any different. Sometimes when she thought about it, she felt that there was not any better than the days she was humiliated in Qin country. In the Qin country, those injuries were placed on the surface, but in Mingqi, it was all in the dark. It was like when one suffered hidden loss, one could not speak of it and had to laugh with others. Shen Miao sat in Kunning Palace and looked at the withered Hong Shu Sao and her expression was wan. Hong Shu Sao was sent in by Mo Qing, saying that it was a rare herb. It looked very pretty, like a female sleeve that was swaying in the wind, thus it was named as Hong Shu Red Sleeve. One did not know why was it withering and Shen Miao had no mind to manage it. One had returned to Mingqi for many years and her life in the past years had not been good. There was an additional Mei Furen in the inner palace and Mei Furen was charming, intelligent and gentle, just like a mystery that made others gaze land at her and not leave after a long time. In the beginning, it was not that there was no heartache, after all the man she had loved used this kind of look at another female. She had thought that he would treat everyone coldly but afterwards realized that it was not true. It was just that person was not her. After many heartbreaking days, one gradually became numb. It was as if the pain and depression had gradually became hate and unwillingness because of Fu Chen. Fu Chen would always take away Fu Shuyi's favor and her child, Fu Ming, was clearly sitting in the position of the crown prince and was clearly talented and hardworking but afterwards became like a prince that fell out of favor. Fu Shuyi could teach Fu Chen writing stroke by stroke and discuss about politics but would be so stingy and not even give an additional caring glance at Fu Ming. When asked, he would say that Fu Ming was the crown prince and had to mature and be stable. One should not be following around one's imperial father all the time. However, every time when one saw Fu Ming's disappointed eyes, Shen Miao's heart was pierced by knives. The Shen family was not good too. Luo Shuiyan's illness became worse and Jing Chu Chu unclear relations with Shen Chu. Under such a situation in the Shen family, Shen Xin became much older. Fu Shuyi seemed to be suppressing the Shen family and Shen Miao barely noticed it, but how would the inner palace be clearly aware of matters of court? The only person that she would know from was Pei Lang, but he was loyal to Fu Shuyi. Even though she had good relations with Pei Lang, but his loyalty would be first be with Fu Shuyi. Shen Miao liked Fu Shuyi wholeheartedly, but her heart had turned into ice when she watched him and Mei Furen interacting. However, be it in politics or position, she had to sit on this empress position and had to seek opportunities for Fu Ming and Wan Yu. Recently the Zongnu side and passed on news and Mei Furen seemed to be urging Fu Shuyi to send Wan Yu over for a marriage alliance. This was the most unbearable thing for Shen Miao. Mei Furen's means and methods became more sophisticated and Fu Shuyi's favor for Fu Chen was seen by everyone. Since the Shen family was not as strong as before, there were more people standing behind Mei Furen. Everyone would want to take the opportunity to step onto others when one was down. The younger brother of Mei Furen, Li Ke, was lately helping Fu Shuyi complete several major accomplishments for Fu Shuyi. As the tide rises, the boat would also rise. Mei Furen's position in the inner palace was also climbing up. Shen Miao knew what the officials were thinking. They were thinking of when the crown prince would be changed and when the empress would be abolished. But Fu Shuyi wanted face. She was his first wife, so if Mei Furen wanted to go over her head, it would not be easy. After much fighting, her entire heart became exhausted. If it was not because of her children, she felt that it is better to set this entire imperial palace on fire and it would be clean and the world would be in peace. Bai Lu walked in and said, "Your ladyship, the clothes for the palace banquet is prepared. It is necessary to style one's hair earlier." Shen Miao complied. Shuangzhang had died the year before. Mei Furen had good means that even the maids by her side were not let off. After turns and twists, only Bai Lu was left. It was Mingqi's palace banquet today. As the new year was approaching, Fu Shuyi wanted to reward the officials and the most important point was to send Xie Jingxing, the little marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Linen. Xie Ding, the Marquis of Linen, had died in the battlefield of Northern Zhong and now his son would be going for an expedition. Actually this opportunity was not good and it made one feel that it was somewhat tragic, but Xie Jingxing still accepted the request. Shen Miao did not have any intersection with Xie Jingxing and it was due to the unique relations between the Shen and Xie families. Ever since Xie Jing, the residence of the Marquis of Linen only had Xie Jingxing to take over the mantle. This was somewhat sad as in the beginning there was the southern Xie and northern Shen, but now the Shen family was not like previous and the Xie family was declining. It really taught others of the meaning of the fox sweeps when the rabbit died. But Xie Jingxing had his route to walk. Wasn't Shen Miao's route difficult too? She said, "Style then." The music threw one's mind into disorder. This palace banquet was extraordinarily lively. Fu Shuyi had never been this happy and his normally cold look became much softer with his smile becoming exceptionally happier. Shen Miao looked coldly as Fu Chen came over to toast him. Both father and son looked happy but her heart was somewhat chilled. Fu Ming sat properly at the side and Wan Yu also sat in exactitude. Those officials would often praise the crown prince and the princess for being sensible at such a young age that there was some adult air. But this kind of dignified air was not something that everyone could have. Even though they were all polite words, it was not far from the truth. However, one did not think that how would one be so sensible. These sensibilities were all forced out. Wan Yu and Fu Ming also tried their best to be close with Fu Shuyi, but children's minds were simple and could feel Fu Shuyi's coldness, thus they gradually become polite and well-mannered. Shen Miao sat by Fu Shuyi's side but would see Fu Shuyi exchanging glances with Mei Furen from time to time. Mei Furen would smile and it was sure affectionate and Fu Shuyi would also smile gently back. Shen Miao had thought that both of them were really happy. But how about the main star of this banquet? Shen Miao could not help but look at the male at the left side of the banquet. That male looked beautiful and handsome and had a lazy posture. He sat diagonally and his dark purple robes were somewhat wide but did not cover his aura. The corner of his lips were hooked up in a smile as he slowly drank the wine like the banquet had nothing to do with him and the enthusiasm did not impact him. Shen Miao's heart was laughing as she felt that this little marquis from the residence of the Marquis of Linen was a little like her. The entire banquet was filled with fun and joy but one's heart is not happy. Xie Jingxing would be walking on a path of life and death that was filled with blood and she did not know what kind of ending she would have. There were enemies behind one back, surrounded by all sides and every single one were life-threatening. She picked up the wine cup and poured herself a drink. Each sip that she drank was extremely restrained. An empress always have to be dignified and would not be like a favored consort that could drink delicately and charmingly that would make one's heart intoxicated. When the banquet ended, people were leaving in twos and threes. She sat in the main position and heard Mei Furen saying, "Your Majesty, Chen Qi had prepared good wine tonight so your Majesty can watch the fireworks with Chen Qi." Chen Er even mentioned that he wanted to compete with your Majesty in chess. Fu Shuyi laughed and touched Mei Furen's nose, such a competitive temperament. It is exactly like you. Shen Miao's sentence of at the end of the year, Wan Yu and the crown prince also want to accompany the emperor was swallowed down. Looking back, the sorrow in the children's eyes made her heart ache. But she endured the pain and had an indifferent expression on. But in this new year, one could not sleep at all. She coaxed both children to sleep and felt that both children were not very enthusiastic about the arrival of the new year. The sounds of fireworks was heard at the palace walls. It was late at night, and in such a night, the fireworks at Mei Fern's palace would look the best place to watch it. Presumably, the three of them were enjoying it. Shen Miao draped her clothes on and instructed Bai Lu to bring a jar of wine and a bowl before she sent to the garden herself. One can see the fireworks from a corner of the garden. Only a small part of the fireworks could be seen, but even the small part was extremely gorgeous. It almost light up the entire skies, and one could only imagine if one was standing at the other end, what a good scene it would be to see everything. She took out a bowl. Bai Lu looked in a somewhat heartache, but Shen Miao waved her hands and did not let her speak. This fireworks is really beautiful. Shen Miao's voice was low and was somewhat intoxicated. When can one see the complete scene of it? She suddenly laughed. Most likely not possible. Just as she was speaking, one heard footsteps coming from behind. As the boots stepped on the snow, there would be squeaky sounds. Bai Lu jumped in shock. You all. Shen Miao turned around and saw someone walking out from the thick tree shadows. A person clad in a guard attire was at the back, and the person standing had a tall stature, wearing a purple robes, and the pair of peach blossoms eyes reflected the fireworks at night, making one exceptionally moving and beautiful. The residence of the Marquis of Linan's. Marquis Xie. Shen Miao squinted her eyes to look at him. That person also seemed to be surprised and clicked his tongue, so Fu Shuyi's empress is an alcoholic. The guard behind him said, Master, we should leave. Bai Lu was also somewhat nervous as she did not know why Xie Jingxing was still in the palace. But if one saw an empress and an official standing together, it might be a big matter, especially when Shen Miao had been living with great difficulty these days. Once others had an excuse, they would hesitate to pour dirty water upon her. At such a time, it was naturally good to stay as far from this heir of the residence of the Marquis of Linan as possible. Bai Lu dared not alert others, and as this garden was remote, she said softly, Lord Heir, Her Majesty the Empress is somewhat drunk and this servant was about to help her back. One request for Lord Heir to treat it as nothing was seen. Xie Jingxing glanced at Shen Miao and smiled, like he was not interested at all, and turned around to leave. Wait, Shen Miao however called him. Bai Lu was stunned and hated that she could not cover Shen Miao's mouth. Shen Miao stared at Xie Jingxing. She was somewhat drunk this time. Ever since she headed to Qin country till now, she had never drank unbridledly, and the saying of alcohol dissipate worries of 1,000 autumns was not false. When one was drunk, they will feel relaxed and would do many things that they would not have done normally. She said, Bengong heard that you are going to northern Zhong. Xie Jingxing folded his arms in front of him and said in a smile but not a smile, does your ladyship the empress have anything to instruct? Tai Yi and Bai Lu stared at Shen Miao. Shen Miao smiled and picked up the bowl that she just drank from the table and poured an entire bowl of wine from the wine jar and gestured to Xie Jingxing, a highly talented youth, a character through the ages, unparalleled talent, peerless in the world. Xie Jingxing's eyebrows raised and Bai Lu was so embarrassed that she hated that she could not drag Shen Miao away. There wasn't anyone would praise them like that. Northern Zhong is a very bad place. Shen Miao patted his shoulders. She was petite, and when she patted another's should, she had to tiptoe to do it. She then looked at Xie Jing and said half serious half intoxicated, one heard father speaking that grass do not grow there, the terrain is treacherous and there are many poisonous snakes, bugs and ants. It is easy to fall into traps. It is dangerous for you to go there. This official thanked your ladyship for being troubled. Xie Jingxing casually said. There would not be any name written in the annals when one's heart is reported to the Heavenly One. Her mouth spoke without thinking as she waved the bowl of wine at Xie Jingxing and drank all of it in a breath. Bai Lu and Tai Yi jumped in shock. The former did not expect that Shen Miao would drink like she had said, and the latter was astonished that the empress was so bold and uninhibited. Shen Miao wiped her mouth and hiccuped. This is the bowl of wine that Bengong toast to you. Must return in triumphant. Xie Jingxing stared at her. There was still smile wine by her lips that were not wiped away. It was sparkling like crystals hanging on her lips, and it looked very good. Under the moonlight, her features displayed a delicateness that could not be seen during the day. Without the shackles of an empress, she was actually a very beautiful and delicate female. His lips hooked up and his smile was a little evil as he said slowly, it seemed that the emperor is treating the empress coldly. Bai Lu's eyes widened. Xie Jingxing's words were just too impudent, but she dared not drag Shen Miao away directly, lest Shen Miao made some noise which would alert another and one would not be able to speak about it clearly. After Shen Miao finished drinking, she swayed as she picked up the jar and poured a large bowl before handling it over to Xie Jingxing. You also drink. Why should I drink? Xie Jingxing was unable to make heads or tails of it. You and Bengong are fellow sufferers that empathize with each other. Shen Miao said. Who are fellow sufferers? Xie Jingxing felt that it was laughable, but Shen Miao lifted the bowl of wine to his lips. Bai Lu was so shocked that her face became pale as this was too shady already. Tai Yi was also extremely shocked, but Xie Jingxing did not speak. Xie Jingxing was caught unaware by the bowl of wine, and when he pushed Shen Miao away, a lot of wine were spilled onto his clothes, but upon looking at Shen Miao, she smiled in satisfaction. She said, we have a bowl of wine relation, and when you return in triumphant, then come and watch the fireworks with Bengong. Xie Jingxing felt unfathomable today. So when females were drunk, they would be irrational, and even the dignified empress was really another person. It is better for your ladyship the empress to watch with the emperor. He tidied his clothes. Shen Miao said dimly, Bengong had never watched the fireworks with him. Xie Jingxing stared at the female opposite him. Her head was slightly tilted, her lips were raised, but there were some bitterness in her gaze and his heart inexplicably softened. All right, this official promise you. Shen Miao's eyes brightened and she looked at him, then it is promised. Xie Jingxing nodded his head. Shen Miao thought about tea and shook her head. An oral agreement is not binding. There must be a token. She then started to touch her hair for her accessories. Bai Lu was startled and did not feel good in her heart. If the empress's things was found on Xie Jingxing, then it would be a crime of adultery. Hearing that Shen Miao would give a handkerchief or hairpin to the other, she suddenly saw the red string at Shen Miao's wrist and smartened. Your ladyship, that red string of yours good. Shen Miao's gaze fell onto the red robe and her heart moved as she quickly untied it and took Xie Jingxing's hand over and tied it up with all seriousness. When Xie Jingxing's gaze landed on her slightly curled eyelashes, it was dewy, like it was mingled in the cold winter, making one's heart feel inexplicably itchy. After Shen Miao finished tying, she smiled at him. This is the token Bengong give to you. This would be the promise as one wait for you to return in triumph. Many thanks to your ladyship's bestowment. Xie Jingxing smiled carelessly, but this official do not have any object to give to your ladyship. Why not one give your ladyship a wish instead? Wish. Shen Miao looked at him. Upon one's triumphant return, this official can give your ladyship a wish. As long as this official can do, one would do one's best to fulfill your ladyship's wish. Shen Miao said, it is a deal. It is a deal. A boom was heard in the corner of the skies was once again illuminated by the smoldering fireworks. Both of them looked over in silence, but there seemed to be a tactic understanding between them. Bai Lu was also stunned. The fireworks were fleeting, but there were some things that would not disappear, just like this night. When Shen Miao woke up, she only felt a splitting headache, and as she held her forehead, she stood up and headed towards the table. One actually slept for such a long time. Bai Lu brought a bowl of hot soup over. Your ladyship had drank too much yesterday. It is better to drink this to sober up. Drink too much. Shen Miao's action paused, but one did not drink that much at the banquet. Bai Lu had a guilty conscience as she said, most likely the wine in the banquet has high alcohol content. Shen Miao nodded her head and sighed. Ben Gong's habit of not remembering anything when one is drunk has not changed for so many years. But one had not been drunk for a long time. Bai Lu nodded her head and heard Shen Miao saying as she looked at her empty wrist, how did the red string disappear? Bai Lu said softly, it is most likely lost. Shen Miao sighed, it indeed is not long lasting. The sun was shining as the procession of troops that was about to set off was at the city gates. It was headed by a young male with an arrogant horse. It was clearly a lazy smile, but one's gaze was so cold that one did not dare to look up. Master, everything is prepared, Tai Yi said. Xie Jingxing took a glance back. After exiting the city gates, the future in northern Zhong would be a clean break from the past. There would not be any more implication. One after all had to leave. There is nothing worthy of nostalgia here. The white-clad male shook his fan and said, and nothing is related to you. Maybe one hoped that third older brother would not be able to return. The gentleman clad in pine green robe smiled as he looked ahead. No matter what, one have to return home. Not necessarily. Both of them looked at that purple-clad male together. Xie Jingxing's head was bowed and his gaze landed on his wrist. There was a red string and its ends were carefully and tidily knotted. Seemingly one would not be able to loosen it at all. Isn't that what a female wears? Ji Yushu asked. Why are you wearing that? Drank someone's farewell drink and owed a wish to someone. Xie Jingxing said, will return upon one's return. His withdraw his gaze and raised his whip, set off. Time was like an arrow, sunrises and sunsets were as usual. Flowers had bloom a few rounds, flowers had wilted a few rounds, the moon changed from crescent to a full moon, so what more humans? For example, the Shen family had gotten increasingly weaker and the empress that was being treated increasingly coldly. It was as if they were an old man struggling in death. Princess Wan Yu had died due to illness on the route to the marriage alliance and Empress Shen was unable to recover from it. Even though she was dignified and careful, upon close inspection, there was feebleness in her eyes. It was only when she saw the crown prince that it would slightly brighten, like a faint ember in the ashes that would also soon be extinguished. A beauty clad in palace attire smiled at the green-clad male and smiled. National advisor, getting a drop of the empress's fingertip blood should not be a difficult thing for you. Pei Lang looked at the female in front. She was charming like a cat at night, intelligent and smart, otherwise the emperor would not be placed in the palm of her hands. From a female's perspective, she was undoubtedly seductive and able to hold a man's thought in her grasp. From one who had power, she did a good job. She advanced by retreating and would never take the initiative to mention one's status or demand for money but make one willing to offer things to her. Not only that, she would even snatch what others had. She would refer to others to fight, relying on the emperor's heart and borrowing her brother's support to slowly and quietly grasp everything one wanted in the palm of one's hand. She looked as charming as a flower but had a snake-like heart. Wasn't this one the one that forced the little princess, who was only a teenager, up the road of death? In comparison, the mistress of the 6 palaces was at the end not more vicious than this one. Perhaps because one was from the Shen family that was a loyal military household, no matter how one's personality changed, there would still be some kindness in one's bone. But it was because of this little kindness that made her destined to be always inferior to the others' means. Mei Furan saw him in a daze and said, National advisor. Pei Lang recovered to his senses and thought about it before asking, why does your ladyship the imperial consort want her ladyship the empress's fingertip blood? You do not need to know what it is for. Mei Furan smiled like a flower. Even though she was already an imperial consort, she still kept her initial title. Mei Furan. When one heard it was charming and moving that made one forget that deep in the inner palace, a delicate flower was also poisonous. She said, National advisor can see clearly her ladyship the empress's situation now. She pointed to a vine that was sandwiched between 2 trees and smiled. This vine has just sprouted and is sandwiched between 2 trees. There was no need to choose as one could live well anyhow, but when it slowly grows bigger, as one gets taller, the wind and rain would be bigger, thus one would need search for a place to climb up. She looked towards Pei Lang. There is a tree to its left and right and he could only choose one tree to climb. Both trees occupy the same inch of pace and is competing on the same piece of land. There is only so much land so one tree would be cut off. That vine must make a good choice as if it climbed up a tree that is about to be cut, it would be pulled out in unison. Mei Furan smiled at Pei Lang. National advisor, how do you think that vine would choose? Pei Lang stared at the 2 trees and turned his head around after a moment. This official understands. Mei Furan smiled in satisfaction. After Pei Lang left, a palace maid walked out from behind to pour tea for her and said softly, Your ladyship, will National advisor really get the empress's fingertip blood? The National advisor and the empress seemed to have good relations. When it comes to friendship, Pei Lang knew Shen Miao much longer than he knew Mei Furan. National advisor is an intelligent person. Mei Furan picked up the teacup and took a sip before smiling, otherwise one would not watch with folded arms during the princess's marriage alliance. Moreover, there is an ulterior motive in his heart. He have such noble and benevolent characters that he is sensible not to let himself make any slight deviation, so naturally one will cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. I am helping him here, naturally he would be thankful. The palace maid seemingly understood and nodded her head, but that monk said that he could borrow the empress's life and give it to your ladyship. Is it true? No matter if it is true or not, I will sit on that head position of the inner palace. A hint of hatred appeared in Mei Furan's eyes. It is only blood from the fingertips. When her life is given to me and when my prince sits stable in this empire, I will be very compassionate and burn SME paper money for them 3 people. The palace maid assented and dared not speak. Shen Miao's illness was somewhat serious. Fu Ming just went over to see her and accompanied her to talk for a while. Shen Miao wanted to ask someone about the situation of the Shen residence, but when she stepped out of the courtyard, she saw Pei Lang. Pei Lang greeted her, but Shen Miao was very cold. With regards to Wan Yu's marriage alliance, Pei Lang's cold attitude made one's heart cold. They had so many years of friendship and Wan Yu even called him teacher. All the hatred towards Fu Shuyi was naturally shifted onto Pei Lang that she did not even want to see an additional glance of Pei Lang. One had heard that your ladyship the empress fell ill. Pei Lang handled a small box over. This will perhaps be useful for your ladyship's cough. Shen Miao swept him a look and opened the box. It was a herb that was inexplicably familiar. Shen Miao took it out to see when she suddenly felt a pain in her fingertip. When she looked at it again, she was pricked by the herbs and beads of blood flowed down from her fingertip. Bai Lu exclaimed and quickly went to bandage it up. Pei Lang stared at her fingertip and said somewhat woodenly, This is Hongshu Sao that is useful for coughing. Shen Miao instead laughed. She threw that herb back into the small box and closed it before returning back to Pei Lang. There is no need. Ben Gong once had such a herb, but at the end, it withered. However, that herb that Ben Gong raised did not have thorns. There was an additional meaning to her words. If one did not wish to gift anything, then don't gift. It makes one disgusted to receive such a gift. The national advisor's gift is something that Ben Gong cannot afford to accept. Please take it back. Finishing, she did not even look at Pei Lang and she turned around to leave. Pei Lang held the small box in his hands tightly and looked complicatedly at Shen Miao's back view. Her health was getting worse and worse and would need to stop to rest every 2 steps. But, Pei Lang looked at the small box. One must make a choice. Even when he just entered the courts with nothing, after enduring so much wind, storms and moons, how would one be clean and innocent? The higher one sits, the more one would not be able to make the decision. He was also helpless and had no choice. The advantages and disadvantages were clearly placed together. From one glance, one could see which tree was about to be cut and which tree would be exclusive to the entire land. He had his loved ones to protect, so be it relations or secret thoughts, they could all be placed aside. As to why Mei Fern wanted the blood from one fingertip, it was definitely not for anything good. He was giving succor to the enemy. He was adding frost to the snow. He turned his head and headed in the other direction. Those with different principles would not join in a common quest. He could not do anything, he could only watch with folded arms. He could only watch as this tree who was working hard in the palace to grow fall into the mud. That fire burned for 3 entire days and nights. In the entire palace, only the cold palace was burned down. The melancholy feelings, blood-weeping complaints, curses that one made before dying and the deep despair, all disappeared in that fire and what was left was the remains of the embers and constructed rumors. The Empress of Mingqi had died. After the Shen family was executed due to betraying the country and the crown prince committed suicide after being abolished, Mei Fern became the new empress and Fu Chen became the new crown prince. The lonely cold palace suddenly caught fire and burnt the abolished Empress Shen to dust. It was a matter that made one side. The Emperor of Mingqi was kind and because of the grace of being husband and wife, one did not let the Empress walk the road to the underworld with the disloyal Shen family and spared her life. It was just that after being banished to the inner palace, this female did not have fortune and lost her life in the fire. History was written by the one who won and it is the same in the inner palace. As soon as a dynasty changed, all the traces of Empress Shen were cleaned up. There was not even remains of hers, it was all burned in that fire. There was no longer anyone in the first household of the Shen family and it was truly the end of a family. The new crown prince's imperial mother was Empress Li and she had changed her former soft and charming temperament to one that was of power. She wholeheartedly supported her brother and coaxed Fu Shuyi very well that even the court was faintly in her grasp. There was some sense of the imperial relatives were grabbing power. Some of the officials were slightly aware of it and wanted to warn the emperor secretly, but before any action was taken, they would be either defamed or exiled for some inexplicable reasons. Pei Lang watched everything coldly but his heart was rather exhausted. In less than half a year after Shen Miao's death, Mingqi was almost turned upside down. He had not misread. Mei Fern and her younger brother had great means that it was difficult to say if the empire of Mingqi would land in Mei Fern's hands. He was loyal to Fu Shuyi but after warning him a few times, he no longer reminded her and even secretly had the thought that he deserved it. It was easy to change a human's heart, and wise monarch could become a fatuous one and a loyal official would also be dissident. Every night when Pei Lang slept, he would always be awakened by a pair of eyes. That pair of eyes were clear, bright and had no tears but it made one's heart heavier than when tears fell. That was Shen Miao's eyes. Pei Lang had once thought that he was doing the right thing. He had ultimately inevitable result and avoided disadvantages and that was the best choice but as time went on, he could not deceive himself. How was it ultimately inevitable result? He obviously did not want Shen Miao to die like this. When did he begin to feel other emotions for Shen Miao? Pei Lang himself did not know. He was her teacher in Guangwentang and saw Shen Miao from an arrogant and knew-nothing delicate female who wanted to marry Fu Shuyi, watched her marry into the residence of Prince Ding, learning the things that she did not like for Fu Aiyi, becoming a Wang Fei, becoming an empress and then becoming an abolished empress. She was actually somewhat stupid and was not considered smart as she learned things slowly but made one fear her stubbornness and was generous toward the inner palace. Pei Lang would feel ridiculous at her willingness to give her everything for a person's heart and sometimes felt envious of Fu Shuyi. It was much later he could not help but pay more attention to her. Even he did not realize himself that he would be more patient when he was approaching Shen Miao's problems. But Pei Lang was a smart person and a smart person would not let oneself make mistakes. So when he discovered his strange thoughts, he was determined to stop this mistake. It was he who suggested for Shen Miao to go to Qin country as a hostage. But after 5 years when Shen Miao returned, his thoughts were still not changed. He coldly looked at Shen Miao fighting with Mei Fern until she was all injured and also saw as her eyes became dimmer and watched her withering. At the end when Fu Shuyi asked him about how to deal with the Shen family's descendants, he said a phrase without thinking. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. It was to cut the weeds in his heart and to eliminate the roots in his heart. He had not expected that Fu Shuyi's cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots was included Fu Ming. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs but Fu Shuyi could even take action against his own flesh and blood. One could still use the excuse of Wan Yu had an accident during the journey but Fu Ming's death was ordered by Fu Shuyi. Pei Lang remembered Shen Miao's eyes after she knew of Fu Ming's death. That pair of clear eyes widened so big and there was no tears but made one feel so miserable that other could not bear to look at them. That fire burned for 3 entire days and night but it also lit Pei Lang's regretful heart. He went to Putuo Monastery's abbot and asked how to clear the vileness in one's heart. The abbot was an old monk and he shook his head while looking at him. An illness of a heart would need a medicine for a heart. Was there a medication for regret in the world? Pei Lang begged for the enlightened monk for guidance and he said, benefactor dream of the person because one owed a lot to the person. She could not be dissipated from your dreams because there was unresolved resentment. There is no way to carry on living and no way to be liberated. Pei Lang was terrified and asked if there was a solution. The monk asked instead, leave the mistakes of the past and seek an opportunity of a redo. If it requires benefactor's life, is benefactor willing to give? Pei Lang said, willing. That monk said, may benefactor return. Why return? Pei Lang did not understand. Benefactor is willing to pay with one's life but that opportunity requires waiting. That opportunity, what kind of opportunity? Pei Lang asked. The person that benefactor owed to, still have a wish. When the wish is resolved, benefactor can give one's life and perhaps there would be a chance. The enlightened monk then said, this monk could not say more than this. Pei Lang thanked the monk and returned to the palace. What was Shen Miao's unfulfilled wish? Shen Miao's entire life was miserable. Both children and clan died so what she wanted to see the most was most likely the enemies in hell and the Shen family's reputation was cleared. There was an opportunity to redo everything but it would require one to wait. Would one wait or not? Wait, Pei Lang had made a decision. This lifetime was so long. It was so long that he was willing to use his live to save a mistake. Winter passed and spring arrived as the wild goose came and went. When an imperial dynasty was nearing the end of its fate, the atmosphere of defeat would be hung over it. The current Mingqi was not like the former Mingqi. Exorbitant taxation, forced labor and servitude, unhappy commoners, corrupt officials, chaotic court and a muddle-headed monarch. The crown prince was busy forming cliques for one's own interest and could not wait to be the new emperor as soon as possible. The military power had been consolidated and returned but there were no capable generals to lead them. Ming-Chi was a piece of fatty meat that everyone wanted a bite. The distant Great Liang had attacked and swallowed Qin country and finally launched an offensive against Ming-Chi. It was like breaking a dead branch from a tree. It was just too easy to win as they fought all the way to the city towers of Ding capital. As they stationed their camps, all the people in Ding capital felt the danger and the commoner's household were tightly closed and the atmosphere of a destroyed nation filled the air. In the biggest tent, there was someone listing and wiping a long sword. Ming-Chi has reached its end. A white-clad gentleman walked over with a folding fan and one was unable to hear any emotions in his voice. One heard that the Imperial Palace is currently cleaned out tonight. What was cleaned out was the womenfolk in the palace, namely the consorts, concubines, palace maids and princesses, all will be cleaned out. Instead of being insulted by the enemies, it was better to die first to protect one's dignity. But was it really to protect one's dignity? How many of those people did not want to die? The movements of wiping the sword paused and the man looked up, revealing a beautiful face. He had a pair of peach blossoms eyes but his gaze was of indifference. Oh. Has the corpse of Empress Shen found? Ji Yushu opened the doors of the tent and walked in. He heard those words coincidentally and said, one had inquired and it was not found. The cold palace was burned cleanly down in a fire that there was not even any clothes. Gao Yang sneered, Fu Shuyi really fears of others gossiping and managed it so cleanly. The Shen family is pitiful. Ji Yushu sighed, if the Shen family was present, how would he have fallen to such a state? Xie Jingxing said faintly, one is only digging one's grave. He then looked at the red string in his hand. The color of the string had somewhat faded but it was still tied tightly. He later wore it to many battlefields but the red string had not fallen off at all. Thinking about the bright and clear voice of the female that night, Xie Jingxing shook his head as that promise was ultimately unfulfilled. Who knew that in a short period of a few years, the empire of Ming-Chi would be annihilated that quickly? Even without Great Liang, it would not last long. He indeed returned in triumphant and intended to give her a wish for that cup of wine and also accompany her to watch fireworks but the person was gone and there would not be any opportunity in this lifetime. He said, attack the city tomorrow morning.